Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 plus 1 is 3. 1 plus 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website. A little late on the start, but we are good to go now. Big welcome to Redstar Raceway. Yes, we're here in the very misty and wet conditions here at Redstar Raceway. As you can see, little gremlins in the cameras, but we got it all sorted now thanks to our boys at Atlantis Video. They have done an amazing job to get us up and riding. And we are in the midst of wrapping up race number 1, which is the Evapco HRSA Pursuit Challenge. And a great little race out there. Saw Wynand du Plessis Senior and Wynand du Plessis Junior having a bit of a battle there. They're normally both in Porsches, so we'll get a shot of them any second now. But that's the layout that we're going to be looking at. That, of course, is the Indy circuit you're looking at right now. That's the short circuit. And yes, we have got action on the short circuit and the long circuit here today as well. Just in the top right there, of course, you also got the drifters that are going to be there and the spinners. They're going to be having some fun out on the skid pan as well. But most of the action we're going to pick up on will be happening here at Redstar Raceway, the 4-kilometer circuit, and we're running anti-clockwise this time out. Last weekend we were running clockwise, this time we're running anti-clockwise. They've changed things up ever so slightly for 2026, and the idea there, of course, is to give you an idea of what the circuit's capabilities are. You can run in both directions, which is fantastic. And, of course, they usually keep it for the mid part of the year, so June, July, they switch things up. But they've turned it up completely, and they've actually changed it completely differently as well. Now we're watching a bit of action here from that Evapco Pursuit Challenge, and of course, as you can see, starting to come into the mix there. That was Anton Boyens. He's the man who was at the front end of the field. Right on his tail, looks like that might be Tyrone Murray, I should say, having a bit of a run there. So we've got Ford Anglia versus the Datsun station wagon, having a bit of a fight here as they head up into what is the short straightaways right-hander now. It's normally turn 5, but now we're looking at probably turn 6 on the circuit at this stage. In the background, you'll also get to see some cars on the highway there. There you can see that's definitely not a race car there with the trailer, but that's how close we are to the N12 highway. We've got a long straight down that back straightaway that gives you an option, of course, of seeing race cars going past. Sometimes you're going to see a couple of trucks, so don't get too worried about that. That's the whole idea of Redstar Raceway. We are right up close and personal to the N12 highway that leads, of course, into Mpumalanga. And we're here in Mpumalanga, of course. This is the border of Mpumalanga and Gauteng. A big welcome to everybody here, live from Redstar in Delmas, South Africa. Fantastic effort here from our team to get everything up and running. And yes, as you can see, we picked up on the action about almost to wrap it up here, to be honest with you. It's been a fantastic little battle. But we're looking forward to, of course, great battles throughout the day. We've got a massive, massive field here. And yes, yours truly, Greg Maloney, on the microphone today here at Redstar Raceway, courtesy of our boys at Atlantis Video, giving us all of the race action. Should be standing by here for a checkered flag. Yes, there we go. Checkered flag is out. Now, if everything gone according to plan there, it would have been a couple of other cars that have already gone through and taken that checkered flag. Wynand du Plessis Jr. and Senior. We'll be looking, of course, to see how they've gone in the front end of the pack. There they are there. There's the one. That's, of course, car 7, which would have been second place in this one. So well done there to Senior. Junior just pipping him to the line, though, and then Rian Deroux coming through there in a Volkswagen Sirocco, but they'll be making their way into pit lane now. There is Deroux in the Sirocco, and he would have come through for third place. So great little battle there between du Plessis Senior, du Plessis Junior, and Rian Deroux to wrap up our first bit of racing here, courtesy of SPS Racing, Car Care Clinic, and of course Silver Cup here at Redstar Raceway. Behind that, Wessel Mostert coming in, Vanna Kotzer coming in as well, Gary Stacey, of course, in the Interceptor there. That's the Ford Sierra XR8. Great to see that car. That, of course, car's driven in Class T4 in its day, and of course also piloted at one point in his career by Sarel van der Merwe. So lots of heritage and history coming onto the circuit today, as you'll see in the various classes here today. It is fantastic to see a nice big field of competitors here and we're going to be looking forward to great action right through the day. As I said, we've got a massive amount of race action headed your way throughout the day. We're starting the day's racing, of course, with the Pursuit Challenge, which has just wrapped up. Nice little run there from them to give us the first bit of race action and give us a chance to sort of get our gremlins out of the way there. Maybe a little bit of glitches in the matrix as well, but with weather conditions as they are, you can see just how difficult it is to get it. There is our program for the day. I was about to whip that one up as well. You are right on it today, Mr. Seaward. Scott Seaward, of course, doing the directing today for Donovan and the team at Atlantis. But there it is. Pursuit Series just wrapped up their first 8-lapper. We've got Clubmans, National Sports Car Class, and the Mid-Val Historics Day will be up next for an 8-lapper. Lotus Challenge Race 1 will be at approximately 8 o'clock, probably a little bit later than that, because we are slightly running a little later and the start time that was suggested. HRSA have a massive field here. They've got about 40 or 50 cars, if I'm not mistaken. They're out at about 8:30, also for an 8-lapper. Formula Monopasto, that is a combination, of course, of all of our single-seaters, Formula GTIs, Formula Libra, and Formula M. And then right behind them is the second of the single-seaters. But they will be on the short circuit. As you can see, there is the short circuit and the long circuit options that are going to be run today for a couple of classes. That single-seater action on the short circuit is a 10-lapper, slightly longer because it's a shorter track. Of course, we saw the Indy circuit from the drone shot earlier on. Behind them will be another short circuit race with the Inex Legends. Then we go to Super V. They'll be out on the main circuit for 8 laps. Silver Cup will be completely combined. It's also a big field of Silver Cup competitors here coming from all around the country to participate today in a first of the long circuit options for them. Then Lotus Challenge, we've got 3 races today. The second one will be just before the lunch break. Then we go straight into Pursuit Challenge, which we've just seen out on track right now. And then, of course, we do it all again with the exception of Race 3 of Lotus Challenge. Remember, we've also got historic single-seaters on the short circuit. Silver Cup will move on to the short circuit into classes P, A, and A+, and then they will split the classes on the short circuit to B, C, and D as the final race of the day there with the Inex Legends in between. So that's what we're going to be doing for Historic and Inland Championships Round 2 here at Redstar Raceway. Fantastic race action, as I said, coming your way here today. Hope you're going to enjoy all of it. As you can see, we've got some nice, tricky conditions out there for these drivers. Going to be interesting to see how everything pans out here, because usually in these kind of conditions, it gets pretty real pretty quickly. And I know that Scotty's been on the directorship for other events throughout the week, but I know he's looking forward to doing, I think there's approximately 30 or 40 odd cars here, Scott, and various classes. So I'm just going to say to you, buddy, good luck on spotting that. Whatever you give me, we're going to talk about, because I can tell you, Clubmans, National Sports Cars, and Mid-Val Historics all combined usually provides some spectacular action. And it's great to see a couple of the M Performance Racing Series BMWs out there, particularly the boys from Moscow's Racing, Wessel Mostert and his team. They're in the house. Philip Mostert Sr., of course, is there too. Looking forward to seeing how they go. And we've got a couple of ladies thrown into the mix here as well. Loreen Wenzel. We'll be looking forward to having some fun there with Esme Duvenacher and Sonia Buerta. So we're looking forward to another big battle here, I think, amongst the Clubman's National Sports Car Class and, of course, Mid-Val Historics all combined. It is a big field. It's arguably one of the biggest fields we're going to have today as they roll up to the line there. The Moscow BMW, of course, is on pole position. That is Wessel Mostert. He'll be looking forward to a big battle. And behind him, they line up in the form of Werner Kotzer, Kobus Brits. Rodney Kreis is the Silver Dream Racer there. Just on the left of your shot, you can see the COC, Mr. Bean, making his way up to Rodney Kreis. And Rodney Kreis used to have the #1 plate on that car, so he'll be looking to try and get that one back if he can. Alongside him should be Willem Buerta. Then we should have Loreen. Loreen will be making her way to the front end too. And looking forward to a big fight there, I think, with Henry Platt. Look out as well for Justin Brown and Willem Smit. Philip Mostert Sr. will be there. I think they got that one a little bit wrong on the last timing there. Philip Sr. Mostert. I'm not quite sure if that's the way it's going, but yeah, there is a Philip Sr. and there's a Philip Jr., so that's probably why they've put it that way around. Craig Platt will be there as well, along with Esme Duvenacher. And looking forward to seeing exactly how this one all pans out, because with a big field, and when I say a big field, we are going up to 27 cars, I think, in this mix. Yes, 27 cars in total. So not a bad way to start the day's proceedings. This is the Clubmans National Sports Car class, and Mid-Val Historics. I'm not sure if there's any sports cars here today, though, in this category. I don't see any of those. The space frame that you see on the front row there does not constitute a sports car. It falls into the Clubmans category, which is why the BMW can come and race here today as well. Using this, I think, for a bit of extra time in the saddle there for Mr. Mostert. The Moscow's team have had a pretty spectacular start to their championships in the other classes that they're involved in. We saw Vessel do a couple of rounds in the 111 GD Sports and Saloon category, and now looking forward to some action in the Clubman's class. He's also, of course, a big contender in the naturally aspirated category for BMW M Performance Racing Series. So he's got quite a busy schedule ahead of him over the 2026 season. There's Loreen. You can see there the Subaru with the door opening and closing, trying to get a bit of air in there, possibly to try and just demist the windscreen. Some of them don't run windscreen wipers on their cars, so if they don't have windscreen wipers on today, that could possibly be a big factor to take into account for today's race action, because we do have a little bit of drizzle. It has stopped right now. The wind is also giving us a little bit of a respite on the rain as well, which is quite nice to see. And those Liqui Moly and Dunlop flags in the background will show you that the wind has picked up ever so slightly. There's a very quick car as well. Watch out for the number 120. That's Henry Platt. And it's great to see that he's brought along a little rag top. Well, it's a nice car to be in when you're racing in the rain. Nice. I wonder if he's got a couple of race suits, or has he got some way of doing some tumble drying of the race suit between races, because if it gets wet out there, he's certainly going to feel it in that little Z3. His teammate a bit further back there is Philip Mostert Sr., or Philip Senior Mostert. And then, of course, alongside is another of the Moscow's team there. That is 222 Craig Platt. So it looks like the full team have made their way out today to come and be part and parcel of this one. Great to see as they go through there as well. We've got Esme and Sonia, as I said. Sean Murray is up there as well, looking for a big battle, and I think he's in for a bit of a battle. Johan Kutz Jr. will be there as well. Pete Walters, Carl Shepard, Adrian McCaw. Another one of our ladies is Marlene Fanikak. It's nice to see all the lady drivers getting involved in this category. We've got Miguel da Costa, Chris and Rich. Chris Williams will be actually into the blue. There it is, the blue Harry Potter mobile there, the Ford Anglia. You can see him just being rolled up ever so slightly closer to that pack. Then behind that will be Victor van Dijk. And behind Victor van Dijk, we've still got a couple of cars to come through as well. The likes of Tegan Shepard. And yeah, there you go, coming to the line. Almost everybody at the line now. Miguel da Costa there in 240. Nice field. And you can see, this is not the biggest field, I've got to say. We've still got some bigger fields to come through there. One car certainly to watch out for is going to be that car that Mr. Bean is shouting at right now, gesticulating at the back end. That is a former Westbank modified saloon car, if I'm not mistaken. And now, of course, Mobil 1 V8 supercar that has now turned into what was the current format, and that would be in V8 supercars driven by Dunlop. But this one has not been out for a while, and if I'm not mistaken, if it's the car I think it is, that should be Franco Di Matteo in that Chevy Corvette coming to the front. It's the car that Julian from Familiaris won the championship in. And yeah, that's probably a good idea, putting that car at the front end, because it's probably going to disappear over the next couple of laps of the race action that's going to be provided here. It's an 8-lapper for these guys and girls. And I see, if I go to the top of this list, is that Franco Di Matteo? Or it might be just Di Matteo's car, but I don't think Franco's driving that car today. I've got to just double check that. But certainly, I think we're going to be in for an epic battle here. And you'll see all the way through little packs of cars getting together that are on similar lap times, similar racing strategies, and similar, of course, abilities behind the wheel. That's usually what happens. I think it's Victor Diaz who is in that car from Di Matteo Racing. So apologies there. Just picking up on the revised timing there. Victor Diaz will lead them out. Vessel Mostert alongside him. Bit of a tough ask there, I think, for Vest to try and stay with the V8. That V8 supercar Chevy Corvette will probably have a little bit extra squirt down the straightaways than the rest. Then Werner Kotze and Kobus Brits will be alongside each other. Kobus Brits in the Pragma Polo. Grayson Buerta, Loreen Wenzel, and Platt. Wenzel, of course, is in the Subaru works compressor. This is a rolling start as well. And I'm also just going to give a heads up. I'm not sure if we're going to get a full lap of rolling start, boys, or we're going to do the short version of the circuit for the rolling start. Looks like we're going to the short version for the rolling start. So just a heads up on that one for our team as well. The rolling starts might be just on the short track to make up some time. And that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, so, no, sorry, apologies. I'll stand corrected. They are onto the long track. So they are going full circuit for the rolling start. They're on full circuit for the rolling start. I was just double checking there because sometimes they do the short circuit for a rolling start just to make up time. They might do that later on in the day. So we are now standing by for. You can see there lots of water on the circuit still. Overnight rain as well as a lot of rain yesterday. It's going to have a lot of rain here for today's race action. See as well as they go through here into the bottom end of the dog bone. Now remember the circuit from an aerial perspective, this section of the circuit is known as the dog bone. The reason for it is it looks like a dog bone from a cartoon caricature. It's left right that goes up the hill. A little bit of water and some tire rub, I think, coming off the front end of that Mazda. You got the two Moscow's BMWs, the Shield Ford Escort as well out there. Great to see that car. Nice to see a Volkswagen Beetle in the mix as well. Looking forward to see that one. Now coming through, this is turn 6 heading up the hill. They head into 7. It's a triple right-hander going this way around. Following behind the safety car there. So Victor Diaz. You can also see in the background just how the mist is coming in here as well. Lights are ablaze on cars that have got lights on. And that have got lights that work at this stage. But that's a big field that we're going to be playing with here for this first heat. Rodney Grace looking forward to a big battle, I think, there as well. 777 is Willem Buerta. He'll be looking to try and get through there. But I expect to see Victor Diaz getting away there. This is how we're going to see things now. Getting to almost race conditions here. This is out of turn number 8. About 8, 9, and 10 now. Into 12. Final corner here at this version of the circuit. You can see that the safety car's moved away ever so slightly now to peel into pit lane. Let's see if Victor Diaz holds his field up. He'll be starting in first gear in that V8. And remember with that V8 as well, you'll also be getting to see how fast that car can go. That car basically does about 140 k's an hour in first gear. So it shouldn't be too difficult for him to get the whole shot into turn 1. But look out for an attempt to try and catch him there by Vessel Mostert. Here we go. Under starter's orders now. Lights are about to go out. Lights go out and we are racing. We are racing down towards turn 1. Origa starting to close up there as well. Nice little start there from Julio Origa as they're heading to turn 1 for the first time and heading down into turn 1. The big field coming through. So some of them still coming out of the final corner as our leaders are already into the chicane and coming through the chicane for the first time. We'll dive up the inside there. Oof. Nice run from the 777 of Willem Buerta trying to get through there on the Honda. Now trying to close down on that Pragma Polo. And Kobus Pritz at this stage could be in a bit of threat as they come under braking for what is now turn number 3. They go through 1 and 2 at the top end. This is 3 that they come down into now. This is the off camber, left-hander, off a long straightaway. And usually when it's dry conditions, they can get these cars up to just over the 200 k an hour mark. Almost a bit out of shape there. Yeah, nicely done. Back end stepped out there big time. And Kotza putting him under pressure, not holding back. Little space frame will probably have the ability into the dog bone here to drive around the outside. Watch him drive around the outside here. This will be pretty impressive. That is brilliant stuff there. Well done. Absolutely perfectly done there from Van der Kotze to get through on Willem Mostert, who's just a little bit out of shape there, the BMW, with those Dunlops. Maybe just taking a bit of strain. They've got to get up to temperature, remember. And on a cold track where there's absolutely no temperature available, it makes it very difficult. So they have to rely on friction all the time to try and get some heat into the rubber. Out front, though, Diaz leads out. So Victor Diaz leads out at this stage. He's got about 3 or 4 seconds ahead of what is now second place in the hands of Van der Kotze. Then it's Wessel Mostert. Right behind him, this is a nice pack. This is turning into something really good here. Van der Kotze getting away now from Cobus Brits, Willem Buerta. And into the mix as well is Rodney Crash. Oh, where is that Pragma Polo going? Out of shape, got the thing locked up and off the track. Pragma Polo off the circuit. Brits is out of this. Something's gone wrong there on that Polo Classic. And what he's going to try and get out, but let's see what happens. Yeah, there we go. Puts it into R for race. And now I'm going to try and get through the tricky section. And of course, with a lot of rain out there, you've got to be so careful that he comes back onto the circuit, doesn't pull too much rubbish on there. Yeah, here's a good move on the inside. Oh, this is brilliant. 777, Willem Buerta being caught here. And possibly in the mix here as well with the 777 car there, under threat from Platt. Henry Platt is right there as well, coming through nicely. Just ahead now of Loreen. Loreen Wenzel just losing out there to Platt in the Z3, but that Z3 Coupe, that Z3 Ragtop actually, closing things down now on the Mazda. So here we go. This is Crace. He's got one windscreen wiper working. And you come in. This is Rodney Crace into the chicane. Let's have a look at that Pragma Polo coming back in again. Up the short straight. I'm not quite sure what went wrong there. Let's have a look at it. Here we go. So here's our replay of that Polo. As he gets on the brakes. Oh, yeah, just locks up on the brakes. There we go. Just locks up, gets off the brakes. It's cadence braking required there, Mr. Brits. On and off the pedal, but on and off the pedal. That Polo Classic doesn't have ABS. Oh, a Scooby-Doo off. That's Loreen. She's got all-wheel drive, so fortunately able to get back on track relatively quickly, but that all-wheel drive system in that Subaru not helping her at the moment. She's lost a lot of ground there, but she was under a bit of pressure. The pressure was coming from Platt, and Platt got through on her. So Henry Platt putting the pressure onto that Scooby. That's paid off nicely. And now she's lost out a few positions, in fact. So let's see if she's able to make that one up. Here we go. This is good coming out of the chicane. Just a little bit loud on the loud pedal there. Yeah, I think maybe got to get the bias right on that all-wheel drive system there. Loreen puts it into the grass. Optimus Racing Scooby with all-wheel drive, able to get back on track and tucks in just behind, I think, Justin Brown. Justin Brown in the BMW has got through on her, so there's a bit of a change up there between the two of them. I think she only lost 2 positions, so not too bad. Here's our leader. Out front and controlling things relatively easily, I would say, but in these conditions, nothing is easy. Diaz ahead of Kotze. Kotze is closing, though. Werner Kotze is definitely closing there on that Chevy Corvette. And the reason being is, of course, those big Dunlops that are on that car probably going to be taking a bit of strain in these conditions. They are wet weather tyres he'd probably have on this V8 today, as opposed to going with the full slicks. Kotze would have had wets on as well. Wessel Mostert still in third in the BMW. Probably going to see him just come through here, the foreground of the shot. There he is in the Moscow's BMW. So we got 1, 2, and 3 that basically almost all in shot at the same time there, but at different sections of the final part of this track. So remember, we are using the long circuit for this version of today's second heat of racing, courtesy of Car Care Clinic and SPS Racing here at Redstar Raceway. It is the Clubmans, National Sports Car Class, and Mid-Val Historics combined. So we've got Clubmans 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, all the way through down to 12th place. First of the Mid-Val Historics will be Johan Kutze Senior and Junior, and then Julio Riga. And then there is a sports car class out there. That's Garen Jacobs. Didn't see him, but I'm sure we'll pick up on him at some point in time. There we go. Nice run here from onto the main straightaway there. Justin Brown closing onto the back end. I think that's of Willem Smit. Yep, Willem Smit in the 93 machine goes across the line there, just ahead of Justin Brown. But the Dimitar Racing Corvette, that's a championship-winning car, as I said, that Julian Familiaris was in when he won the V8 Supercar Championship. Now in the hands of Victor Diaz. Nice. Just getting through the dog bone there and just keeping it smooth and steady. Tough day in the saddle here for these drivers in these conditions. Not easy to drive Redstar Raceway in these conditions, I can tell you from experience. Here we go, up onto the top. And short straightaway now. Can Kotze close in on him? Werner Kotze trying to close that gap down with the space frame behind him. And a long gap down to the BMW of Wessel Mostert in. Let's go back to a little battle further back. This is nice to see. The 777 machine of Chris Williams. And Willem Buerta, in fact, this is actually a big partner, Willem Buerta. There are 2 777s. And getting through on the Shield Ford Escort. That's not good for the Shield Ford Escort's point of view. Dropping slightly back there. Definitely not where he wants to be, but being overtaken. Now into the traffic. This could help out Kotze ever so slightly. So they have caught the back markers here. First of the back markers. Nice big flame out of that car. It's always going to be a great shot in these conditions to see a massive flame being thrown out the side of the car. They've just passed Morena Smith at the back. So Morena Smith just been caught and passed. Oh, that's Mostert. Mostert off there. So the BMW of Wessel Mostert has gone off. So is 196. Tegan Shepherd. So we're having tough times out there. It's like, I said it wasn't going to be easy. I said it was not going to be easy out there. So tougher. Looks like Mostert's got back on track. Yes, he has. So the BMW is back on track there for Moscow's Racing. But let's have a look and see as we go back to the leaders now. The lead gap has come down dramatically. Werner Kotze was quickest on the last lap, getting down to a 2:34.07 as opposed to the 2:35.04 coming from the Corvette ahead of him. So he's almost a second quicker. Brilliant stuff from these guys. And I tell you, this is where we're going to go. Here we go, down towards the bottom end of the circuit. This is a nice shot here from the leader's point of view. Just keeping it on the black stuff. Keeping it smooth. Probably going to be playing around in 3rd and 4th gear in that car. Using the torque of the engine, because with these conditions, it's not easy to do. It really is difficult. But here we go. This is a nice pack that's now started to get a little bit more hectic, because we've, of course, got Wessel Mostert who's joined that pack. And I think Vessel's actually got a problem. He slowed up as he came out there. So he might be going back into pit lane, leaving the rest of the Moscow's team to fight it out on track. Watch that. We'll pick up on that one. Those boys, it's Philip Senior Mostert. Tegan Shepherd was there, but he's not there anymore. You're going to have the likes of Victor van Dijk out there as well, and Kyle Shepherd as they come across the line and complete another lap. This will be another one completed. This is nice. Here we go. Looking for a way through. Diving past there as well. Back to the leader as he comes up the short straight. He's pulled a little bit of a gap now, so I think he realized that Werner Kotze was coming. And that 1.9 second gap as they go past there on Chris Williams. Oh, the Beetle gets out of shape there as well a little bit. Victor van Dijk just getting, or Jan Kutzer Senior getting out of shape there ever so slightly. And now with some traffic. The traffic in the back, look, there's lots of traffic. Look at the traffic down the back straight away. Into the dog bone section, there's huge amounts of traffic. It's a big field. So it's not an easy track to race today in these kind of conditions. It's a great track if it's dry. On a wet day like today, oof. Very, very trying conditions out here for a lot of drivers. Let's have a look and see how things stand at this stage. We've got Victor Diaz out front for the Clubmans Class D, leading by 1.9 seconds on the last pass, but I think that's opened up ever so slightly more. Kotze seemed to make a small mistake on that last lap, which has cost him slightly. Coming through there on one of the Midval Historic Alpha GTVs. I think that might be AD McCaw. He's just gone past on there. So finding past there on AD McCaw. In the background there you can see as well. That is the stricken Polo of Tegan Shepherd, stuck on the inside of turn 2. Coming down to 3 and opening up a bigger margin there. It's opened to 6.5 seconds. So Werner Kotze must have made a mistake on that last lap. He was almost onto the tail end here of the Corvette. Oh, here's a nice little battle coming up onto the back end here of our the lady at the back. Of course, trying to close things down on her. And it's back to this little battle between Willem Smit and Justin Brown. Smit hangs on for now. And he's going to try and keep it all together there for the 2D Trucks team. Another one of the M Performance Racing BMWs there is Justin Brown, getting a little bit of extra seat time here today. Behind them, is that Sonia Botha? It is Sonia Botha closing in onto the back end. Oh, the leader out of shape there. Nice, well caught there from Victor Diaz. Back end stepped out on him there properly, but he managed to keep it all together, trying to close things down here onto one of the Golf 1s, halfway through the pack. Shouldn't be too difficult to get through on this Golf 1. Finds a way through there. There's about 3.5 to go for the lead car at this stage as they're coming to turn 7. It's a big gap here that's opened up now between Gotso and him. I think Vanna Kotza's just hanging on now, saying, no, listen, let me just get to the end of this race. I don't have to fight Victor Diaz for the win. I've got the win in Class B wrapped up. Just let him get away, and now I'll just concentrate on my efforts on staying ahead of everybody else. Willem Botha, though, is certainly going to try and close that gap down if he can. Hope for another mistake somewhere from Vanna Kotza. Vanna Kotza in 24, closing the gap down again. It was 6.5 the last time they crossed the lap, and as they start the third last lap now, it might be a little closer there than the 6.5 seconds that he lost. We'll keep an eye on that. Here he comes, completes another lap. Kotza's behind him. There he is. So we got 3 to go now for Diaz. What's the gap going to be like as they cross the line this time? Yeah, brought it down by a second. So he's making up 1 second a lap. Might not be the ideal one to be at this stage, but nevertheless, he's still controlling things from the front end. This V8 in full flight on a normal day, racing with dry conditions, would probably get to just over the 250k an hour mark before he bangs it down into third gear here for the bottom turn. You can see it's slightly off camber, downhill, and then it's into a little short squirt, but it's a right-hand flick you got to do halfway through that little short squirt into the dog bone. He's into the dog bone now with a lot of traffic just ahead of him, as you can see there in the foreground of the shot, the couple of cars going through there just ahead of our leader. And this could possibly help Vanna Kotza out a little bit, yeah? Kotza's definitely closing the gap down again, but it's gingerly. Oh, Brown off. Justin Brown off there, trying to avoid some traffic. And I think he might lose out here to the second of space frames. Yes, he has. He's lost out there to the 117 car of Sonia Botha. Sonia finding a way through there on Justin Brown as he went off circuit. Now she sets her sights onto Willem Smit in the 93 Golf, that 2D Trucks Golf just ahead. Got to find a way through, first of all, on the Shield Ford Escort, though, because that Shield Ford Escort seems to have found some pace now, which is quite nice. So a bit of a fight on between some back markers and some of the contenders fighting for about 7th, 8th and 9th place on track. So the top 10 battle about to cross the line, headed up by Willem Smit. Justin Brown losing out there. Sonia Botha did get through. So we've got a bit of a change up there on the timing as it comes through there. We'll see that renegotiated in a few seconds' time. Then behind that should be Marlene van Ekkerk and then Sean Dodd. Good recovery there from the Pragma Polo. Back on track for Cobus Brits. He's up to 14th, possibly a little higher up than that as he starts to close things down here. Oh, spinner, Rodney Kreis. Rodney Kreis out of shape. Catches the Honda. Kreis is in 5th place. He had about only a second, so I think Loreen would have got through on him. Loreen Wenzel would have got through there in the Subaru to get ahead of Rodney. Maybe a bit of pressure there from Loreen. Forced that mistake out of Rods. Oh, look at this. Top 2 coming through. Back markers have certainly helped Vanna Kotza out with 2 to go. That gap has come down dramatically. We were 5.5 seconds on the last pass, and as they cross the line this time, that gap is now come down to less than a second. You can see Vanna Kotza has closed that gap down because of the back markers that they're fighting with. Oh, and he makes a big mistake. Leader spins out with the pressure. The leader spins out with the pressure there from Van der Kotze. And that is now hectic stuff there for Victor Diaz. Can you believe that? A massive, massive mistake there, unfortunately, for Victor Diaz. And it doesn't look like he can get it started up again. He's trying to get it fired up. You can see him working there on the dashboard, trying to get that Corvette fired up, and it's not working. He's actually running Pirellis on that car, so that's probably the reason why that got the Pirelli decals on. That would normally run Dunlops if he was running in the V8 supercars driven by Dunlop, but of course this car is not in V8. Let's have a look at this one more time. You can see him as he comes out. As he comes out here. Pick it up. The action here. There's Loreen. Loreen has got, there's confirmation Loreen has got through, but here we go. No worries at all. Pragmapolo of Curva Spritz recovering nicely. Further down the pack as well. A couple of cars that we can see that are in the race action. New leader, of course, now is Van der Kotze. That is closing in now onto the back end of a couple of cars. And the back markers now going to come into play big time. Garen Jacobs being overtaken by Van der Kotze now, who leads out in that Engines Unlimited space frame. Nice run here from him. Perfectly done. Stayed out of trouble. And he was just waiting for the mistake. He put the pressure on. As soon as he applied that pressure, Victor Diaz unfortunately just wasn't able to soak that pressure up at all. Let's have a look at that replay of the leader at that stage, spinning down. Watch out, as he comes up on the back marker, he's trying to find a way through there on that Datsun GX, and he goes on the inside line. It's the change of line that catches him out, because as he climbs on the loud pedal, back end steps out. There was just no way to recover that one, and he then ends up sliding into the grass. It took about a good, probably 15-20 seconds to get that car fired up again, so I don't think he engaged the clutch when he went off and probably stalled the car, but he got it fired up, got back on track, and he's dropped down possibly into sort of top 10-ish at this stage. Right, so we've got a lap to go as this car comes through. One lap to go now for Van der Kotze as he comes through to start the final lap. Nice run from him here. Kotze. Super run here from him. And he's absolutely flying at the moment. There's no one anywhere near him. Victor Diaz at this stage still says second. It is the last lap at this stage. And as they come onto the main straightaway that runs parallel alongside there, absolutely brilliant stuff here between these two. And he is just controlling things nicely now. Got to just keep it all together, coming up in some back markers. Doesn't have to worry about those back markers. They're not involved in the battle at the front end. Just waiting to see. It is Victor Diaz who still maintains second place ahead of Willem Botha. So that was the gap he had over Botha, fortunately. So the Corvette is still second. And Willem Botha in the Mazda will be in third place there, ahead of Henry Platt. Henry Platt's done an amazing job there for the Moscow's team. In that little Z3, he started a long way back. And he's brought that little Z3 up into the top 4, ahead of Rodney Crace, who also has had a spin in these tricky conditions in the Honda. Loreen Wenzel still in 6th place there in the Scooby at this stage. Let's see how it goes now. They're about to start their final lap now. You can just hear them in the background of our commentary studio here from Atlantis Video. But onto the short straight. This is where things are going to just be. You're going to be double thinking everything right now if you're in a race car. You're going to be listening for noises that you haven't heard before. You're going to be thinking yourself, okay, is this car going to hold in these tricky conditions? I've got to be smooth on the brakes. I've got to be smooth on the accelerator. Gear changes cannot be erratic. But that's exactly what Van der Kotze has done all the way through. And in fact, the way he's driven put the pressure onto Victor Diaz, which forced the mistake. And even though Diaz has put the fastest lap in of the race on that last lap, unfortunately, with that spin, it's going to be costly. So it's a big gap that's now opened up between Kotze and Diaz. It's exactly what he wanted. There are a couple of slower cars that are going to be possibly in his sights. I think they might get across the line, though. Yeah, they'll get across the line before they have to worry too much about him. But these guys all about to start their final lap, guys and girls, of course. Our lady drivers in there as well. Esme Duvanacher. Waiting now as the 4th of the Moscow's cars goes through there. And here is the leader and looking for the flag. Checkered flag on standby for race 1 win. Oh, problems for Sonia on the last lap as well. And one of the Moscow's cars off too, but checkered flag should be out. Here we go. Sonia Berta will start her final lap, but there you go. Leader takes the checkered flag, and first win of the day there to Vanna Kotze in the Clubmans National Sports Cars and Midval Historics. Here comes the 777. This should be Willem Berta, possibly for second place, I think, unless Victor Diaz has gone through. Haven't quite seen him. No, this is for second. So here we go for second place. No, there's the V8, just here in the background. So yeah, Victor Diaz will get second place. This is third. Willem Berta in the Mazda coming through for third place. Nice run there from him. Look out for Henry Platt. He'll be in the Z3 BMW, possibly coming through behind this Beetle. Little Moscow's Racing BMW Z3 will be the next car we'll be looking for, but that's we're picking up on another one of the M-Performance ones. That's Justin Brown. This is down into the dog bone section, looking for a little move up the inside there. By the looks of things, Rodney Grace under a bit of pressure here right in the closing stages as well. This has been a fantastic little battle. Not a bad way to start the coverage here. Give us an indication as to how tricky the conditions are out there. And hopefully some of the guys are watching our live stream from pit lane and they can see just how difficult the conditions are, because they're in for a tough day in the saddle and in the race seats today. These cockpits are going to be frantically busy all day long. So Grace will be coming here for 5th place. Behind him will be our first of our ladies there, Loreen Wenzel in the Subaru. And just splitting them as one of the Golfs. The 2D Trucks Golf going through there just ahead of Loreen Wenzel. Which will be 6th place. There's our leader, and that's the man who took the victory in the end. Just in the background, you can see there Victor Diaz. So number 24, the Engines Unlimited Space Frame, taking the win in the end. He'll also take out the the Clubmans category as well overall. So not a bad run there from him. And that's the way we will be looking forward to action here today. Of course, triple action coming up next, or one of 3, is the next race on the program, which of course comes out of Lotus Challenge, race number 1. They've changed up their whole look and feel to the way things have gone for the 2026 season. Oh, has the leader spun again? Oh, the man who was leading spun again. He has, on the slowdown lap. I think that cost him even more time. So unfortunately there, a bit of a tough end to the race there for Victor Diaz. He literally hung on almost all the way through. There we go, coming through there, Justin Brown, the Moscow's car there of Mostert. Unofficial results, there they are. Vanna Kotze taking the win. He takes Class B, I beg your pardon, in the Clubmans category. Class D, 1 and 2 are Victor Diaz and Willem Berta. Henry Platt takes Class C. And then Loreen Wenzel will take the honours in Class E. Willem Smit will take the honours in Class G. We go all the way down to Garen Jacobs for National Sports Cars. He's in Class G of National Sports Cars. There in the number 2 car, 16th place overall. He finishes up ahead of the first of the Midval Historic category, and that was Johan Kutzer Sr. taking the victory there ahead of Carl Shepard. And then we go all the way down to pick up on, of course, Adi McCall there for second in the Midval Historics. And then third would be Chris Williams in the Harry Potter mobile, of course, the little Ford Anglia. Nice run from our ladies as well. You can see in the ladies category there, Loreen Wenzel, Sonia, and, of course, Morena all in the mix there too. And that's how we wrap things up for our first bit of race action. That will work quite nicely for the first race, considering the fact that it's so tricky out there in terms of conditions. Not only for the drivers, but for our camera crew as well. We've had a nice baptism of fire and rain, I'd have to say, is how we start things out for the day. But need to say, we still got lots of race action there. And all the incidents that happened, we managed to fortunately get almost dead center of every single shot, which was a nice effort there. But from here, we move into Lotus Challenge. They will be out on track any second now. So stand by for race 1 of 3. From the Lotus Challenge. There you can see, if you just join us, that's what we're looking forward to. Lotus Challenge race number 1. Up next, HRSA, Formula Monopasto's single-seaters. Inex Legends, both on the short circuit, which is the Indy circuit here at Redstar Raceway. Super V and Silver Cup on the long circuit. Lotus Challenge race number 2. And then we'll do it all again in the second half of the day. But in the second half of the day, we'll also get a little change up there, because we're going to see the single-seaters and also Silver Cup you're going to see them split into 2 classes to run the short circuit right at the end of the day as well, which will be pretty interesting stuff, because some of those Silver Cup cars are pretty rapid. And to watch them around the short circuit is going to be really interesting. And looking forward to that battle, of course. But there's a big field still to be returned back into pit lane. And once they're back in pit lane, we'll be looking forward to action from Lotus Challenge, race number 1. Welcome back to action here from Redstar Raceway, courtesy of Atlantis Video, and of course Car Care Clinic and SBS Racing bringing us all the action here today with the Silver Cup 2.0. But right now, it's time for TLR. That's the Lotus Register, the Lotus Challenge out on circuit for their first race of 3. And as you can see, it's also a nice big field of cars that have come out to play. But in open cockpits, in tricky conditions and rainy conditions, this might be really interesting. We already saw just on the warm-up going into turn 1 and 2, a couple of cars looping out, not realizing that the track is exceptionally cold. There is a little bit of dampness on the circuit as well, which means they're going to, you'll see them, yeah, on cue. Thank you for that one, guys. Moving left and right to try and get a bit of heat into the rubber of these little Lotus 7s. Most of them running either a Birkin or Caterham chassis in the Class B competitors, but in the second part of the race, of course, all of them are in the local. Oh, there you go. That's just going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. David Jeremy out of shape there completely, and just looping it out on some tricky conditions there. Jeremy is second in the championship for Class B. He's also currently sitting 4th overall in the overall championship for the Lotus Challenge, and with that kind of spin out, he now knows exactly what the limits are coming out of the dog bone section. 29 is Ruan van der Walt. You won't miss that car, Scott. There's certainly one that you're definitely going to have to watch out for as well. It's one of the brightest cars in the world. It's almost similar to, I think it's like, did Gareth Jacket sponsor him by any chance? Because they're about the same color. It's up towards the short straight and into the double right-hander. It's actually a triple right-hander on this version of the circuit when you run anti-clockwise. So we'll keep an eye out on the progress there of JP Nokia. He's got some serious pace on him usually, but he's got to fight it out with Mackie Adlam, David Jeremy, Jeff Gable, and Rudy Barnard. Gijs van der Walt was in the mix as well at the previous round at Swartkops. So we'll be looking forward to seeing whether or not it'll be a similar battle to what we saw at the last round of this championship. And it really is a great championship to keep an eye out on because they do not hold anything back. Other interesting factor, of course, with this class is that they not only run Class B and Class L and an overall championship, but for this year they've changed things up ever so slightly as well and gone for a team championship as well. So you've got drivers that have allocated themselves into separate teams, and the team side of the championship also gets combined into a championship. The Nexus Precision team at this stage are leading things out over the Waterboys. My favorite team in the world, though, with this one, and of course anybody who's watched any racing movies around the world will understand what shake and bake means. They're in 3rd, the Enforcers are 4th, Misfit Racing is 5th, ahead of Miller Development, N4 Autocraft and Top Products, and the Occasionals are there as well as we pick up on the 4-9 on the front row there. Nice to see a big field of cars come into play. Rudy Barnard, a serious contender in this category, and he'll be looking forward to the fight with, see that, like that Mackie Adlam on the side of the car, showing that there's lots of love there. These are the boys that come, of course, from, I think our director might like this one. They're all the way from Rand Francisco Fontaine and Krugerfornia. That's where they come from. The West Rand have come to the east side of the country. So west side to the east side today for a battle at the front end. But, of course, they were outgunned slightly by their stablemate, David Jeremy. And we still wait for Mackie Adlam to make his way to the front end as we pick up on a couple of the cars fighting for the front of this field. Already saw David Jeremy get out of shape there. Sure, can we get up close and personal? That's the way I like to see race cars, eh? That is exceptionally good to see David Jeremy. He's gone with the dark visor as well, although that Arai blue visor has got a slight prism feel to it. So he might be able to, and you can see him just leaving a little gap on the visor as well there, which of course gives him an opportunity to see how things go for the race today. You don't want to have that visor completely down, otherwise it might mist up. So he's left a little gap on that Arai helmet that he runs, and hopefully that'll work for him to keep the wind coming in and the mist away from the visor, because they don't have windscreens on these cars, you can see. So you got the gap there. This is Class L. Class L further back there. Looking forward to a big battle there with Ruan van der Walt and Wesley Maxwell, who will be leading things out as they head down towards turn 1. That is L that we're watching across the line, but it's Class B that heads into turn 1 first, and it's Jeremy. Jeremy gets the whole shot. Right on his tail comes Mackie Adlam, so it's a bit of a fight there. Rudy Barnard already starting to put his nose in the mix there as well as they go through. It's actually Rudy Barnard up in the second place. I beg your pardon, it's not Mackie. Mackie will be trying to push through as quickly as possible. Here comes L. Class L side by side. And looking for a way through there in Class L was Nick Hodgson. Nick Hodgson and Wesley Maxwell looking to try and get to the front as quickly as possible. But Jeremy leads out overall and Class B. Adlam in second place. Then it looks like it's Jeff Gable up in the third. Yes, it is. Gable, of course, running the standard options and the original Lotus Challenge and Lotus colours there. That's the green with yellow striping as they head into the dog bone for the first time. Then you've got Rudy Barnard followed by the N4 Autocraft car there of JP Nokia. Can probably spot that car from the moon. That's how bright it is as they go through. This is the top, and then right behind that, Kees van der Walt. Here comes L, and at this stage, Class L, look at how it's heating up here with Class L. Nice to see a couple of guys running this GoPro cameras on these. Yes, that aerial is not an aerial for the car. It's actually a big GoPro on that one. And nice to see them get, and a little out of shape there for Gable. Gable got slightly out of shape coming through the dog bone section. Now coming into the hairpin. Here we go. Jeremy from Adlam. Adlam from Gable. Gable from Barnard. Barnard. And a spinning Kees van der Walt in the background. Spinning in the background there was Kees van der Walt. He's been able to get it back on track. Yes, he has. He's back on track just ahead of, look how close it got. Inside line there from the 30 car coming through there. And you can see just how difficult it's been there for that number 30 car there of Bram Miller to avoid the action of the spinning car ahead of him. But fortunately, it didn't tag him. So very lucky to avoid the spinning car that came out of the hairpin there for race 1, lap 1 for Lotus Challenge. Yes, I did say Lotus Challenge would be interesting today. It certainly turned into something relatively interesting right from the word go. So the front 5 are Class B. This is the Class B battle, top 5 and first 5 cars on track. Remember, there's no Class A cars anymore in this category. They only run Class B and Class L. So those are the first 5, and they're almost every single one of them in shot. That's how close they are. Behind them will be Kees van der Walt and Ruan van der Walt. And I think Class L, led out at this stage, possibly by Ruan van der Walt or Wes Maxwell. We'll get that sorted out as they cross the line for the first time there on the timing monitor. But here they come to complete the first lap in anger. And it is David Jeremy who managed to get the whole shot and stays ahead of his 2 stablemates and rivals all the way from the west side. N4 Autocraft car there. There goes JP Nokia. Class L battle opening up ever so slightly there. Running wide is Van der Walt, trying to come back, remember, and looking for a chance to just redeem himself ever so slightly. Ruan van der Walt in the mix there as well. Jeremy, smooth as silk, coming out of the chicane to stay ahead of Adlam. So we've got Adlam in second. Jeremy leads out. Barnard is third. That's what it says, but I think that's actually the case at this stage. They're probably going to change that up ever so slightly there as they came through. Jeremy out of shape at the bottom of turn number 3. Got that one completely wrong. Opening up a chance there maybe for Adlam to squeeze through. Adlam put the pressure on, and Jeremy was late on the brakes there. Jeff Gable in third. Barnard is 4. And there comes Adlam round the outside into the dog bone. He's on the outside. It'll be the inside for the uphill corner, and I think he might be able to drive around his outside. He has. Oh, brilliant stuff. Now, remember, this is where this circuit has been very good to Mackie Adlam in the past. Adlam, of course, won his V8 Supercar Championship for the 6th time in a row here, and also won an epic finish to the Lotus Challenge Championship a couple of seasons back where he went head-to-head with Jeff Kruger. So he certainly knows his way around this track, and to go around the outside of the dog bone, you've got to know exactly where to place that car. He did it to perfection, and he's up to the lead. Here comes Barnard on the inside of Gable, and he gets out of shape. Oh, Rudy Barnard trying a little bit too hard. Catches it, gets onto the loud pedal. Does he stay ahead of that N4 Autocraft car? Oh, top 2 going for it here into turn number 5, and 6, I should say. And this is 6 and 7 here, and Adlam just later on the brakes. Later on the brakes, using those Dunlops to perfection and just staying ahead of David Jeremy. I think Gable may have run wide slightly in the background there, but let's have a look at this. Top 2 fighting hard here. Jeremy and Adlam going at it. This is exactly what you expect to see when you come to Lotus. Class L. Oh, 27 out of shape. That's my favorite number in the whole world there. Frederick Labuschagne getting out of shape there. But out front in Class L, it is Peter van Heerden, who leads out of a Jean de Toy and Ruan van der Walt. This is a nice fight. Adlam opened up a little bit of a gap now. Jeremy made a small mistake again, coming out of number 10 and 11, turn 10 and 11 there. So Jeremy now going to try and make up that ground as they cross the line and complete the second lap in anger. This is an 8-lapper, remember, for their first heat. They've got 3 heats of race action coming today. And it's Adlam who runs wide. Adlam on the brakes, gets himself out of shape, and he runs completely off the circuit. Then you drop down to 3rd place behind Jeff Gable. Straight into the clutches there of family member from the west side. It's now Adlam and Barnard for 3 and 4. In for autograph car is JP Nokia for 5th place. Here comes the lead of Class L. It's a nice run here from the Class L battle. And Van Heerden doing a super job as he goes through there. Stays ahead of Ruan van der Walt, Jean de Toy, Bram Miller, Andre Duplessis, and Sean Hepburn. Hepburn a long way back. He's got some work to do there, Sean Hepburn. The AA-sponsored car there a little bit further back and with some work to do now. Usually a man who runs at the front end, but probably not enjoying conditions here at Redstar Raceway. There's a lot of drivers who'll be complaining about conditions. Ben Knight's into the mix as well. He's in the 93 car, the blue and white car. They're closing things down ever so slightly there on Barry Dunford. And we just got a shot there of Hepburn. So here we go into the dog bone section. Jeremy leads out. Gable is second. Jeff Gable, of course, knowing his way around this track as well, will also have a little bit of an advantage possibly in these conditions. He has been involved in Lotus Challenge a lot longer than the 3 drivers he's fighting with at the moment, and a former multiple champion, as you know. So Jeff Gable closing the gap down now on Jeremy. Jeremy having to work double time to try and fend off not only Gable now, but before that he had to get into the mix with Mackie Adlam. There comes the Class L battle. And that is Hepburn. Hepburn onto the tail piece there. Bram Miller. Bram Miller closing the door on him. Miller, Hepburn fighting there with Jean de Toy and Barry Dunford. Ben Knight's just in the background of that little battle too. So the Class L little fight is just as good as the one at the front end here for Class B. Jeremy, as I said, we saw him running with the blue iridium visor on that RI. Oh, and that's Hepburn. Hepburn off the circuit. Has he been able to catch it? Yes, he has. He's going to try and get back on track as gingerly as possible, because out there it's going to be very wet. You don't want to climb on the loud pedal on that very wet grass, because you will just slip and slide and not get back onto the black stuff that where you need to be. Ben Knight's here closing the gap down on Dunford. They've lost Sean Hepburn out of their little battle. So that was Hepburn just getting out of shape there completely. Have a look at this. He just came down on the brakes. And yeah, a little bit too late on the brakes there into the hairpin and just runs wide. And look at that. He's just sliding, aquaplaning. He don't even have any traction out there. A couple of these guys, I think a few of these guys need to go and do some driver training courses, because they're not quite sure how to do the cadence braking that's required when you go off track like that. Sean Hepburn just locked up, went sliding, and as the brakes were locked and all 4 wheels were locked as he went down into the slide out of turn number 7 there. Gable closing the gap down. This is close. This is really nice to see. Adlam and Barnard are about to join the party, though. It's a 4-way fight for the lead here. 4-way fight. JP Nokia just in the background. Not quite there, of course. Completely out of shape. Here's another little replay of some more action out on circuit. This is the 9 car who was out of shape. Just not what he wanted, that's for sure, I can tell you. And this is not the way to do things in the Amtech machine. So the Amtech car just getting completely locked up and loops it out, coming out of the hairpin. Won't be the first time today, and certainly not the last car today to loop it out there, I can tell you that much. So here we go. It is Adlam being closed down now by Rudy Barnard. Barnard closing down onto Adlam. Adlam closing down onto Gable. Gable closing down onto Jeremy. Look how tight it gets into the dog bone. That's the proverbial blanket going to be thrown over there. Might be a rain blanket today, but it's certainly going to work well as these 4 cars come out of the dog bone evenly matched. Barnard is right there. Barnard looks the most dangerous, actually, to be honest with you. Rudy Barnard is flying, but Mackie Adlam on the last pass was the quickest car. But Rudy Barnard now closing in on his fellow family man. Here's a possible change for the lead. Gable on the inside. Oh, that's brilliantly done. Jeff Gable just throwing his nose up the inside there of David Jeremy's car. Jeremy gets a little bit squirrely, coming onto the loud pedal. He gets the drive, though. But Gable's going to have the inside line for turn 7. Can he get it right? Oh, this is going to be close. Going to be late on the brakes. Don't want to lock up. Oh, look at Adlam. How much later do you want to be? Barnard follows him through. They are 2 by 2. I know it's raining and it's arc weather, but we don't have to fight 2 by 2, boys. So Adlam up to second. Gable possibly to 4th as Barnard squeezes in. Barnard looking for a way through. Can he find it? So Adlam is now 2nd place. Barnard trying to come around the outside of Gable. Gable going to go back at Adlam as they go down into turn 10. Oh, so close. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from the front end of Class B. Gable sideways. Look at that. He's locked up. He's lost it. Just on the drive there. a bit of oversteer, and he was able to catch it, but it lost him the drive, and that's allowed Barnard through to third. So Adlam back up to second, looking to put the pressure back onto Jeremy with 3 to go as they're going to cross the line this time. This is going to be brilliant stuff for these last 3 laps if they can stay this close. Jeremy, Adlam, and a sliding Rooney Barnard in the background, closing the gap down now. It's the 3 Mackie Adlam racing machines, 1, 2, and 3 ahead of Gable. And they have got 3 laps to go. And there's 1 second splitting the first 4 cars. That's how tight it is. Absolutely brilliant stuff here between them. 0.3, 0.3, 0.8. What is this? This is like Moto 3 stuff we're getting out of these guys. Oh, we got a slip and slide at the back as well. Well held. Oh, that was brilliant. Great catch coming across the line there. And I think that was Bram Miller who was a little bit out of shape there. Fortunately, catching that car. Nicely done here from Rudy Barnard as he closes the gap down now on Adlam. Absolutely brilliant stuff, I can tell you. They are really having a good one. They're having a fantastic little battle here. And really going well. But look at this. Around the outside comes Mackie Adlam. Can he drive around the outside again? He did it earlier on today. And he's now looking for the oh no, here's the door firmly shut on him. Here comes Barnard in his inside. He's going to have to watch those rearview mirrors because Barnard's having an attempt to get past. Barnard looking for a way through on Adlam. Adlam looking for a way through on Jeremy. Jeremy shuts the door. Barnard does the same thing and then has a very similar maneuver pulled on him by his family man and a fellow teammate. Mackie Adlam and Rudy Barnard just fighting for honours in the family as well as for the king of the west side as they come through here. We're in the former Eastern Transvaal and Mpumalanga as it's known now, but it's the boys from the West Rand that are giving us a fantastic show at the front end. Here comes Adlam under a bit of threat from Rudy Barnard. Is he later? No, he's not. Adlam's the latest of the breakers there into turn 7. There goes Gable. Oh, Gable out of shape. Gable locks it up all on his own. Runs onto the Indy track, and fortunately there was some runoff area there for him, but he's lost ground now. JP Norkier would have gone through to 4th place now. So Gable down into 5th, I beg your pardon. Gable with a big mistake there. That was a costly mistake for him. Have a look at this. This is the replay of Gable getting out of shape. Watch for him. He locks up and just goes straight across the grass. There it is. A little bit of a bump. Then he hits it. Nicely done. Catches it onto the Indy circuit, but JP Norkier goes through on his inside and he drops down to 5th place. Back to live race action. Here we go. Oh, this is Adlam who's gone off. Adlam's also gone off. He's dropped right back into JP Norkier's clutches. So Mackie Adlam trying a little bit too hard to get through there, and unfortunately, he has lost out there big time as they cross the line. So it's Jeremy now from Barnard. That's the top 2. Look at this. Side by side, Ben Knight's trying to go around the outside, find a way through further back in the Class L battle there. Knights at this stage fighting with Duplessis. Duplessis losing out. I think Ben Knights has just squeezed him out. He has. Ben Knights just getting through there on Andre Duplessis. So a little change up there. Ben Knights moving himself up into the top 5 overall and closing things down there as they come across the line and complete another lap. Class L still Peter van Heerden out front. Jean de Toy second and Bram Miller. And now it's, as I said, Ben Knights up into 3rd place with that maneuver. Back to the leaders as they come out of the bottom end of the circuit through turn 3, up to 4 and 5. This is a really great battle now. This is for the lead with 1.5 laps to go. Oh, this is great move there from Barnard. Barnard getting on the inside, forces David Jeremy into a little mistake. He's got the inside line coming out of the dog bone. Barnard hits the front. Barnard hits the front brilliantly. Absolutely perfectly done. Just forces his way through. Runs a little wide. Here comes Jeremy back at him. Jeremy has a big look there to try and come back at Rudy Barnard. How close do you want it? This is brilliant stuff here from Lotus Challenge. They are really putting on a spectacular show at the front end. Pity we've lost the other 2 cars off with mistakes there, coming out of Gable and Adlam. You can see Gable has recovered. He's into 3rd place. Adlam into 4 in the background. This is possibly Jeremy coming back at Barnard for the lead of the race. Can he get through? He's late on the brakes. Barnard's very late on the brakes as well. He tries to drive around the outside. This is a very difficult corner to drive around the outside on. It's a triple apex corner, and he drives around the outside and keeps it there. So Rudy Barnard is finding traction where no one else is finding traction at all. I can't believe why these guys are finding traction out on the circuit. It's brilliant stuff from all of the drivers out on the track at this point in time. And they are really giving it everything they can. But it's now Rudy Barnard who leads out. Oh, and as I say that, he makes a mistake. Does anybody want to lead this race? Every time they get to the front, there's a problem. So what a maneuver there from Rudy Barnard, just catching himself out on the brakes. And he's only got a lap to try and get back now. I think that might be enough for David Jeremy to hang on. Jeremy might just have enough of a gap now with 1 lap to go to keep out Rudy Barnard. Barnard fortunately had a little bit of gap over Gable. Gable's got a similar gap over Mackie Adlam for the top 4 on Class B. Van Heerden still hanging on to the lead there of Jean de Tour and Ben Knights for Class L. They got 1 to go. Final lap as they come into the chicane. Here we go. And it's going to be tight. David Jeremy cannot afford to make 1 mistake on this last lap. If he makes a mistake, there are 4 cars waiting to pounce. They are a little bit further back than what they were earlier on. They got up close and personal earlier on. Here we go. Here's the mistake that Barnard made to lose the lead. Locks up the lane. Oh, man, that's just such a pity there for him. As he goes down into turn number 10, just locking it up. Goes through and gets back on track just before 11. And he just manages to hang on. Just second place ahead of Jeff Gable. So here come our leaders. They're all in shot. That's the top 3. In the shot, heading to the dog bone. For the last time, can we see Rudy Barnard use that late outbraking he was doing earlier on? He certainly is better on the brakes in these wet conditions compared to David Jeremy, but Jeremy has just got to keep it smooth. And maybe he's keeping it a little bit too smooth, because look at how Barnard is closed. Rudy Barnard has closed that gap down rapidly. And he certainly seems to have a lot more pace than Jeremy's got here on this last lap. He's been able to make up for that mistake he did going into turn number 10. And he's now trying to come back at him. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. Inside line. No, not quite there. Watch for the man up the straight now. In the slipstream. Can he use it? Oh, he slides slightly out of turn 7. This man is going to have a go here. But David Jeremy just drops the hammer and says, no, you're not. I'm going to keep it all together here. Let's see if Jeremy's good on the brakes as he comes off the fastest, the second fastest straight here. Here we go. Oh, Barnard. Look at him. How does he close that gap down? That's amazing stuff there from Rudy Barnard. He now puts the pressure on. He's through. Barnard gets through. Can you believe that? As he squeezes David Jeremy out in the closing stages. There's 3 corners to go. And he's changed up for the lead. Rudy Barnard hits the front with 3 corners to go and hangs on now ahead of Jeremy. Jeremy going to try and come back at him. He cannot lock up here. This is where he made the mistake the last lap. This time a little bit smoother, a little bit easier on the brakes. Didn't lock it up. Should have enough now to keep it to the line. That's just awesome stuff between Lotus Challenge Class B competitors. We always see great battles in Lotus Challenge. This has been one of the best ones we've seen in the wet, though, that's for sure. Barnard now with a corner to go and a little squirt to the straight. Can he keep it all together? Yes, he can. Rudy Barnard, smooth through the final turn. I was expecting him to get a little bit lit up, but here we come to the line and to the flag. Barnard wins it. Taking the win there from David Jeremy and Jeff Gable. So your top 3 in Class B have crossed the line. It'll be Mackie Adlam for 4th place, I think, in the background. Let's go back to the battle here for Class L. Duplessis coming back into the mix. Big fight on here for Class L honours. Absolutely amazing stuff here for Class L. It's Peter Van Heerden, Jean de Tour and Bram Miller. Duplessis has joined that party. Duplessis squeezing through there in the closing stage as well. He's found a way past. This is a fantastic little battle here. Class L coming through big time. Ben Knights has gone through to take the victory, but here comes the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it's coming to the line. Duplessis is going to hang on. Duplessis hangs on just to beat to the line there. An epic battle. The 51 car out of shape there on the last lap as well. Unfortunately, not quite what he wanted. But the Class L fight is now sorted out. As they wrap it all up here for for the Lotus Challenge Race 1. Brilliant stuff from Lotus Challenge again. It's exactly what we expected to see from them. More of the same to come later on. Remember, there's 2 more heats of race action from the Lotus Challenge there for them. Checkered flag is out. Rudy Barnard with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well to take the win over David Jeremy and Jeff Gable, Mackie Adlam and JP Norkia. That is your Class B top 5. Ben Knights taking the victory for Class L. Beat out Andre Duplessis, who managed to stay ahead there of Jean de Toy and Peter van Heerden, with Barry Dunford coming through there for 10th place. Ruan van der Walt and Sean Hepburn 11 and 12. Wes Maxwell and Bram Miller in 14th place overall. So Barnard just circulating. That's the man who took the victory, the overall honours as well for today in the Class B side of Lotus Challenge. Getting the final lap as his fastest lap of the race as well. So that's a good thing for him. And nice to see him giving a little shake out there to the marshals and medics that are at that point. Well, it'll be the marshals at that point. And looking forward to another great battle later on between them. There, of course, is in the background Jeff Gable, 3rd place, and Mackie Adlam in 4th. Probably get all 4 cars in the shot now as they come through into turn 11 and 12. That's nice. There you go. The top 4. And I can tell you something. Expect more of the same, even probably some more exciting action later on for race 2 of Lotus Challenge. So there's unofficial results, of course. It is Rudy Barnard from David Jeremy, Jeff Gable, Mackie Adlam, and JP Norkia, your top 5 in Class B and top 5 overall. Then we go to Ben Knights, who squeezed through right in the closing stages to win out over Andre Duplessis and Jean de Toy, Peter van Heerden, and Barry Dunford, your top 5 in Class L. Good run from Ruan van der Walt, good recovery from Sean Hepburn. Where's Maxwell a bit further down than when he'd like to be? Where's Maxwell normally a little higher up than that? Bron Miller, Tinus Boertes, Gijs van der Walt, Frederick Laverskachny, and Dierwald Smith making up the 18 cars that went to battle. Up next, we're going to HRSA. Yes, stand by for arguably the biggest class of the day. About to go to battle out here at Redstar Raceway for Historic and Inland Championship. Proudly brought to you by Car Care Clinic and SBS Racing, and of course all courtesy of Atlantis Video.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
I am indeed looking forward to this one. HRSA are onto the circuit today, and it's going to be basically a battle of Porsches and Andres, because you've got Nicky Dix Van Akotza on the front row. That's a Porsche and a Mazda R7. And looking forward to the one behind that, because Andre van Vuren, Andre van der Merwe, and Andre ten Napel, who will be lined up right behind the top two. Then you got Yannick van Rooyen in the Sirocco. Looking forward to seeing him mix it up there a little bit with the Porsches, and hopefully run there with Willem Buerta and Sean Hepburn. Sean Hepburn, back-to-back duties, literally climbing straight out of the Lotus and into his AA-sponsored Datsun 1200 GX. Then Grant Kramer alongside him. Look out for, I think it's the 24-karat gold. Yes, it is. It's the 24-karat gold card today of Johan Goos, the number one man, the champion from last year, ahead of Travis Jensen. Just down the left-hand side there, you'll pick up on Jensen. It's the red and white Datsun 1200 GX. It's about, what's that, 2, 4, 6 car down the left-hand side of the grid there. Then you've got, alongside him, George Vakamides. He's in the Gulf Racing colours there in a Porsche. Nigel Townsend just alongside him, or just behind him, I should say. And then Michael London will be in the mix there as well. So interesting to see in terms of the championship. Yannick van Rooyen, Sean Hepburn, Van Akotza, and Johan Goos. Ten Napel, Kramer, and then a long way down to the rest of the pack. The front couple of cars not involved in the HRSA overall club championship at this stage, but we'll be looking for honours here today. And the honours today, of course, coming for the Midval Historics, or the, Historic and Inland Championship. HRSA are on the full circuit, 8 laps coming your way now. And looking forward to a big fight here amongst, as I said, the Porsches, the Mazda R100, and the Andres, Van Vuren, Van der Merwe, and Tenapel. A couple of Siroccos, a couple of GXs, a couple of Ford Escort Mark 1s. Got a little Nissan Sunny in there, or Datsun Sunny in there. We got Duplessis Senior as well, as you can see coming through there. Oh, is there a problem there already? Yes, there is. That's for the pole man. Nicky Dix, the pole man, is pulled to the sideline. The Curvent Air Conditioners Porsche is on the left-hand side of the track and is at the back of the pack. That is not what Nicky Dix wanted. Here's the Datsun Sunny, just ahead of another one of those magnificent little Volkswagen Siroccos. Epic battles we've seen in the past in this class between the Ford Escort Mark 1s, the GXs, and of course a couple of Alphas normally thrown into the mix as well. It is full circuit for this one. It's the single seaters you got caught out there. I think HRSA is the short circuit. This is full circuit for this one. Full circuit for this one. All good. There go the two Jensen boys at the back there, France and Peda, long way back from Travis. And they're both, of course, in 1200 GXs as well. So GXs and GX Coupes are fighting hard. So as they make their way around the circuit now, we'll pick them up as they come up towards us. Nicky Dix, Werner Kotze, Andre van Vuren, Andre van der Merwe, Andre Tenapel, and Yannick van Rooyen. That's the first 6 cars on the grid. Willem Buerta and Sean Hepburn alongside each other. Grant Kramer will be alongside Johan Goos. That's for the 5th row. Travis Jensen in the 1200 GX alongside George Vakamides in the Porsche. We're going to be chopping and changing all day long, remember, for long and short circuits. So we are standing by for a long 8 laps, particularly in these tricky conditions, and I think we're going to have our hands full because a couple of these cars are not used to driving in these kind of conditions. There's going to be a little bit of a fight on, I think, here between a lot of the competitors. Great to see a nice big field back out here again for HRSA. They were one of the biggest, in fact, they were the biggest class at the beginning of the year at the Passion for Speed Festival. And they were one of the biggest classes we've seen. Great to see crowds out as well here at Redstar. Not quite the conditions they expected. Furry jackets. It's almost winter time, hey? Yeah. A couple of changes there from the weather conditions we've had for the last couple of weeks. Last week, yeah, we had windy conditions, but it was pretty warm. But this week, it's completely different. And you can see that that cold front that came from the Western Cape has now made its way into the eastern side of the country. Here in Mpumalanga and Dalmas, we are expecting to see a little bit of water a little bit later on today as well. So it's a big field, as I said, making their way on the short straight towards turn number 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, and final corner is 12. They come across the line to complete the lap, and of course it's a rolling start, so they're starting to up the pace ever so slightly. Goos in that 24-karat gold Volkswagen Sirocco. He's got the Golf Racing coloured Porsche of Vakamides on his tail, who's alongside Travis Tripod Jensen. Reason for that nickname on Tripod, of course, that Datsun 1200 GX of his is normally on 3 wheels every time it goes around corners, so expect to see that one getting a little bit hair-raising throughout the race. Behind that will be Nigel Townsend and Michael London. So here we go. Trying to get some heat in the rubber. How do you do that with a track that's got no heat? Friction is all you can attempt. So it's GX Coupes, GXs, all 1200 versions from the Datsun factory, alongside a couple of Volkswagen Siroccos, a couple of Porsches at the front end. 993 at the front, I think, of Nicky Dix that we're going to be missing, but nothing wrong with that because Andre van Vuren is going to take up that mantle, but it will give Werner Kotze the pole position unofficially with the demise there of our pole man Nicky Dix on the warm-up lap. Andre van der Merwe behind that, the man from Evapco, the sponsor of this class, is in 3rd place, and alongside him, Andre Tenapel. So here we go. Lights on. HRSA race 1 about to go. Here we go. Lights out, we're racing. Great start from the R100. Kind of expect to see Kotze at the front, and he does so as he heads down towards turn 1 into turn 2. And of course the chicane, a tricky one to negotiate initially under start conditions, but he manages to squeeze through there and keep the Porsche out. Van Vuuren drops down into second place into the clutches of Fanamava, who's got Tenapel on his tail. It's Andre's. It's sitting currently 2, 3, and 4 on track. Then we've got London coming around the outside. Oh, nice maneuver there from the Datsun Sunny, getting it sideways as he comes onto the long back straightaway. Straight now goes downhill, so you get a little bit of extra speed down that one. And you can see a bit of pressure from Avakamides coming onto the back end there of the 24-carat car of Johan Goos. Top 2 getting away ever so slightly. Kind of expected to see that. The Mazda R100 and the Porsches will have a little bit of additional pace. Tenapel is 3rd. Fanamava has dropped down to 4th place, and he's falling into the clutches there of the 2nd of those R100s. So nice maneuvering through there, through the pack as well. And Willem Botha starting to come into the mix as well as they come out of the dog bone. Sean Hepburn around the outside. Hepburn with a slightly lighter vehicle, may be able to get it around a little bit easier because it's not going to require as much of the loud pedal. The slightly quicker cars and more powerful cars will find it a bit more difficult in these conditions, I can tell you that much. And this is how hard they're going to have to work as Werner Kotze now comes under pressure into the hairpin. In the background, we've got a car out of shape. Yes, there was definitely a car going off track there, ever so slightly. We'll try and pick that up if we got it. But here we go, side by side for the lead. Porsche with a little bit of extra grunt down the straightaway. Kind of expected to see it on the longer straight. This is the short straight that Van Vuuren has decided to go with. Does he get it under braking? Yes, he does. Smoothly and sailing through there nicely with the Mazda R100 out of shape and sliding out of that triple right-hander. Nicely done there. Great catch there from him. Hanging on for now, but it's a tight one. Tenapel will try and close him down there in the Volkswagen Sirocco just in the background. He's going to try hard, but it's not going to be an easy thing for him. Here we go, into the right-hander. That's at number 10. We're going to 11 now. Coming past our commentary booth. This is on the left-hand side of our commentary booth, actually, for Atlanta's video. Sean Hepburn moving himself up nicely as well there in his 1200 GX. First lap about to be completed here in anger, and it's going to be the Porsche of Andre Van Vuuren who leads out. Getting away. That's nice. Someone going live on the side of the track will be picking up that live action as well from his camera straight through the phone. Oh, the Porsche's out of shape. Van Vuuren gets it completely wrong under lock and locks up in the under braking. So Van Vuuren very lucky to avoid going off track there. Just managed to stay on track. Tenapel closes down now on Kotze. Andre Tenapel's got that Sirocco absolutely singing beautifully around this track. Second of the R100s going into the pits there, unfortunately. So losing out ever so slightly on this first outing. The rest of the pack are going to come through here shortly, but this is Andre Fanamava. Here comes Avakamides. The Porsche will probably have a little bit extra grunt down the straight compared to that 1200 GX. Here we go, little replay. Watch this, this is the leader. Into the into the chicane. And locks up. How did he catch that? How did he catch that? That was brilliant. He just lifted off the brake pedal and it went right, fortunately. If it had gone left, he would have been in trouble because he would have been into the dirty stuff. So the second of the curve end Porsches there of Van Vuuren, very lucky to survive that. Oh, background, I think we saw a slide from, there was a big slide there from that R100. Oh, and there's a Anglia, little Gunston coloured Anglia, I like that. I'm not quite sure if they ran Gunston colours on an Anglia in the 60s and 70s, but nevertheless, they're running one now. Then you got Peter Jensen coming down here. Jensen having a super run. Great to see that man flying the flag high there for the Hamilton's team. There's the leader. So does he keep it all together this time? This time a little bit smoother. Trying to get away there from Tenapel and Kotze fighting for second. Second place battle starting to heat up just behind this one as well. Oh, and the Porsche's out of shape again. Oh no, gave him the commentator's curse. There it is, commentator's curse. Yeah, they come second and third. Will be coming through any second now. There they are, second and third, left and right. Oh, just great driving from both drivers. Very aware that there was a Porsche in the middle of the track. And second and third just went left and right of him. Great stuff. Porsche going to come back on track, is he? No, he's not, because he loops it out again. It is so slippery out there. Fanamava comes through with the Vakaminis on his tail. So the third Porsche was the lead Porsche, and he's now dropped down to 6 into the clutches of Ghost. Johan Ghost now realizing that Porsche is in trouble. Let's see if he can get past him. Have a look at this. This is him coming into turn number 10. And have a look at this. Here we go. Comes around out of... Oh, there it is. Just getting on the loud pedal a little bit too hard. Back end steps out. The best part about this is watch as they come through here now. Second and third go right. You go left, I'll go right. There you go. Past and through and continue the battle now for the lead. So Kotze now leads ahead of Tenapel. Then he tries to come back on the track. And as he comes back on the track, oh, he just slips out again. That curve vent air conditioner's Porsche gets it out of shape. Back to live. London and the Jensens going at it. France has moved up slightly onto the tailpiece there of Gavin London. Here's a great shot. 3 Porsches in full flight. Vakaminis is the lead one. Didn't expect to be there, I don't think, George Vakaminis, considering where he started. But he's moved up to 3rd place overall. And in that RSR, he now leads out over, Van Vuren and Fanamava. Kotze and Tenapel are the top 2. They've got away from this little battle. This is the 3rd place battle now. 3-way battle between 3 Porsches. Just saw them in the foreground there, the top 2, as they come into the dog bone. This is nice. This is great stuff heading up to the dog bone here. Look at Van Vuren closing it down. Closing down now on the Vakaminis. He'll probably have the additional bit of pace there. That 993, I think it is. Or 996. I'm not quite sure what version of the Porsche it is, but that's closing on this RSR. RSR flat 6. Probably going to have a little bit extra grunt on it. But here we go. Into the hairpin. And into the hairpin is exactly where Van Vuren closes now on a Vakaminis. A Vakaminis, he would have driven in conditions like this in the past. Got a little bit of experience in the wet, I'm sure. Can he keep it all together, though, to stay ahead of Van Vuren and Fanamava and Ghost, who's closing down now? So second of the Siroccos is that 24 karat gold Volkswagen Sirocco. This is this battle at the moment. Looking good. There come the top 2. Oh, and it's close. Tenapel right on Kotze's tail, coming into turn 10. Tenapel now trying to find a way around the outside of that R100. Remember, the R100 will probably have super straight line pace, but in tricky conditions like this, to get the power that's derived from that rotary engine onto the ground is not as easy as the front wheel drive Sirocco is probably going to have. And don't go too close though. And if you get a shot of that again, it's a magnificent shot to get. That Mazda R100 out front with a massive flame out of it as it gears down for turn number 12 and across the line to complete another lap. Kotze doing 241s. 241s coming out of Tenapel as well. That's how tight it is. They've completed 4 laps. They're halfway stage at this stage. 3 and 4 going to be coming to the line any second now. Should be a Vakaminis, and it's not. It's Van Vuren. Van Vuren has got through on a Vakaminis now. So the curve vent air conditioners Porsche has moved up into the top 3 again. You'll probably see them coming through just in the background as we watch the top 2 go through. This is the 3rd place battle now. So Van Vuren gets through nicely. Heads down the long straightaway now to get away from a Vakaminis. Oh, look at that in the background as well. Change up between between Ghost and Fanamava. Johan Ghost has got through there on Andre Fanamava. There's a bit of a gap opening up here between the 3rd and 4th place cars as they head down towards the dog bone. They're coming to the dog bone section. Van Vuren are going to try and avoid any more mistakes. Cannot afford to make any more. Got to try and keep it smooth as well. He's still got enough time to possibly still catch and pass the top 2 if he can keep it smooth. Van Vuren was doing 241s. We've got 237s out of these 2. Kotze and Tenapel getting down into the 237s. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Straight line dice here between Volkswagen Sirocco and Mazda R100. The R100 will have the legs here, but will he have what it takes on the brakes? That's the difference here. Late braking from the R100. He's out of shape properly. Oh, look at the flame out of that car as he gets it lit sideways, and lit being the optimum word there. The pun was intended, I can tell you, as he lit that little R100 up properly. Look at the flame. Oh, it's magic. magic stuff to see that huge flame coming out of that car. Listen, Andre Tenapel, don't get too close, bud. Here is Travis Jensen in pit lane with some problems. That's not good to see. The tripod, unfortunately, parking that Jensen throwing machine back into pit lane. And look at this. Look at this. Brilliant stuff as Tenapel tries to find a way through Jan Kotze. Kotze flying. He's driving that fire-breathing dragon of an R100 out front. If Tenapel gets too close, he's going to burn the Volkswagen badge off the front of that Sirocco. Here we go. Onto the main straightaway now. Straight line dice towards turn 1. Possible changer for the lead. No, not going to be close enough. It's just that straight line speed that the R100 has got of Kotze that keeps him at the front of Tenapel's 777 Volkswagen Sirocco. Here's third. Front fairing for 3. Onto the main straight they go, onto that back straightaway. Off the main straight they go, I should say. Then it's Archimedes. Close. Vanamava. Hepburn closing on Vanamava. Remember, Hepburn's gone back-to-back here from Lotus Challenge straight into his... Is that the Corvette Porsche out of shape again? How many times does Van Vuuren want to do that coming out of the chicane? Back end steps out there on the Porsche. Top 2 into the dog bone. Here they come. Nice run here from Kotze. He's pulled slightly away now from Andre Tenapel. Tenapel might have backed out slightly. He doesn't want to get the front end of his Volkswagen Sirocco put into the flame and burn that Volkswagen badge off the front of that Sirocco. That's probably why he's backed out slightly. Going to come back at him. Look at that! Oh, it's such a cool shot. Man, that is so good to see. Look at that big flame out of the car. You don't normally see it in the drier conditions. But Tenapel now closing down on Kotze. Kotze under attack. Kotze goes defensive into the hairpin. Can he keep it good under brakes? Yes, he can. Doesn't lock up. Watch for the drive now. Slightly better drive because remember they're very evenly matched in terms of weight differential, but it's power differential that comes. Tenapel now alongside him, and he got the drive slightly better out, and he gets to the lead. The Sirocco hits the front for the first time. Here comes Kotze straight back at him though. Bringing that Mazda R100 straight back into the mid. Oh, he runs wide though out of turn number 7. That's not what you want to be doing. So he tries to hang on here for dear life. But it is now Andre Tenapel who leads out. So Tenapel ahead of Kotze for the lead of the first heat of HRSA. Conditions today are treacherous, but they are fantastic for the race action that's been provided yet today on our live stream. Coming into some back markers now. This could change things up as well. So a couple of back markers are going to be coming into play here. Let's see what happens with Wayne Potgieter. I think it'll be the first car that they're going to catch. Jensen, Buerta and Michael Oberholz are unfortunately out. And they've had to come back on track a long way back. Yo. Werner Kotze was sideways coming onto that main straightaway. And that lost him a lot of drive, which has allowed Tenapel now to open up about 3 seconds. Yeah. 3 seconds over Kotze. But now with back markers. Coming up onto those back markers. There we go. That's it. It's one of the Jensen cars. I think that might have been Wayne Potgieter. Yeah, Wayne Potgieter just being passed there by the lead car. Here is the battle for 5th place. The Archimedes in 4th, and 5th place is Hepburn. Hepburn in the AA-sponsored 1200 GX. He would have known exactly what conditions are like, having been in the Lotus only a couple of laps ago. 14 is Wesley Duffy, about to be caught by France Jensen, closing the gap down there on him. It's a nice little battle between these two as well. Two 1200 GXs going at it. Runs a little bit wide there, does the 14 car. Allows France Jensen to get slightly better drive. Let's see what the 4 car can do. Here's another little wobble, getting somewhere out of shape. Is it the Sunny? Let's have a look and see as he comes through there. Oh, it's the Porsche. It's Wynand du Plessis who gets it a little bit sideways, but catches it nicely. Yeah, nicely done there. In the 924R. Comes across the line, and he currently sits down in... Where are we looking at? 8th place there for Wynand du Plessis. Closing in on Travis Jensen now. Jensen's got good pace, but he's now going to have to get out of the way. Oh, and as I said, then he gets out of shape. And a full 360. How well do you want to do that, Mr. Travis Tripod Jensen? Right in front of the leaders, a 360 pirouette. Good catch there from him. Carries on, though. Here we go. Here's the replay. Look at this. Travis Jensen under pressure from the leaders. He knows he's got to get out the way, but he just climbs on the power a little bit too much, then loops out. Well held from Tenapel, goes left. Kotze follows him. Fortunately goes on the right line, though, and as always in racing terms, pick a line you can drive through. That's exactly what they did. Phew! Well held. Right, Tenapel coming through to complete another lap. They will have 2 to go now. 2 laps to go now for Andre Tenapel, who leads out. It was 3.2 seconds. It's probably come down slightly there because of the traffic. And Tenapel now looking in his rearview mirrors to try and fend off the intention still coming from Werner Kotze. Kotze now down to 1.9 seconds behind him, but there is some back markers in the way. I think he was coming through there on Craig Harris. Now down the hill they go. Kotze climbs on the power. Now he's got through on the back markers. In the background as well, watching for the 3rd place car there. Andre van Vuuren has tried to close that gap down. Has he had enough time to do that, though? Coming down, picking up on that back. Well, it was Craig Harris that they went past. Second place is closing the gap there. You can see the big flame once again out of that R100 as Werner Kotze does everything he knows to close the gap down on Andre Tenapel, who leads out at the moment. But a lap and a half to go for him still to stay at the front end. Getting through on the back marker. Yo, look at that. Sideways again from Werner Kotze. These conditions are nightmarish for these drivers. They are not loving it. I think when you're in the cockpit and you're sliding like that, you'll probably be enjoying it. As long as you don't go off, you stay on the black stuff. We're coming for a lap and a half to go here. This is amazing stuff here. Tenapel with some back markers still to negotiate. It's now going to be Peter Jensen that he's coming up on. So Peter Jensen about to be caught by the top 2. Peter Jensen down in 14th place. That's where they're lapping up to. Andre van Vuuren set the fastest lap on the last lap, so he has still got a chance of closing things down here on the top 2, Tenapel and Kotze. Is there a chance for him to do that, though? Don't know if there's enough time. A lap and a bit might not be enough. Let's see how close that Porsche is. You'll see the blue and yellow car coming into, there it is, in the foreground. So our top 3 can all see each other. It's a case of who can hang on now for this last lap. Tenapel would love to hang on. This will just be a kind of a little giant coming through here to beat the slightly more powerful cars. And it just shows you that in tricky and treacherous conditions like this, a slightly lesser powered car might have the advantage over an R100 and a Porsche 996. So Tenapel into the out of chicane and all clear. Now, let's see if he can keep it all together now for the whole last lap. It's 4 kilometers of racing he's got left ahead of him. Look in the background, the Porsche's coming. That Porsche is coming for second place. Kotze is going to be under threat here in the closing stages of this lap for second place. Here they come. R100, and there's the Porsche. That is amazing stuff. Andre van Vuuren's done an awesome job here. This is brilliant stuff here from him as he closes down on second place, Werner Kotze. The Porsche's coming. Has he got enough time here? He's got half a lap to go as they come up through the dog bone. When he exits the dog bone, it's exactly half a lap to go. And he's there. Oh, he's there. He's right there. He's in the second. Kotze's got a problem. The R100 is slowing. The Porsche has moved up to second place. So Tenapel will have it all plain sailing, heading out of the dog bone towards the hairpin. Here he comes. For the last time in anger, can he get it all straightened up and smooth and steady? Yes, he can. He's got some ground, and there's Kotze with an ailing R100. What a pity. He's not going to be happy about that. With half a lap to go, He was in with a shot of a podium. He's now dropped out of it completely. So it's going to be the 777 of Andre Tenapel heading up towards turn number 7. Triple right-hander. And it's smooth. Very smooth there from Tenapel. He's not going to make any mistakes from here. He is going to keep it all smooth and steady to the line. Here we go. Heading into the last couple of corners. What happens at this stage of the race, of course, is you start to listen for the little niggles in the car that you might not have heard. You don't want anything going wrong. Not with 2 corners to go. So 777 heading out of the penultimate corner, heading to the last one with a couple of cars in the way. I think he'll probably let them go, though, because he's got some breathing room to Andre van Vuuren for second. Checkered flag will be on standby for Andre Tenapel. And here he comes to wrap up the first heat of Evapco HRSA. What a good run. What a fantastic run from this man to beat out some exceptionally more powerful cars. He takes the win, and first heat goes to him ahead of Andre van Vuuren. Van Vuuren with about 4 spins on race 1 is what he would like to avoid in race 2 later on this afternoon. Werner Kotze would have been, and then the next car should be a Vacamides, the Gulf Racing coloured Porsche. So it should be the orange and blue Porsche for third. 14 coming through there. He'll be wrapping things up though. Still a nice run here from him as we come through there. Dave Layson sideways as well. Oh, bit of showboating there maybe for our camera crew. We gave him a shot, so he had to showboat for us. Here he comes. Vacamides to the line, coming for third place. Right behind him is Johan Goos in that 24-karat gold Volkswagen Sirocco. That'll be for 3 and 4. And there is the stricken Werner Kotze out on track. He is going to be absolutely livid that that car did not make it to the halfway line. 373, second place. Nice run there from the Curvent Porsche. There is the winner. Andre Tenapel taking the victory. As I said, using a slight, and I say this very, very much tongue-in-cheek, a slightly lesser powered car there that Tenapel is driving in that Volkswagen Sirocco, but a very capable race car here in South Africa is the Sirocco. But he managed to keep out a more powerful Porsche and a certainly much more powerful Mazda R100 in the battle for the win here for HRSA. What it will do for Andre Tenapel is it's going to score him some big points over Yannick van Rooyen, over Sean Hepburn, as well as, I'm just seeing who's ahead of him there. No one else in the championship really involved in that. I saw just on the left-hand side there, that was France, Peter Jensen parked on the sideline there, so he's going to have some problems, unfortunately. But there's unofficial results. Tenapel, Van Vuuren, Vacamides. That's how they run in the top 3. And then, of course, Johan Goos, Andre van Vuuren, and Sean Hepburn. Have a look at this, though. This is really awesome to see. In these conditions, the R100 in full flight is spectacular. Look at the flames coming out of some of these cars, especially this one down into... Oh, that's brilliant. That's why I said, don't be behind that car when he gears down, because you will lose the whole front of your car, and a Porsche bonnet and a Porsche logo might be expensive to replace. I think that's why Andre van Vuuren stayed a little bit back. Still a couple of cars coming through to wrap up this first heat. As they come through there, you can see them. Great drive from everybody involved in HRSA. A nice big field of cars who went to battle here. And our leader makes his way into pit lane now. There, unfortunately, is France. As I said, I just caught a glimpse of the yellow and white Jensen towing Datsun GX. He's climbed out. Probably found a lead that's come off the car. Will he fire it up again and go back to the pits on his own steam? That is Frans Jensen. We've got to get Frans Jensen back in the pit lane. We've got to get Werner Kotze back in the pit lane. So there might be a small break in proceedings before we get into the next race. And that comes from Formula Monopasto. Yeah, there we go. I thought that might be the case. Something might have just come loose on that 1200 GX, and it just stopped the car from going forward. Up next is Formula Monopasto. They are also out on the main track. So Formula Monopasto is made up of Formula Libra, Formula GTI, and Formula M. And we'll be back shortly with race action as soon as they're back out on circuit for their first heat of the day and our first bit of single-seater action here today. Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website. back to Redstar Raceway. It's the first heat of our Formula Monopastos that are making it out to the circuit right now. This is a combination, as you see, LT. That's Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer, retired from the Air Force now, and a pilot in his Liqui Moly Formula GTI. So also running the wet weather tyres as well for Al. So he'll be looking forward to a big battle there with Aidan Morrow, who lines up alongside him. Aidan Morrow, I think, will be in for a bit of a fight here. And then as they go a little bit further back there, nice to see Josh Chaikin and Johannes Gerber on the second row. Interesting to see how these youngsters get at the front end. Aidan Morrow, of course, a man to watch out for in this one. The AM car there, 40A machine. Got a bit of Red Bull on it by the looks of things, so looking to try and get that GSXR 1000cc powered machine at the front end. He runs in Formula M, remember, which is Formula Motorcycle. And the difference between the Formula Motorcycle classes, of course, is one runs a 600cc, one runs a 1000cc. You've got a KTM powered machine making its way through there, a 1290 KTM powered machine. The Pretoria Toyota here, moving into position as well of Chard and Trump. Nice to see an opportunity for the youngsters to get a little bit of extra time in the saddle. Stevie Venter, always a top contender in this class, alongside his man who preps the car for him there, Gerald Wright. 73 is Clinton Kane. Further back there as well is Justin Gower. And Justin Gower will be looking for a chance to fight hard now for the action that's about to unfold for Formula M. Remember, we have got a standing start for Formula M, so it'll be everybody clearing their way and behind the sidelines before we get going. 13 is David Austin. Formula Monopasto Race 1, almost good to go here. We go to start procedures. It'll start with a 2-minute board. 2-minute board will flick around to 1 minute to go. 1 minute changes to 30, 30 changes to 5, 5 changes to the lights going on. As soon as the lights go off, we will be racing. Here it is. Lights on, lights off. Good start there from Alan Mayer. Gets off the line nicely. Aidan Morrow getting left behind ever so slightly off the line there. Looks like coming through there was Gert van der Berg and Josh Chaikin. So looking for a chance to get to the front end early on, but Alan Mayer in the Formula GTI leads things out as they go through the chicane for the first time. Nice little battle. Yeah, great little battles there. Clinton Kane already into the mix as we watch for a couple of GTIs coming from the back of the pack. Didn't quite get what they wanted in terms of qualifying. Difficult conditions yesterday. Raining here at Redstar Raceway made it very difficult for these cars and conditions. New colours here on the KTM as it comes down under braking, but already under pressure from Morrow. Morrow dives on the inside, looking for a way to squeeze through, but Gerber, Johannes Gerber, JM Gerber as he likes to be known, JM just losing out there ever so slightly as Morrow came past and found a way through. The two Formula M cars, one is a GSXR 1000cc Suzuki engine, the other one is a 1290 KTM. They're in the engine bays of those two cars. And then a little bit further back there, watch out for Damien Archer coming through there in the second, or the third I should say, of the GTIs. So we got Formula GTI out front, ahead at the moment. And is that Josh on his tail? I think it might be. Aidan Morrow goes defensive, looking to keep out the rest of this pack. Behind that, of course, is Yanni Geyser and Chard and Trump. As they come through there, Chard and Trump will be running in the Pretoria Toyota colours. As they come through there, and of course, our medical team are in the Pretoria Toyota. Thanks to their support. Guys and girls from Swartkops are in the house today. Our top medical team in the country on the sidelines and standing by. Hopefully not going to be called into action today, as they weren't last weekend here when Extreme Festival were in the house. They ran the other way around, of course, and in dry conditions. Today we're running in damp conditions now. It's not quite wet, it's kind of damp conditions. It was a lot wetter early on in the morning, but still very tricky conditions for these cars to negotiate. Remember, with Formula Monopasto, it's a multiple category-based championship. You've got Formula M, Formula GTI, Formula Libra, all combined into one big class. Every now and again, a couple of Formula Fords, and every now and again, a couple of Formula Volkswagens get thrown into the mix as well. So that's the front end of this field and the fight that's on. Alan Mayer currently leads out overall in the championship. He's had 2 wins at the previous round at Swartkops, and he had the first 2 wins of the season on the 7th of February here at Redstar Raceway. So he should be the man to beat you at Redstar. Helder Gavea will be looking, unfortunately not here this weekend, is Louis van der Merwe and Helder Gavea. So Josh Chaikin will be looking to close down the gap in terms of Class A as well as the overall in Monopastos here today. That's the plan. As they come through there, and you can see the wall littered with people, and of course the top of the stadium as well, also littered with some fans. maybe not a lot around the circuit. Watch Alan Mayer as well, and something we're going to have to keep out and keep in mind is the fact that the track is starting to dry up slightly. Alan Mayer went out there on wet weather tyres, and with the track drying and a line starting to dry, he's going to have to do what we saw on a few occasions in Formula 1 in the past. The one that comes to mind, of course, is Nigel Mansell, who had to go and try and find wet patches on the circuit to cool the tyres down. And it's probably one of the reasons why Alan Mayer is being caught so rapidly there by Josh Chaikin. Chaikin onto the back end and giving him a run for his money. They come out of the dog bone now. Mayer under big pressure there from Josh. And Josh Chaikin having a super run here, really doing a good job. Is that the Pretoria Noord Toyota? It is. So out of shape there, unfortunately, and off the circuit for the Formula V. Chardon Tromp going to have to bring it back onto the circuit and bring it back onto the black stuff if he can. And into the mix already. Oh, is this a move of note? Yes, it is. J.M. Kharba moving through there and finding a little bit of extra pace. Has he gone out on slicks? He might have gone out on slick tyres, which might give him the advantage now that the track is starting to dry. And it's one of the reasons why he's been able to catch Alan Mayer out front. So J.M. Kharba in the 1290 KTM powered single-seater from Formula M, having a look to dive on the inside of Alan Mayer. Mayer, of course, leads things out in the Formula Libre class. Josh Chaikin is his arch rival. Overall in the championship, J.M. Kharba is down in 6th place, so a win here today would certainly bring him slightly closer to the man who leads the race and leads the championship in that Liqui Moly car. Here we go, heading towards the chicane, completing lap number 1 of 8. 7 to go. Alan Mayer, 0.5 ahead, unbelievable there, ahead of J.M. Kharba. Kharba, Chaikin, and Mayer going at it. Further back, nice little Formula V battle here. Clinton Kane leads that one out. He's got David Austin and Pretoria Noord Toyota's Chardon Tromp joining him. Just up the road is Gert van den Berg. He's managed to get through. Oh, it was a good move there. Chardon Tromp late on the brakes to get through on Clinton Kane. So the Pretoria Noord Toyota sponsored car just squeezing through there on Kane. Kane losing out one position as they came onto the main straightaway. And that'll move Chardon back up into probably the top 8 overall there. Back to the leaders. This is really good to see. I wonder if Formula 1 are watching us. This is the kind of race action we'd like to see in Formula 1, please. Up close and personal between single-seaters. Similar single-seaters fighting for honours. J.M. Kharba was quickest on the last pass. Fastest lap time of the race. And there he goes for the lead of the race as well. Round the outside on the exit of the dog bone and into the hairpin. Gets the lead. So it's Formula M out front. Josh Chaikin in... well, no, actually, Josh Chaikin is leading the Formula M of Monopastos. It's 2 Formula Libras who are out front in the hands of J.M. Kharba and Alan Mayer. Great little fight here. Chaikin trying to close the gap down now, trying to find a way through. Gets slightly better drive out of that left-hander. Out of 10 into 11 they come. Little change up here could possibly be on the cards here for Josh. Josh looking for a way past on Alan Mayer. Alan Mayer, seasoned campaigner when it comes to single-seater racing. He was actually in his Formula Ford Kent last weekend here at Redstar when we ran the opposite way around. Second place battle starting to rage. Number 1 getting away though, and it is now J.M. Kharba with a decent margin after lap number 3 gets completed. Four and a half second gap now to Alan Mayer. 0.3 to Chaikin behind him. Chaikin fighting hard. Not going to give it up without a fight is Josh. Oof. A little sideways there. Good catch. Good catch there. Done that on a few occasions, I think, by the looks of things. Alan Mayer fighting with Gerber and Chaikin for Class A honours in the class points for Formula Monopasto. 2 and 3 out of the exit of the dog bone. Now they come through the left flick. It's a little short squirt down into the hairpin, and Chaikin looking on the inside. He sees him coming. Shuts the door, doesn't give him any opportunity to find a way past. Here we go. Onto the short straight now. Chaikin on the inside. Can he find a way past? No, he doesn't quite have the same amount of pace as what this little Volkswagen can do in front of him. Oh, that's a pity. Justin Gower on the sideline. The Knights accounting car parked on the side there. So he jumps out of the car and will move out of harm's way there. He was second in Class B for Formula M, was Justin Gower. The Class B cars in Formula M, remember, they run the 600cc engines. The Class A cars in Formula M run the 1000cc or 1290cc engines, depending on the derivative of motorcycle you decide to put under the hood of your car. Formula M being Formula Motorcycle, and the longest standing single-seater championship in South Africa. Here's Chaikin on the inside for second. He's not late enough to get through there on Alan Mayer though, but he's got the inside line, he's got the drive out of the final turn as well. Can Chaikin get now? Oh yes, he can. But Alan Mayer just shuts him out and slams the door firmly in his face, heading across the line. This is the leader down the long straight. That's a nice shot. Coming down towards the left hand off camber, turn number 3. You could see he was also hunting there for some wetness on the sidelines. There we go, Alan Mayer does the same thing. So does Chaikin. You see what's happening now is they're realizing that those wet weather tires are starting to heat up. And there's not a lot of water on the track anymore. So the dry line starting to form is showing you that these guys have to try and find the wet patches if they can, just to cool those tires down a bit. What it's doing is it's allowing Aidan Morrow to close down on Chaikin and Mayer. Didn't quite take notice of what Aidan Morrow had decided to run on in terms of his tire choice. This is HRSA. HRSA currently lying about 5th place overall in Formula Libre Class C. 2 and 3. It's on. And Josh looking for a way through on Alan Mayer. Alan Mayer has got his work cut out for him. Josh Chaikin is not going to let him. Oh, there's a great dive. Nice cutback. Karting maneuver there. 101 from Josh Chaikin, and he's now side by side. He's got the inside line heading to the top of the straight. But Alan Mayer with a little bit extra squirt down that straight away gets through. Very lucky to survive that one. Josh Chaikin using some karting skills there. Looking for the cutback. He got it. Just couldn't get the drive. Slightly different there because it's a 2-litre Volkswagen engine in the power bay of that Liqui Moly car, and it's a 600cc Suzuki GSXR. Oh, that dives through into turn 10. Brilliant stuff there. Nicely done. Josh has found a way through. Now, can he try and get a little bit of breathing room between himself and Alan Mayer? That's what he's going to try and do as he comes out of 11 up towards 12. The final turn here. Second and third place heading to the line. Here they come. Here we go to the line for a second place change up as Chaikin goes to second. Mayer goes to third. Nice run as the leader's got a massive margin. Look at the gap that JM Gerber has pulled out over second and third. He's at the bottom of the straight before Mayer and Chaikin even come into the chicane. So that is the difference that we've got there between Gerber, Chaikin and Mayer for the top 3 overall. Aidan Morrow into 4th place. He's also lost a little bit of ground there. Watch in the background. You'll just see the white car coming out of the chicane. Or will we? In fact, he's actually gone missing there, Aidan Morrow, by the looks of things. Second place is very much up for grabs still. Josh Chaikin inside as Alan Mayer just runs wide under braking. So second place change up again. Josh hits into second place now with Alan Mayer all over the back of him. Josh Chaikin having some great fun here. do like the battle that they're in here. It really is superb to see how well they are working together, these two cars particularly. Amazing to see how things have changed up here compared to what we saw last time out there for these drivers. And the battle now for second place sees Josh Chaikin fighting hard and trying to keep out Alan Mayer, a slightly more seasoned campaigner in a single-seater, that is for sure. They've gone through there on the HRSA, so they've lapped up to 11th place now. A little bit of back markers could potentially come into play here. I don't think they're going to affect this battle for second, though, because Josh has now got away. I think Mayer's going to try and hang on for third place, realizing that in these tricky conditions, third place will still give him 7 points. So he's had 2/3 at Redstar at the previous round. He had 2 wins at Swartkops, and he's now going for a third place in this championship overall. Is Alan Mayer in that Liqui Moly machine. There is the leader across the line, and he is now going through. So that KTM powered machine of his doing a superb job to lead the race over Josh Chaikin. Chaikin now coming to the line. Let's see what the gap is like. It's opened up even more now between top two, although JM has rolled out slightly. So 20-second advantage over Josh Chaikin for second. 2.5 seconds to Alan Mayer, this man in shot right now. He's there for third. And heads down in the water, trying to keep those wet weather tyres cool. Coming up on another back marker there by the looks of things. I think that might be Donna Kloppers that they're coming up on. In fact, it's not. Might be Clinton Kane by the looks of things. That white, yellow and black striping, yellow and black striping on the white car, I think is Clinton Kane. He could be in a bit of trouble. Gone through on David Austin. Lead car. Up the short straight into the triple right-hander. Triple apex corner that you got to go through there. Single seater doing it very easily. So JM hangs on for now and looks for a chance to possibly wrap up this first heat relatively easily. Took a while to get to the front. There's third place Alan Mayer, trying to close the gap down. You can actually see on Alan Mayer's car on that rear wing as well. It's got the Samola Hill Climb number on the side of it. That's next weekend, of course, remember. So he'll be looking forward to that too, I'm sure. Taking that little single-seater to go and participate there on Classic Car Friday. Last lap has started for the leader. It was Clinton Kane that they caught and passed. So Kane coming across the line now. He's down in 9th place. But just behind him will be second place. There he comes. Second and third place just behind that. There they come. Josh Chaikin and Alan Mayer. Heading back down the main straightaway now. In the wet is the leader. Comfortable margin. Probably just over the 20-second mark. Yeah, exactly 20 seconds. Almost on the dot there to Josh Chaikin for second. So more than enough space here for him to stay in the front end of this battle and maintain the possibilities of a win and closing the gap down in each of the championships. JM finished in 4th and 3rd respectively at Redstar on the 7th of Feb and then on the 28th of March at Swartkops. So JM Khaber will definitely close the gap down in both Class A and the overall standings in this championship with this win over Alan Mayer, although Mayer should still hang on to the lead of the championship for now with that third place. But the gap will be a bit closer between himself and JM. The back marker being negotiated there. Is that, I think that might be Henriette that he's just gone past. Into the right-hander. There's second and third coming out of the hairpin. Onto the short straight. Josh Chuckin had a great battle with Alan Mayer. Really nice to see that. Carl's going down the back straight away. There is second place, Josh. Into the double right, triple right, I should say. Left-hander, right-hander, left-hander, and they're almost home. So standing by for the leader to go across the line. I think he might have just gone through there in the background. There's the leader, J.M. Kaba, heading on his way to take the checkered flag and race one win for Formula Monopasto. Yes, that is a 1290 KTM adventure bike engine that you hear in full flight across the line with J.M. Kaba at the wheel of your single seater. Yes, second and third. Alan Mayer did close the gap down. I think Josh just rolled out of it on that last lap. Looks in the rearview mirrors just to make sure Alan stays behind him. Pretty tight though to the line. Maybe rolled off a little bit too much for my liking, but anyway, if you win by a meter or you win by a mile, it's still a win. And it was about a meter there between Chaikin and Alan Mayer for the second and third place. So well done to J.M. Kaba there in the KTM powered Formula M. He also now moves himself up possibly into probably fourth or fifth place in the championship overall, closing the gap down to the man who finished in third place there, Alan Mayer. And a nice finish to this Formula M category for the first one. So Formula Monopasto wrapping up a spectacular first heat of race action there between them. Expect to see more of the same of them later on, because we're going to be also sticking with single seaters in the very near future, because our next heat of course stays with single seaters, but the single seaters on the next one are going on to the short track, if I'm not mistaken. There we have him, J.M. Kaba. I suppose probably going to get it from Scott in the background. If it's wet weather condition and he's got a lightning bolt on the car, he should win. Hey, there we go. Alan Mayer for third. Still maintains the lead of the championship though. That's the most important thing with that third place. Unofficial results, there they are. It's J.M. or Johannes Kaba taking the win over Josh Chaikin and Alan Mayer. Aidan Morrow comes through for fourth place, winning out Class C ahead of Damien Archer and Steve Venter. Nice run from Chardon Tromp to return to 8th place after his off-track excursion, beating Clinton Kane, David Austin and Yanni Geisa. Bruce Van Niekerk takes Class D, and then it is 3rd place and 4th place in Class B for Formula M to Hilton Morrow and Donna Kloppers, with Henriette van Wyk bringing up the tail end of the field, and 3rd place in Formula Libre Class A. Up next, as I said, we're heading to the short circuit. So the Indy track will be used for the next one, and it's historic single-seaters that'll be on track again, also with a standing start. And those cars, of course, will be doing the Indy version of Redstar Raceway, which is the short track. And there'll be 10 laps of action coming your way shortly here from Redstar Raceway. There they are, standing by to make their way out onto the circuit. Ryan Budd, I'm not quite sure if he's actually done the short circuit here before. Should be interesting to see how that goes. 51 car out there, of course, looking forward to a big fight. And lots of action amongst these competitors as we come through there. De Klerk is in the mix as well. We're looking forward to seeing both of the De Klerk boys go at it. The 88 car, the season campaigner in this one as well, is Richard Derbyshire. And is that Michael Koenig? It is indeed. There he is. Thumbs up from the fan in the 38 special. So before we go to race action, let's catch up with a couple of some adverts before we come back here to Redstar for some action in the wet.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
So there is the circuit we'll be looking at for the next couple of laps. It's the Indy circuit of Redstar Raceway. So they don't come all the way down to the bottom chicane here. They turn right just into this little right-hander that we see here. Or sorry, they turn left actually because we're running the anti-clockwise version. They keep going left and then they'll follow the circuit and maintain where sort of turn 7 comes in. 8, 9 and 10 as you can see there, and then into 11 and 12 to complete the lap. But this one, of course, is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 corner circuit. Short circuit here, not normally driven on race days, but a nice change-up for Historic and Inland Championship to run this version of the circuit and get the Historic single-seaters to test it out for the first time. They'll be followed very shortly by some race action from Inex Legends. They've done it on numerous occasions, have the Inex Legends at this track, used the shortened version of the circuit as opposed to the long one. But action aplenty expected to be seen here as we get into, of course, Historic single-seaters for the first time now on the single short circuit of Redstar Raceway. As they come into it, of course, we're looking forward to seeing some battles amongst the usual contenders in this category. And I've got Stephen Koenig coming into my studio as well, dropping me some info. I like that when Steve Koenig drops in here and talks about the Historic single-seaters. But unfortunately, he's been outgunned because his brother sent me all the information yesterday. But he's got new ones. Has a short circuit championship. Okay. So there's a short circuit championship and a long circuit championship, which is what Steve Koenig has brought me. That's the information that Michael didn't give me yesterday. So there is a version that is going to run for the long version, which of course is at Redstar, and there's a short one. So this is round 1 of the short circuit of Historic single-seaters. Thank you, Stephen Koenig. Appreciate that, buddy. And thank you, Michael Koenig, for all of the action. And of course, being the championship leader, he's probably the best man to call when you need information on this one. But will lead them out. Serious race face there. Up close and personal. He has got some kind of wet weather tyres. These guys, of course, in the slightly older cars don't have an option. They have to run the road tyres. So we'll see exactly how that all pans out there for James Derbyshire. Dal de Klerk and Gary de Klerk will be behind that. Richard Derbyshire behind them, and then should be Michael Koenig. Not a lot of space to play with there, hey? Quite nice to see that, because you don't normally get to see up close and personal like this on any of the other single-seater grids that we see. And it gives you an opportunity to see just how small the cockpit space is for these drivers. Not a lot of room to play there for Gary de Klerk. Derbyshire behind that, which has been around for a while. Got the flip down face helmet on there. Behind him, Michael Koenig, AJ on the sideline. We just saw his brother come in and give us that information, so the full Koenig family are in the house here today. AJ putting in, is that some nitrous that you're putting in there, AJ? Hey, is that nitrous? Are you allowed to run nitrous in single seaters? Not quite sure. We'll wait and see. But there you got Michael Koenig, our championship leader, coming into this round. And of course, this is the first round, as we just heard from Stephen, of what is going to be a short circuit championship for Historic single-seaters. So this now he's just come out of Formula M. So there are a couple of cars that are in single-seaters there that are from Formula M and Formula Monopasto. So the Monopasto cars being brought back into their pit boxes. I think there's only 7 or 8 cars involved in this one, Scotty. So not too many cars to worry about in this first heat of the Historic single-seaters.
Technically, because of the new championship that was announced at what, round 2,
As Donna comes back in, our historic single-seaters make their way out onto the track. You'll see them turn left at a shortened version of the Indy track here. Remember, with the short circuit, it's a 10-lapper, so it's slightly longer on track than if they did the long version of the circuit. Ryan Budd, James Derbyshire, the De Klerk boys, Dale and Gary, Richard Derbyshire, and Michael Koenig will make up the 6 cars going to battle now for 8 laps here in the short version of Redstar Raceway, the Indy track as it's known, the Indy version of the circuit. Also be a standing start. Early entry there, I think, came from somewhere else. Another car that's joined the pack there. I think that might be the 62 car there of Michael Hillary. It is also a single-seater there that Hillary is in, but just a different version. Nice. Those are kind of road tires, so they're not really wet weather tires. They're road tires. Everybody on road tires here for single-seaters, historic single-seaters. And we are good to go here almost. 2, 4, 6, 7 cars. Clearing the crew, clearing our camera crew as well. Good job there, Quinton, on the start line. Standing by for the start procedures. The fastest 2 minutes of your life are about to come your way. There it is, 2 minutes. 10 seconds into 1 minute. About 10 seconds into 30 seconds. About 5 seconds into 5. 5 seconds goes to lights on. And here we go. Single-seaters from the historic side of things. On the short circuit for the first time, round 1 of the short circuit championship. And Ryan Budd looking for the whole shot into turn 1. It's a left-hander. It's a long left-hander as well, because it's not the normal chicane they would go through. They turn left, they don't follow through and go to the right where they normally would on the long circuit. And now coming through turn 2. Nice start there from Budd. Derbyshire is second. De Klerk has already been outgunned there slightly there by Hillary as well as by Michael Koenig. Biggest loser there looks like it might have been James Derbyshire. Derbyshire dropping back slightly there, so a little bit of work to be done there from him at the back of the pack. Michael Koenig up into what is now 3rd or 4th place. 4th place, yes. Just ahead there of Michael Hillary. So the 2 Michaels in 4 and 5. So we've got 2 Michaels, 2 De Klerks, 2 Derbyshires, and Ryan Budd, who leads out at the moment. So Budd will come to the line to complete the first lap of 10. Here he comes. He's gone across the line there. Derbyshire is now second. Let's see how they go. Dale de Klerk under pressure from Michael Koenig as they come into turn 1. Koenig on the inside looking for a way through. Can he find it? No, he can't. Dale de Klerk just keeps him out for now, but only just. The slightly older Formula V's here going to battle in historic single-seaters. Michael Koenig had a little look. Dale de Klerk saw him coming. Just matched him on the brakes. Keep him out. Hillary in 5th place. So Vanna Kotzer, Ryan Budd, I beg your pardon, Ryan Budd. James Derbyshire and Dale de Klerk. That's the gaps. How much do you want? What is that? 400ths of a second there between the 2nd and 3rd place battle. In fact, there you go. Koenig up into 3rd. Finds a way through there on Dale de Klerk. So Michael Koenig watching those rearview mirrors as they cross the line. He moves to 3rd place now. Good move there from Michael Koenig. putting himself up ahead of Del de Klerk. Michael Hillary coming along for the ride as well in the background. Watch out for him. Closing the gap down there in that Lotus. Koenig, de Klerk and Hillary. It's nice. Good driving there. Good line from Michael Koenig to keep out the attack coming from the return of Del de Klerk. De Klerk watches the rearview mirrors, just keeping an eye on Michael Hillary's progress as he got closer. He will definitely get closer under braking now. As I said, Hillary just snuck out in the front end of the field. We didn't see him in the lineup there in pre-race. Goes Derbyshire for second. It's 3, 4 and 5 behind him. Michael Koenig is third. Here he comes into shot any second now. Koenig leading things out for the third place battle with de Klerk and Hillary on his tail. Nice, nicely done there. Just fending off de Klerk as he came through. Watching that rearview mirror. He is fending for his life. Here comes Hillary. Hillary late on the brakes down into turn 1. What a move there. From 5th place, he moves himself up into 3rd. Great bit of driving from Michael Hillary. Squeezing through there on Michael Koenig and de Klerk to move up into 3rd. Realizing it might have the slightly better braking car, and he used it to perfection there to get through there on de Klerk and on Koenig. Klerk was first, Koenig was second, but Hillary finding very late braking there. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. This is lovely to see this little battle here unfolding as Hillary starts to open up a little bit of a margin. Now we get under braking, and it's a little bit of lock up there from Hillary. So the brakes are good, but they're starting to lock up. The track will probably be pretty dry because it's had a chance to sort of have a bit of the lack of rain. I wouldn't say the rain has stopped, but the lack of rain. And definitely looking now to try and stay ahead of Michael Koenig and de Klerk. That changes as they come into turn 5. Oh, turn 4, turn 5 coming up now, the left-hander. If you've joined us, remember we are running the Indy track, the shortened version of Redstar. So if I say 5 and 6 and you know that it's actually normally 10 and 11 and 12, it's because we're on the short version of the track at the moment for this first historic single-seater, round 1 of the historic single-seater's short track version of their championship. They come through, another lap completed. These laps will tick off rapidly. 10 laps, you won't even know what you're dealing with by the time they get to the end of it. It's just nice to see from Hillary's point of view, just able to keep out Koenig, keep out de Klerk. But the fight was for 3rd place. It's still not done yet. Michael Koenig still in a chance. If there's a mistake that comes out of Michael Hillary, Koenig will definitely pounce and steal it away. Derbyshire for 2nd place. Ryan Budd up the front, just disappearing. No one really going to have an answer to him. Certainly looks that way. You can see the foreground of our shot. Little Kivit is not happy about the things that are happening out on track in front of his little nesting area there. We're not playing golf today, but there are a few golfs in the pack that we'll see a little bit later on. Looking for the birdies there coming out of the final turn, and that little birdie seems a bit concerned. If everybody stays on track, he'll be a happy camper. This is nice to see Michael Koenig coming back here. He's closed that gap down from the 1.5 seconds. It's a little bit less than a second now between himself and Michael Hillary. So the two Michaels going at it here for 3rd place honours. So we got 2 Michaels, 2 de Klerks, 2 Derbyshires, and a Budd. Ryan Budd, no one's going to catch him. 7.5 seconds out front. It's a long gap down to Derbyshire for 2nd. Budd is now on to his penultimate lap. come the third place battle with our special cameraman there, just in the foreground. Should give him a low-angled camera. Maybe give him a GoPro to work with there, that little Kiwi, to get some nice shots from him. So Koenig is trying, but he just doesn't seem to have the answer. I think Hillary might have enough here to keep Michael Koenig out. But Koenig is coming in this last lap and a half and has closed it down to just over a second. In fact, it's less than a second now. You can see visibly it's much closer from Koenig's point of view on the back end of Hillary. He'll probably not have a go just yet. He might set something up for the last lap into this corner. Expect to see a possible overtaking maneuver there into that one. Bud with 5.4 seconds ahead of Derbyshire for 1 and 2. 4.2 now as it comes into the final lap. Ryan Budd, number 3. Black car with yellow stickers, number 3 on it. That'll be the car we'll be looking out for as our 3rd and 4th place battle start their final lap. And can Koenig find a way through Jan Hillary? So we're looking for that black Formula V as they're going into the final lap. Hillary and Koenig side by side. Well, they were close enough for side by side, but it didn't look like it was going to be an overtake. Stand by, here we go. Into 4 and 5, and Hillary is being closed down by Michael Koenig. Ryan Budd coming to the line by the looks of things. Here he comes. There it is. Budd gets the checkered flag. Perfect timing. Budd gets the checkered flag. Derbyshire will get for second. That's the second of the Derbyshires, though. That's Richard. So this is going to be for 3rd place here between Koenig and Hillary. Michael Hillary going to hang on. And he's going to get it. So it's James Derbyshire for 2nd. It's Michael Hillary for 3rd. It's Michael Koenig for 4th. And that wraps up our first single-seater short circuit championship round. 3 and 4 there. Michael Hillary, Michael Koenig. There's Ryan Budd. Checkered flag helmet, gets the checkered flag. Nicely done from Ryan Budd. And that'll bring him into the championship for the first time as well, by the looks of things, because he missed the first 2 rounds at the Passion for Speed and at the historic and inland championship at Swartkops on the 28th of March. So not a bad way to jump into the championship. And of course, it's the first round of our short circuit championship for historic single-seaters as well. So nice run there from Ryan Budd. He wins out over James Derbyshire, Michael Hillary, Michael Koenig. That's how they'll wrap it all up. We're staying on the short circuit now, and we're staying with what are considered single-seaters, but of course a slightly different version of single-seaters when it comes to Inex Legends. They are probably down in pit lane standing by and ready to go. So Inex Legends are up next. There's the unofficial results. Ryan Budd, James Derbyshire, Michael Hillary, Michael Koenig, Dell beating Gary in the de Klerk family, and Richard Derbyshire down in 7th place overall. So that wraps up our historic single-seaters on the short circuit for the first time today. They'll be back out later on today for Heat 2. Up next, Inex Legends, also on the short circuit. Stand by for potentially some chaos out on the short circuit. Just got a message in as well there from Clint Buckham, our man, Nitro Clint Buckham. Fortunately, he got stuck with all the rain in Germiston and could not make it out to the circuit, so we won't see the Hot Wheels car in this pack just yet, but he'll be making a debut very shortly, in a very soon. So there you go, wrapping things up for historic single-seaters. Up next, Inex Legends. We'll be back shortly.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
So before we get into the Indy track, let's have a look at it from a drone's point of view. This is the short circuit at Redstar Raceway. They come across the start-finish line. We're going anti-clockwise direction. We turn left down into turn 1, which we would normally do. But, of course, you'd normally follow it through and go to the right-hand side. This time out, though, you keep left. You carry on left through the first turn there. It becomes a double apex left-hander. And then you sweep through into a right-hander onto turn number 2. Which, of course, is normally the exit of turn 7. Then it's across into turn number 8 or turn 3 here on the Indy track. Heading on a short little straight up to the top end. And just on the left-hand side, of course, you'll see the bridge, which is where we're actually positioned at the moment. We're not there at the moment on this drone shot. This was shot yesterday, fortunately, so we can have a look and see exactly what this shortened version of the track looks like. It's a hairpin right. It's a hairpin left, just here, as you can see. And then we come down a little short straight onto the main straightaway to complete the lap here at the Indy track. And that's exactly what Inex Legends will be doing in a few moments' time, as they are lined up and ready to go now after their lucky draw for the grid and a standing start for Inex Legends. So, Inex Legends on circuit, as I said, getting ready to go now for their first heat of race action here today. Inex Legends, of course, have had a spectacular start to their season so far. They've already participated at 2 events, having championship rounds at Swartkops, and, of course, having a championship round earlier on in the year as well. Round 2 was at Swartkops, and we saw Devin Robertson basically dominate the field so far all through the first 3 rounds of the championship, taking wins on every single occasion. We have got the front row headed up by Tyler Posthumous, Dylan Faree, Rico Reiko, Sebastian Venkov, Niels Juster, and Santiago Freid are there. So looking for an opportunity there, of course, to jump in. Jumping in studio as well, by the looks of things. I've got a friend here who's come to join me, Mr. Andre Tinapel. Mr. Tinapel, do you want to jump on there and grab a second set of cans there if you want to, brother? Then you can have a quick chat. I've got a guest mic coming in if we can, guys. If you wouldn't mind, just give us a guest mic too. Andre Tinapel, it was tricky conditions out there, buddy.
It was really a tricky condition, slip sliding away all the way, and they had a lovely race with Van den Kotze, with Monopasto. Eventually managed to overtake him, and then unfortunately, when the last lap, he ran out of fuel.
Oh, you ran out of fuel?
No, not myself.
No, I saw Werner. Yeah, there's a problem here.
Unfortunately.
Hang tight for the start here. Let's just get these guys going, because there are 6 very, very competitive youngsters about to go at it here. Tyler Posthumous is going to be leading them down into turn 1, but expect to see Rico Reika, Sebastian Venkov have a dive on the inside to try and squeeze through as they come down onto the breaking point there. You can see just hanging on. Nicely done from Posthumous, just able to keep out Rico Reika. 33 out of shape. Oh, big time there from Sebastian Venkov, managing just to hang on. Reika's on his outside as they come into the shortened version of this track. You guys didn't do the short version of the track, but it's nice to see the option today, Andre, with guys getting a chance to run on the Indy track as well as on the long circuit.
Absolutely. I think it must be very tight on that little track, but these guys are brilliant race drivers.
And with these cars, I mean, these cars are kind of purposely built for a circuit this big. You know, they can run on the big track as well and give us great action, but on a short and sort of tighter track, certainly give you a lot more action than what you'd expect to see.
Absolutely. Close racing there.
So here at the back end, we've got Santiago Freid. Unfortunately, Niels Juster not getting the start he wanted, but Posthumous is getting away at the front end, opening up a little bit of a margin over Dylan Faree. Reika and Venkov fighting for 3rd and 4th, and you can see just how hard they're fighting. 33 and 13 as they cross the line. Very evenly matched, and down towards turn 1 they go. Oh, no, from your side, the field was pretty big on the HRSA, and of course, nice to see that that field has continued to grow, because you guys are doing an amazing job on the sideline.
Thank you very much. Club is really growing fantastic. We've got 150 members, And out of that, we've got about 128 race cars in between all of us.
Wow.
We had 70 people at Passion for Speed. Redstar today, we've got just under 40 into two categories with Pursuit and with saloon cars.
Nice to see that growth in terms of the category. This category had a big growth, of course, earlier in the year. We've had a couple of guys who unfortunately haven't made it out for numerous reasons, and I'm sure a lot of them are sort of related to what's happening around the world. And I think a couple of guys have been caught out with budgets being put under a bit of strain. But needless to say, I think coming to Redstar Raceway for this round of the Inland and Historic Championship, always a good thing to do. Unfortunately, the weather hasn't really played to the norm. But these tricky conditions actually providing some spectacular race action.
Yeah, absolutely good racing, and Redstar is a fantastic track. It's we do have a little bit of problem with parking, but the rest of the track itself, it's unbelievably good.
Well, listen, the problem with parking is because you guys bring all the freaking cars, man. You're only bringing like 70 cars along or 40 cars along, as you said. 70 cars at Swartkops. It was the biggest field at Swartkops. It was actually the first time I think that M Performance Series have been outgunned in terms of numbers.
Absolutely. We were so big we actually had to split it in two groups, A to E and down and D to G. Fantastic outcome, yeah, and we had some good racing there.
And plans for the rest of the year looking good?
Yeah, our next race we'll be at Maputo as an invitational race. We're on the 27th of June. We're looking at about 35 cars already been signed up to go up there. Even
Fantastic.
Roy Campbell's coming up from Cape Town. So we're really looking forward to that.
I've got to tell you something. 27th of June's a good day. Hey, that's my birthday. So you expect to put on a good show.
You better be there. It's going to be a big party.
I hope it's going to be a big party. That's for sure. But thank you so much for joining us there, man.
Thank you.
And good luck for the second heat there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tinapel, joining us there quickly. Guest Mike is out, guys. Thank you. And we'll see you guys in a few moments' time because he'll be back on track a bit later on. Well, Andre Tinapel in that magnificent little Sirocco of his. But now we continue the action with these boys who are flying in Legends. Legends, of course, normally a little closer. They've spread out slightly, but needless to say, still some work to be done from Rico Raker's point of view. See if he's able to catch Dylan Fourie and Tyler Posthumous. They seem to be just controlling things here on the short track. Not always easy to do in these conditions, but some guys just getting to grips with it a bit better than others. And it certainly looks like Tyler Posthumous has got it dialed in. Cruising at the moment. 1.7 seconds up the road there from the 118, that car there of Dylan Fourie. And behind that, of course, is Rico Raker in the Big Boss Auto car, hanging on for third place. A better run there from Rico. He had a tough one last time out. If I look at the results from Rico Raker's point of view, he ended up with third, fourth, and fifth places in the previous round. So it didn't quite work out as much as what he wanted. As I said, his family member, Mr. Devin Robertson, who's not here today, he probably is here today, but he's not racing today, giving the guys a chance to maybe catch up a little bit of ground because he's been the most dominant factor, having taken, I think it's 6 wins out of 6 starts there for Devin Robertson. Understandably, he is a former world champion in this category, so stepping out for a couple of rounds to give the youngsters a chance might not be a bad idea, but Tyler Posthumous is doing everything right in terms of closing that gap down. If he gets this first win and scores the 200 points, he will move ahead by 40 points over Devin Robertson in the overall championship. So Posthumous exactly where he wants to be. Dylan Fourie in second place. Fourie's down currently in 6th place overall in the championship, so he'll also be moving his way up nicely, possibly up into what would be 3rd or 4th place ahead of Venkov. Santiago Freyd unfortunately hasn't quite gone according to plan here for him at this first attempt of the short track for Inex Legends today. And remember, with Inex Legends they also have a short circuit version later on today for their second heat of race action. Second last race of the day in between the 2 Silver Cup classes that'll also be on the short circuit. So man, short circuit's going to light up later on today. We're just warming it up right now with Inex Legends and what we just saw previously in the historic single-seaters. Posthumous cruising, just getting everything right. Remember, 1100cc Yamaha engines are in the front end of these cars. That's what they run. JR's perfect to see. As I said, it would have been really nice to sort of see the debut of my good friend Clint Buckham, Mr. Nitro himself. He was going to be bringing along his Hot Wheels sponsored car, and unfortunately just got stuck with some rain and couldn't get out of the area that he was in. So didn't make it out for this one, but he'll definitely be out for the next one. You see Posthumous running slightly wide there. I think he might have actually clipped the cone, to be honest. That's how wide he ran. Watch out for Rico Raker, though. Battle for second, closing down slightly. Raker closing down on Dylan Fourie here in the closing stages. So we got 5 laps still to go. Halfway stage reached. So halfway stage about to be reached. So it's actually a 12-lap, I beg your pardon, here for the Inex Legends. So they've got to... The next pass will be the halfway stage. So 6 cars at it. Normally a bigger field as well. 33. Oh, man, alive. Venkov is working double time in that car. It's certainly not the setup he's used to, Sebastian Venkov, in that car today. Getting a little bit squirrely. Leader catching Santiago. Or was that Niels? It could be Niels or Santiago. A little sideways as well from Dylan Fourie. He's now starting to feel the effects, possibly, of the length of the race. They close down on number 61. It is Santiago. So Santiago caught and passed there by the leader. So he'll have one less lap to do. Tyler Posthumous, though, has got this car absolutely dialed into this track. That's Raker. Currently third on track at the moment. Looks like he's changed his number as well, Rico Raker. He's decided to go number 4. He normally ran number 13 in the past. Now in car number 4. So Raker in third place. Has he got enough to close that 2.7 second gap down on second place Dylan Fourie? If Fourie continues to slip and slide like he was earlier on, there's the gap. It's definitely come down. So Rico Raker in with a chance here, and maybe with the fact that they're going to catch Santiago, he might be able to use that back marker to his advantage. There's Fourie. He's got through on Frade, and hopefully Raker was able to do the same. Ooh, onto the dirt. Onto the dirt there for Fourie. That's how hard Dylan is working. He knows that Rico's coming, so he's putting a little bit of extra pressure on himself and onto his ability on track to keep the lead that he's got, 2.7 seconds. Have a look at this. Just ran slightly wide, clips the dirt. Lucky to survive that one. A little bit more into the dirt, that thing would have been spinning out of turn 3. So nicely done there from Dylan Fourie to hang on to it, only just. But it would have slowed him up slightly. So is that going to give a slightly bigger advantage, or is he going to have the advantage lost that he had? So it's Posthumous, Fourie, Raker, Venkov, Niels Juster, and Santiago Frade. Second place, that's Dylan Fourie. So Fourie hangs on only just. Well, as I say that, I think Rico Raker made a mistake on that last pass as well, because he's dropped down to 5 seconds behind. So it looks like Rico might have made a mistake on that track that we didn't quite catch. Posthumous, Fourie, and Raker now equidistant apart, basically about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of each other. Posthumous with a lap to go. One lap to go for the leader, Tyler Posthumous. Half a lap, in fact, where he is right now, so nicely done from him. Tyler's done it all right. Has not put a wheel wrong from the start. Got the whole shot. It's going to be flag to flag, basically, here for him. Or lights to flag. Second place for Dylan Fourie. Looks like it's okay. Should be in the bag there for him. Rico Raker made up a second on the last lap, but with only half a lap to go, he's not going to make up the 4.9. Unless there's a big mistake from Dylan Fourie. But certainly no mistakes from this man whatsoever to come through to take race 1 win for the Inex Legends. Here he comes. Across the line they go. Tyler Posthumous getting the win. Second place coming to the line. Here he comes. Dylan Fourie for second. Rico Raker. And behind Rico Raker, Santiago Frade, who was lapped. So it's going to be top 3 there. Posthumous, Fourie, and Raker come through to wrap up the first heat of Inex Legends. So with that win, Tyler Posthumous will get 200 points. Hello, Carl Lawrence. Come and join me for 2 seconds, bud. Guest mic, please, guys, if we can. I've got Carl Lawrence, my fellow commentator's curse man, joining me here in the studio for a couple of seconds. Carl Lawrence, you've joined me here for a big surprise, bud. How are you doing?
Hey, Greg. Well, I had a free weekend all of a sudden thrust upon me, so I thought, well...
Yeah, they kind of decided not to go and play for you guys this weekend, eh?
Yeah, we had a bit of a gap, so unfortunately we didn't go down to Adobe this weekend. Probably one of the most fun circuits we have. It's
sure.
the roller coaster. There we go, at the same time, the roller coaster.
100%.
But,
listen, I've got to say something though. This little short circuit Indy track here is pretty spectacular as well.
With these legends specifically,
Yeah.
I had a lot to do with them last year. We actually had Torben Roos in the class. So Torben and myself thought, well...
Unofficial commentary, you see there. They should have commentator's curse at the end there as well there, please. If we can just add that because he's now in here with the commentator's curse crew. But unfortunately that race meeting just been put on hold.
Yeah.
And going to be a little bit later on in the year, giving the guys a chance to sort of maybe get a bit of work done on the karts and stuff. But you've been here in the morning. I'm sure you were early on in the morning coming to catch that little free weekend. Conditions not ideal today, are they? Hey?
No, definitely not. And especially for these little 1300cc Yamahas we just saw go around. I mean, it's all power at the rear wheels. It's all a prop shaft driven car with the engine in the front. But it's been a good series for youngsters to learn in, and there's no other better conditions to learn in than something like this.
Well, here we go. Just coming into, of course, the next bit of race action that should be out on track. And, of course, we're now moving into, if I go into that correctly, should be Super V. Yeah, Super Vs are up next. We got ladies and gents involved in this one. There's a full ladies category in Super Vs.
Class actually drove in last year as well.
You did? Yeah. To one of these occasions. So Super V is about to make their way onto the track. Carl's going to stick with me here, I think, hopefully for this one. But just going back to the championship there, Devin Robinson was leading out by a couple of, about 160 points. But with that win, Tyler Posthumous now takes the lead of the Inex Legends Championship. So with Devin stepping out, giving them a chance, that gives Tyler Posthumous the lead of the championship as we see Super Vs making their way onto the track now for the first race. Remember, it's Super Vs plus the Lady Super Vs Championship. And, of course, also looking at there is a Class Max in terms of Super Vs as well. There's a Max, a Vs, and a Ladies Championship all involved. Anja van Wyk currently leads the championship, looking for a chance to keep out Jean-Ray Johnson, Natalie Saladino, Morgan Jacobs, who we've spoken to, of course, on Commentator's Curse. We had Natalie Saladino's youngster, Juliana, with us on Thursday night. Albertine Pienaar, Grant Will, and Jacobus van der Merwe, of course, the front end of this side of the championship. But, of course, Philip Bellingham is the only man who's actually scored points in the Max Championship so far. And then if we look at the current championship overall from Super V's point of view, it's Lucian Ramchanda who's out ahead of Jacobus van der Merwe. But standing by now for, of course, Super V's out on the long version of the track. And Super V's will also be followed by Silver Cup and Lotus Challenge Race 2 in a few moments' time. So that's how things will be looking to stand. But some fun and games still to be had there, of course, in Super Vs. Peter Hills jumping into a Super V. That should be interesting, hey? Multiple Formula V South African Championship, and I think 7-time motocross champion in his day as well. And I think a nice debut here for the class to have the likes of Super V being piloted by a Formula V multiple champion in the form of Peter Hills.
Very similar cars, though. Same chassis that the Formula V's use. They've just added the wings and a slightly bigger motor. You can see how they kind of stick out of the cowling at the back there with
just a smidgen
the intake,
bigger.
Yeah, just slightly bigger.
Yeah, just a smidgen bigger. You've driven them, so you can give us a bit of information as to how awesome they are. Are they pretty spectacular in terms of a little single-seater?
It's an interesting single-seater to drive because you don't have the horsepower and you've got a 4-speed Beetle box. So you've got a little bit more horsepower than a V has, but you've only got the 4-speed box. So you always seem to be slightly low on RPM on the way out of a corner, so you've got to clutch dip a little bit.
Okay.
But it's all about the maintenance of momentum. Like you don't want to go into things too fast and try and stop, turn, and use the power out. You've actually got to flow the speed through.
Someone on the sideline, unfortunately, there by the looks of it. Just trying to pick up on the number there, unfortunately, on that car. But it
could be that Beetle box I just mentioned.
It could possibly be. Just trying to pick up. Is that Chantal? It might be Chantal. I think it might be Chantal Hartley. I'm just picking up. It might be. I could be wrong. Apologies. I just can't see the number on that car. Carl's looking as well. Can't see the number on that car. But he's parked on the sideline, whoever it is, either our ladies or gents involved in this championship. So Desi's Raceway was round 1. Not everybody made it down to Desi's Raceway. This is round 2 at Redstar, so there's a lot to play for here. So a huge championship. Basically an opening round of the championship, I would say. Desi's was participated by, 10 drivers that we could say that made it down to Desi's Raceway on the 7th of March. But here is, of course, the official opening round now of Super V. So expect to see some battles, I think, at the front end from Super V's point of view. Alan Mayer, normally at the front end, but not quite at the front end of this one. He didn't. I don't think these guys and girls got a full opportunity to have a full qualifying session. There is Al.
Yeah, a much quicker car than the Super Vs out there. That's a former Formula Volkswagen single seater. We used to see Gavin Cronier, I think Robert Volk did a few, Wesley Orr, Cristiano Morgado all kicking around in those a few years ago. But at least we get to see them still going around the track. I mean, it was a spectacular little car, that.
And he's already taken a victory in that one. Of course, he fought hard with the KTM of JM Gaber earlier on. Unfortunately, just losing out in the closing stages there to JM. And then also to Josh Chaikin. So Josh Chaikin also having a good little fight there. So Alan Mayer climbing now into his Formula Volkswagen. I think what he's going to do there is basically just be a sort of a mobile chicane, fighting in amongst some of the quicker cars that are involved in Super Vs. Coming to Super Vs though, speaking of Super Vs, as they come to the line there, the 26 car of Andre LaRue is already there. That is Peter Hills. No, it's not. That's Tucker. I thought it was Peter Hills at the front. It's Mark Tucker. Maybe Pete's not here. He's supposed to be on pole position. Maybe
there's Philip Billingham there just lining up as well, so he's on the grid. So we're just missing. But it did look like Mark Tucker was on the left-hand side of the circuit, which is pole.
That is pole, according to mine. So maybe Peter Hills didn't make it out, so maybe he had a problem. Yeah, there's a couple of guys there with some wet weather and some sort of semi-slicks that are on a drying track. Guys that are going to go out on slicks might be better, but I don't think these guys run slicks. They're all semis. All semis on this one, yeah.
The only one that
Tanya
could be on
Breitenbach,
slicks.
how are you doing, Tanya? Hey, nice to get a little wave there from Tanya. Remember, this is the ladies' championship in this category as well. You've got Tanya Breitenbach, Henriette van Wyk, Andre Johnson, Natalie Saladino, Morgan Jacobs, Jackie Johnson, Michelle LaRue, Bianca Ferreira, and Fabienne Lance. But I don't think Fabienne's here.
Henriette's not here as well.
Henriette's also not here.
But we did see Tanya there with the Formula V motor, though. So it hasn't upgraded to the new Super V. There you can see the Super Vs with the intake because they run fuel injection. The Formula V running a carbureted motor.
I'm so glad you're here with that kind of information because that's like all gibberish to me. It's a race car.
To the ground.
Yeah, it's a race car. Just get in the race car and race.
Hey, you know what race cars spelled backwards is?
Race car. Yeah, you see that, eh? That's how they work.
It's got to be right if it's spelled right.
It's like Hannah. Yes, my daughter Hannah will like that too. Okay, so we've got 3, 6, 9 cars in total. So it's not a full grid that we expected. Most notably, I gave him a big up, and probably that's why you were in the studio at the same time, so we give him the commentator's curse.
Yes.
Peter Hills is not here.
And also we were talking about a beaten gearbox and looked like a gearbox broke. So we're really starting out well with our commentator's curse here. 36, that was driven by Bevan Williams last year. Now Alan van der Merwe in the car.
I think it's Kursey.
Kursey.
Yeah, Kursey. Super V's, race 1, about to come underway. Here we go. Wait for the lights on. They've got official lights on board there, by the way. Right, here we go. The fastest 2 minutes of your life, Carl, as we saw. About to get underway. Here we go. 30-second board, 5-second board. There it is. Lights on. Drop the hammer. Let's go.
Ooh, slow start there.
What a start from third place on the grid. Amazing one there. I think it's Bellingham who might be leading into turn 1 as they go down there.
But
Bellingham around the
smoke
outside.
the gear change though. So Bellingham around the outside, Mark Tucker having to just see what's going on there in terms of conditions. The conditions are going to be super tricky as well. It's a long lap, so even after your sighting lap before you line up, the circuit's going to change.
100%, especially if it starts to rain at the bottom end of the track, because that's usually where the rain comes in from. So you can be running. Oh, we got a spinner in the background.
Good catch though.
Completely out of shape and a full 360-degree silhouette. Pirouette, I should say, onto the grass. Fortunately, though, it looks like he might be able to get back on track. Here we go. The man out front who was on pole has dropped down to 4th place, coming back to 3rd, down into turn 4. And very close stuff there between our Super Vs.
Look at Alabama already up into 2nd place and looking to go straight up into the front in that aboard that Formula Volkswagen. These sort of tricky conditions, cold track, that car is going to be a lot more switched on in the first half of a lap than a Super V.
Yeah, and I think the difference there, of course, also with Alan Mayer jumping in is because the main sponsor of this category is Liqui Moly, so they've given him a chance to jump into that car. But, yeah, unfortunately there, some problems for the 21 car there of Tucker. Drop him by the wayside. Front end, though, it's a good start from the 11 car of Bellingham, looking for a chance to stay ahead now of Alan Mayer. Lieutenant Colonel trying to close things down. Stuck on the
Two cars
sideline.
there.
2 cars on the sideline. There's the one that spun out. It was one of the cars at the back of the pack there. I'm not quite sure which one it is. Have a look at it. Here's the replay. It's not the first 5 cars. It's the car in the background. Just runs wide onto the dirt. Back end steps out, and there you go. Watch this.
Lucky to not be
360
connected.
degrees.
Lucky to not
Well
be
held.
connected by the other 3 there. Good to switch back to put it back onto the outside of the circuit. Just ran it a little bit too deep over the grass and turning the car around as it gets airborne. They're not made for rally grass. Alan Mayer to the front though.
Mayer hits the front for the first time. So coming across the line, it'll be Alan Mayer leading things ahead of Philip Bellingham. And that'll be, of course, our top 2. 3rd and 4th place starting to get into the mix. And 5th place coming. And a loop out, yeah, for 2nd and 3rd. Or 3rd and 4th, I should say. 2 cars spinning out there.
It looked like Andre Leroux might have lost it in
It is,
front
yeah.
of the
Kersey.
26. So Kersey. No, 26 is.
Now, Andre Leroux is the 26 car. He's the man who spun out, so that'll all sort itself out now, of course, as they cross the line on our timing monitor. So Alan Mayer leading things out over Bellingham. That's the top 2. It was Leroux and I think Kusi Vadamava who spun out, 26 and 36.
Yeah.
Battle of the 6s there. Didn't work out through turn 6.
It just looked like they were going in a bit deep for my liking, and I heard the lockup off screen. I said, must have been a problem there. But Philip Bellingham having it all his own way in the Super Vs at the moment, miles ahead of the recovering Mark Tucker. He dropped down to 4th, but he gained himself 2 free positions there in that little pirouette dancing maneuver we had onto the last part of the sector.
I think Peter Hills might be the man who's stuck on the sideline in the red car. I've got a good possibility because it looked like him when we got the rear-facing shot of him standing in his rain suit and looking at the cars there. So I think Peter Hills was supposed to start. Unfortunately, didn't make it round there on that warm-up lap and parked it on the sideline. So Hills out of race 1. Looking forward to seeing if he can get that car sorted out for maybe for race 2. They're not going to catch Alan Mayer. He's going to be miles ahead here of the rest of the pack in this Formula Volkswagen of his. Here's a look at exactly what Carl was talking about. It's not those 2, it's these 2. And I think,
sympathy.
to be honest, it was
It's a
it was a
sympathy
sympathy
spin.
spin. You know what it is? It's you get caught out sort of target fixation. You're watching the man in front of you and you're waiting for him to do his turn-in point, and when he goes straight, you're like, hang on a second, we're supposed to be turning here. Oh, it's too late. And
I've got it too fast.
And I've gone in a little bit too quick. So he locked that one up, got it all
It
wrong.
was a good catch, though, from Andre to get it back onto the circuit as fast as he did.
Not too shabby at all. So fortunately, they're both back on track, but a long way down. And some work to do now for the 2 of them to try and close that gap between themselves and Mark Tucker, who was gifted 3rd place there, as he just snuck through and said, oh, thanks very much. I'll have that all day, every day. Thank you.
A little bit of info on these Liqui Moly branded Super Vs that you'll see around the circuit. I always thought that they were vinyl. And I came to find out recently that a lot of them are actually hand-painted by Andre Leroux.
All hand-painted is what I heard as well when I went to the launch of Super Vs. Militia Labuskakni, of course, the big boss of Liqui and what he was saying, no, they like to get their cars hand-painted. They don't want them wrapped. They want them sort of a la the original version of single-seaters, of course, Formula 1 and the likes, where in the old days, they were all hand-painted and not wrapped like some of the modern race cars are done.
I think Ferrari still to this day hand-paints their emblems.
I do like that. That's really cool. That's really cool. Number 44 on the side, I know was definitely hand-painted on a certain car that we know that drives out of the Maranello stable. Looks like Peter Hills has gone to check up on the other car that's stuck on the sideline there, which could possibly have been Duncan Cronier. He was now stuck on the sideline too, but we're getting to sort of just over 3 laps completed. No, this is into the 3rd lap now. So, yeah, I think not much is going to change up here unless we see some maneuvers from the 2 6s there. Off on Amava and Leroux to close things down on Tucker.
So it looks like Tucker, he did have it all his own way, but there is a car kind of sneaking up behind him there, so it needs to pick up the pace. Who behind him there? That is the
Kersey, I think.
36 of Kersey.
Yeah.
Kersey Van der
Van der
Merwe.
Merwe, yeah.
He's looking to catch his way back up onto Tucker, but Mark, he made his places back with that little bit of a mistake. He's gotten himself up at a second. He was the quickest qualifier, but you say it wasn't interesting qualifying for these Super Vs out there this morning.
No, it was actually yesterday. So they did all the qualifying yesterday, changing things up so they could start early today to get in all the additional races and, of course, the change up between short circuit and long circuit. So, but problems yesterday, of course, were rainy conditions. So a couple of the competitors didn't want a chance going out in the rain, so they would have had to start from either championship points or out of the pit lane. And a lot of them that got to do qualifying would have done it in treacherous conditions. So not really ideal and what you'd normally get out of a race car when you're here at Redstar. I mean, we were here a weekend ago with the Extreme Festival, and it was dry, windy, but dry, and we were going the other way around. And I sort of spoke to the team at Atlantis Video during the week saying, are we going clockwise again? They said, no, we're going anti-clockwise. So Redstar have changed up the way they do things as well. They normally make it half the season one way, half the season the other way. They're now going into quarters. So first quarter done, we went clockwise. Second quarter now, we're going anti-clockwise. And a little bit deep and a little bit wide there, but fortunately still on the black stuff.
It was nice to see Corsi van der Merwe driving that car I drove last year. We actually won here at Redstar with that car the first time out with it. So nice to see it back out on circuit this time with a full liquid Molly livery. Mine was plain white with some stickers. And these cars do look spectacular.
You had the final option.
I had the final option. the paint. Oh, we got to drive it off.
I think that might be the back of the pack. And if I'm not mistaken, back of the pack there would have been... I'm just going to pick up on my timing monitor there. We can just get a refresh. Because the signal out here, unfortunately, is a little shocking. But needless to say,
I think that might have been Tanya that
could have
saw
been.
pirouetting.
Yeah, I think it was Tanya actually.
Tricky conditions at the moment out at Redstar.
So Tanya get back onto the circuit and fortunately continues on her way. She's still in 6th place though. She was ahead of, or was it Charmaine?
It's a 96. It's Charmaine Hartley.
Charmaine. Yeah, it's Charmaine. There we go. Charmaine Hartley at the back. Not a full field of ladies competitors here either this weekend, but there were other events. Let's have a look and see. This is the replay here.
Ooh.
Okay.
Just too quick on the downshift, and that's what that's going to do with the V. You still got to use the clutch in this car.
Yeah.
So just getting off the clutch a little bit too fast in conditions like this is going to bring the rear around, but good of her to stay out of the way. Doesn't want to loop that car around in front of anybody.
Yeah, I was just waiting for her to go through.
On track.
She ran a little bit wide to come back onto the circuit, but needless to say, got back on track. So important that was done. This is the 2nd place car catching onto the back end of her now. So Mark Bellingham looking for a way through. Philip Bellingham, I beg your pardon. So Philip now up into 2nd place and maintains 2nd place by a good margin over Mark Tucker. Tucker at this stage doesn't really have an answer, 17 seconds back. So it's kind of equidistant between the top 3, between the 17 to 20 yard. It is definitely Peter Hills there on the right-hand side. Confirmation there of the shot as he's walking back to his red car.
Stands to reason we go look at the other car because he is quite a illustrious Formula V mechanic in his own right. So I think he does a lot of the preparation on a lot of the Formula Vs that are racing in the series at the moment. So he just went to go see what mechanically had gone wrong there and see if he could maybe assist. But walking back to his car now as we look at Philip Bellingham and shot 5 laps left to go of this long Redstar circuit. A lot of corners in this place.
13 in total, you go the other way, 12 this way. So I know it works out weird, but it's because of the triple right-hander and triple left-hander that they've just been through there. Triple right-hander this time. So interesting to see how the circuit changes up. But yeah, this way around, actually, to be honest with you, this is my favorite way around, going anti-clockwise. Having done a couple of races here in the past in both 2 wheels and 4 wheels. But on the 2 wheel side of things, this way around is just spectacular. It really is awesome. You come across the line and head into that chicane, just slows you up a little bit.
Oh,
Alan Mayer.
Alan.
Hello. LT, you got to stay on the black stuff, eh? Fortunately, you've got 20 seconds to play with, so it shouldn't affect his lead too badly.
Those cars don't run off the track too well.
Unless there's a bit of damage, but it doesn't look like there is. No, it doesn't look like there is. He's okay. The one thing you've got to be taking into account, though, is if you do go off track today, there is a lot of standing water still out on the circuit. So don't go off there too far or down towards the cattle farm down that side of the circuit. Otherwise, you could be finding it a bit more difficult. Also picked up on, here we go. This is going to be looking at him as he heads down. I think it's into the hairpin that he gets it all locked up. Let's see. Here we go. And
you can see the damp spots of the circuit still. So like it's just difficult to get any temperature in the tires. The tires need temperature. And it's difficult to create that when the surface itself has absolutely no temperature in it at the moment. Nice cold morning out here in Dalmas.
Flying past Tanya Breitenbach there, 2nd of our ladies. Well, she's actually leading the ladies at this stage, but the 2nd car to be passed in terms of being a lapped competitor. And now coming up onto the back end of another rookie by the looks of things. Could that be Johan Espach, who's about to be passed now? And Alan Mayer does that relatively easily. Blue flags waving just to warn the slower car that the quicker drivers are coming through, so it shouldn't be too much more traffic for him. I don't know if he's going to have to worry about Corsi van der Merwe or Mark Tucker a little bit up the road, but there are still 3 laps and 1 corner to go. So it's a little bit of work to do there for Alan Mayer for the win, although with 30.5 second lead, should be pretty plain sailing for him.
Yeah, the Formula V's are still using the Beetle front suspension, the Beetle front beam, and the Beetle rear suspension as well. Formula Volkswagen there. Full independent A-frame suspension that they would use on similar to on all your Formula 3s, Formula 4s, or Formula One cars.
Kind of a sort of the start of what would become Formula 1600, and then into now our current very successful MSA4 class here. MSA4 class, you weren't here unfortunately, but MSA4 class here last weekend I think was 22 cars on the grid. So the success story that continues to be MSA4 is definitely working well. A lot of the karting academy and karters that you've been involved in have made their way into that class, and great to see Akil Aliba making his way to the front end, having some international experience, putting it into good use, and showing the rest of the field the way around here at Redstar Raceway last weekend.
Yeah, we were talking about the MSA4 off camera last week. It's definitely something that is a stepping stone for youngsters to go travel all over the world and race what they know as the FIA4. It's more carbon fiber monocoque construction, similar to this, which was the Formula Volkswagen, if I'm not mistaken, originally the A3, the feeder to the A1 series, which then became Formula Volkswagen in this country, and the feeder for our youngsters to get used to a Formula car before they go overseas and do the Formula 3s back then, which have now become F4 and then obviously into F2. Yeah. But a great little concept that they've got going here with the MSA4. And I mean, a lot of the drivers like Akil Alibai and a lot more South Africans also competing in the Indian Formula 4 Championship as well.
Yeah, exactly. Using that international experience, always a good thing. That is the 24 car. Looks a little bit weary though, I've got to tell you, Johan. He's a bit tall for that car. He kind of sits just above the roll cage. He'll have to tuck his head in if that car does get a little bit airborne. Hopefully it never does. You don't want to see a single seater touching wheels because it usually ends up in something pretty dramatic. But also he's sitting quite forward in the cockpit there.
Look, I'm going to be dead honest with you. Cars like this are not easy to get into.
No,
I was
not at all.
Absolutely struggling. I think changing to fourth, I had to do with my left hand as opposed to my right. I had to go underarm to go to fourth because I just couldn't get my elbow to move in the cockpit. So they're not big.
Oh, spinner. Oh, there we go. Let's have a look and see. Is that the 12 car? Yes, the 12 car spinning out there. Or was it the 11 car?
No, the 11 is Philip Bellingham.
So not Bellingham that
That is not. That's 31.
31 that we just picked up on there. So there's a couple of cars that we don't have numbers on, unfortunately, but they're out on circuit. And a couple of cars that are now coming out for the first time. So 31 we haven't seen at all. And I don't have him on the timing monitor either.
So I think maybe a car that didn't start the race.
Maybe came in late,
yeah.
96, unfortunately, out there. Of course, we do have that Charmaine. Big pity to lose our one of our two ladies that are involved in this one this weekend. Charmaine Hartley parked on the sideline. Also looking at that red and white tape that's on the rear wing, that of course just gesticulates that you are a rookie to the class, first time out. Just to remind the other drivers that if you are out there, unfortunately, when you come up on a red and white tape driver, you might have to just be a little bit more wary because they might not have the same experience that you've got.
Similar to the learner sticker.
Yes.
When you're out in public
Correct.
driving on the road. There's another one with the flappy red tape behind you. So these drivers didn't mistakenly drive through someone's bunting in the pits. It's put on there intentionally.
Yeah, it's intentionally put on. Just to warn the drivers like Alan Mayo when they come up on them that they're going to be coming up onto a rookie. Just to give them a chance to maybe take evasive action or time their overtaking maneuver. They don't have to rush it when they come up on a driver like that because they're going to know they're going to have the experience to get through somewhere else on the circuit and don't have to necessarily worry about making a mistake trying to overtake a rookie in the race. No worries for Alan so far. He's almost a minute actually. It's 47 seconds with a lap and a half or lap and 2 corners to go that Alan Mayer has pulled out over Philip Bellingham. But that was pretty self-explanatory. The Formula Volkswagen is going to have a lot more ability out on circuit than the Super Vs do.
Yeah, he's normally chased around the circuit quite closely by a KTM-powered Van Diemen Formula Ford with a few additives and some wings and slicks put on it.
Correct.
So it does tend to chase him around the circuit very, very closely. They've had some really good racing.
Chased and passed him this time. So JM winning the first race in the Formula Monopastos earlier on today in that KTM-powered Van Diemen. The other interesting factor, of course, with Formula Volkswagen was from what was originally Formula GTI, and there were a few GTIs in Formula Monopasto today as well. The GTI class was the South African Drivers' Championship. It then fell to the sidelines a little bit, and when Formula Volkswagen debuted, MSA, of course, gave it that South African Drivers' Title Championship honours again. So when these cars ran, and at one point they ran up with 30 cars on the grid, it would be interesting to see where the rest of those 30 cars are, because I know they're around here somewhere in South Africa, and it would be better to see them out on track as opposed to parked in garages or wherever they are. and do exactly what Alan Mayer is doing. Come and join him here and be part and parcel of a day like this.
There are a couple of them kicking around in Cape Town. Andrew Rackstraw used to drive
Yes.
one up there as well. So there's about 2 or 3 of them kicking around in that
There's
Monopasto
two that run
series.
in the hill climb as well, which of course is next weekend. So there's 2 of those cars that participate in the hill climb. They've got slightly different versions of them. They've got slightly bigger wheels for more traction, and they also run a bigger wing and slick to give the option of a bit more traction as they head up the hill next weekend at Samola. Coming into some back markers again there for the leader. Shouldn't be too much trouble here for him. As you can see there, Al just taking his time. Not going to go and chance anything and worry about it. He'll have the extra little bit of squirt up the straight. In fact, coming up to pass, if I'm not mistaken, that's Mark Tucker. So Kusi van der Merwe, Mark Tucker and Andre Leroux about to be lapped here into the closing stages.
On the last lap, Mark Tucker, Kirsty van der Merwe very close together. Alan Mayer actually getting into that little fight. So that was supposed to be a 2-lap longer fight. Now with Alan Mayer going past, it shortened that fight only this lap.
Yeah, got to finish up over the next couple of corners. Mayer with a minute gap now over Bellingham in second. Tucker, van der Merwe and Leroux. Pretty tight between them initially, but of course it all opened up after a couple of cars had a few spins here and there. The track conditions have definitely dried out. You can see there's a dry line, and even the outside line has dried up as well. So I think we may be in for dry conditions, but it's still cold. So to get heat into the rubber is not always the easy thing to do. Alan Mayer now.
Oh, coming back, and Mark Tucker's going to unlap himself.
Tucker's going to unlap himself. So
I will not finish this race
I
lapped.
definitely want to be finishing up at the front end. Thank you very much. And I'm not going to be lapped. Or is Alan going to give him a chance here? Oh, the flag's out. No, he's not.
Yep.
He's going to do one less lap. That's sneaky, eh?
But with the,
That's real
cost of,
sneaky.
with the cost of fuel at the moment, maybe just drop back and do less laps.
That might be a plan. Save some fuel for the second race. So Alan Mayer taking the victory there for our first heat of Super Vs. And that, of course, will bring him up into the championship initially. As we saw, he didn't make it down to Daisy's Raceway on the 7th of March. That was the opening round for Super Vs. So looking forward to another big bit of race action later on today. And Carl, thanks for jumping in, buddy. Good to see you.
Hey, I thought for
Enjoy
once I'll come be a spectator,
the rest
and
of
then
the
maybe
day.
I'll pop in and say hi.
And if you pop in, do you think you're going to get away with no commentary?
I have to come say hello to Greg.
Highly unlikely.
I must say, I've been inside the Atlantis video van next door that does all your production.
It's pretty awesome, eh?
Mate,
Yeah, I
that
know.
is next level.
They have got it sorted.
Next
They
level.
really
To
have got it
watch
sorted.
it being mixed and directed.
Yeah,
a
exactly.
fantastic thing to see. I think we should get a camera in there someday so we can show.
If we can get a camera in there, you've got one of the best directors in the business who are helping us out with all the pictures today, and Scott Seward. And of course, Donnie and his team. That's Donnie Aaron, as we like to call him, from Atlantis Video, giving you all the race action today here from Historic and Inland Championship. We'll be back shortly with more action out on track and getting ready to go, of course, for our first bit of action from the Silver Cup category. On the long circuit, one of the biggest fields of the day. We'll be out on track to do the long circuit and then race 2 of Lotus Challenge before we get into the lunch break here at Redstar Raceway. We'll be back shortly.
Trying to fight back against Alan Mayer, saying, listen, give me this extra lap. I need the extra lap to make it work. I can't let you take it away from me because 4th place is on the cards here. So Kursi and Leroux continue to challenge one another. And Leroux looking to that final push. So up into 4th place. Leroux ahead of Kursi. Pushed in, didn't get across the line in time to make it work. And let's go to our timekeepers to take a look at that. But Leroux will finish ahead of Kursi as they come.
nice to see. They lived up to what they said, Marius Jacobs. Well done for that. Appreciate it, buddy. But the 183 car there of Ronald van Rensburg coming all the way from KwaZulu-Natal, and was told if you put a surfboard on your roof, you'll get your entry for free. So they're living up to what Silver Cup has done in the past, where they promise. Okay. So Silver Cup, one of the biggest classes today, are ready to go. And as always with Silver Cup, they're always trying to do something pretty spectacular and something unique. So as we go through all the cars lined up here in the pre-race area, we pick up on the likes of Johan Willemse in his Golf 1. We've got a couple of Peugeots involved in this one, all previously probably from Super Hatch. One of our fastest lady drivers there in Yolandi in the little Mini. We've got a nice little AC Cobra on the left-hand side, some very fast Golf 1, some very fast Nissans as well. As we come through here, one car we'll pick up on in the race at some point in time as well is also a Golf 1, not part of the 2D Trucks team, but part of one of the teams that have come all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. And as we see the two Origin Oil Polos making their way onto the track behind the Moscow's BMW, we'll get to see them coming through there. So here they come. So Golf 1, it's kind of Golf 1 Cup here, because there are a lot of Golf 1s involved in this, City Golfs as well as the original Golf 1s, depending on if you look at the door panels on those cars. And as they come through here, we'll get to see them all coming through. And as I said, Nissan Sentra Sabre coming through there, Peugeot 207 GTI, a little Z3 BMW that we saw earlier on there of Henry Platt. That's a pretty fast car as well, that one. Nokia back in action, this time in his Golf 1 from N4 Autocraft team. We should probably get to see that one coming through as well as the two Rowe and Moscow's BMWs make their way back onto circuit, hoping for a little bit more action. Renault Megane in the mix. Mazda 323, the original Mazda 323 as well. That's the Tarzan car out of the sort of 80s there, coming into play. And then have a look at this one. Just in the background there, the Golf with the surfboard, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. They said, if you come along and bring a surfboard on your car from KwaZulu-Natal, we'll give you free entry. And they've lived up to their word. Well done to Marius and his team. But as I said, arguably one of the biggest fields of the day here, coming from Silver Cup. And making their way onto the track now for their first heat of action. It will be an 8-lapper. And looking forward to, in fact, no, it's a 6-lapper for them. 6 laps for them on the long circuit. So slightly shortened version. And then later on in the day, they're going to split this category into 2. We're going to have classes P, A, and A+ on the short circuit. And then after Inex Legends' third and final heat, we'll have classes B, C, and D on the short circuit as well. So long circuit is going to provide us with lots of action. The short circuit later on, I think, could be pretty spectacular as well. Marius is jumping in here. I'm going to ask you, Tyrone, if you wouldn't mind just jumping in behind me here, brother bear, just to get Marius onto the mic here for us. Guest mic on standby, please, guys, as Marius Jacobs is about to join me here. Okay, hang tight. He's just going to get the chair. He's just knocked the chair over. He's breaking my studio as he climbs in here as well. We were just chatting about the fact that you lived up to your name there, Marius, in terms of Silver Cup and what you guys do. Nice to see a gallery of people at Redstar Raceway. I think this is basically all the supporters for Silver Cup, though, that are standing on that gallery right now. Yeah, but the surfboard car, nice to see that, eh? Listen, put a surfboard on your car, you get your entry for free. I'm going to put a surfboard on every single time I come, bud.
The deal stays the same. The deal stays the same. That's what I like about us. Make fun of it, have fun with it, and yeah.
How many guys had to do push-ups this weekend?
11.
11, okay, that's like a... Listen, yeah. Scott's here in the background, and we'll let you know. The other interesting fact is, if you want to get a free entry and you do enough push-ups, you get the free entry as well from Marius. So, Car Care Clinic, SBS Racing, of course, bringing you the day's racing here today, giving us an opportunity to have the live stream here, courtesy of Atlantis Video. And, of course, we're going to see some big action. Also, change up as well in terms of how you've looked at the format for this weekend. You've got the long circuit 6 laps, and then splitting the classes into 3 and 3 onto the short circuit later on.
That's the dream. But then
It's the dream, he
we're
says.
only at 52 entries.
Oh, no, only 52.
Yeah,
It's horrible.
only,
I
yeah.
hate to be in that
And
situation.
for the short, we're only allowed 19.
So
Now
you
we're
can't
sitting
split
with
it.
conundrum. So
Okay, so it depends on what happens here.
yes. So
Okay,
we'll
so
see what
if you
happens,
have a
yes.
bit of attrition rate, we might be able to do the short circuit.
And then we'll have a speak to the COC. Maybe we can have free heats then.
Okay, I'm happy with that too. I'm not worried. I just want to see some short circuit racing with these cars.
telling you.
The long circuit.
you done
is good.
it?
I've done the short circuit. Yes.
It's fine.
No,
Trust
it's
me.
proper. It's
I don't
proper
care how big or small your engine is. It's fine.
No, it's always good. It's always good. That little Indy track version of the circuit is pretty spectacular one. Great to see once again joining you, the Moscow's team. I think it's 3 of the 5 that are here this weekend, or 4 of the 5.
Yes.
4 of the 5, which is great to see, including the 2 Platt boys and the little Z3. And that's a pretty rapid little car around here. We saw that earlier on in his first outing in the first heat of the day.
We're going to see what happens because yesterday the down rain was terrible here, so we didn't qualify.
Yeah.
So they're pulling away now in classes as your championship, but in class.
Okay.
And we made the call 9 o'clock this morning because it was still raining. So we said double yellows, turn 1 and 2. On the backstretch we'll start with a green.
Green flag on the
So
back
it's
straight.
going to be
No,
a
that's
normal,
good.
normal start, lights out, calm down. 1, 2, everybody's great, and
Then we hit it down the back straight away.
then we
Okay.
find some traffic.
I know that young lady on the left-hand side. She's been in the commentator's curse studio. It's quite nice. Is this her brother here?
Yes, that's the man.
Check it that, eh? That's typical of the Jacobses, eh? The whole interior is done in metallic purple. Say no more.
There was a special.
There was a special on paint, yeah. Yeah. I think you went through to Nick and Ron Van Wheelie at the Majestic Paints work and said, listen, we need some metallic purple. There you go. Spray that one.
Guys, can I just say something?
Say it.
Your setup.
Hey, it's not got an awesome setup, eh? It's proper. Eh? Have you been into the main studio? Yeah, no, they've got it tight. They've got it dialed in.
seriously,
Yeah,
well
Donovan
done.
Aaron has definitely got something pretty spectacular. It really is good. So we are standing by now for the start of Silver Cup.
Problem now because
Yeah, you
the
got one
lights were
problem.
going this way. We're going to stand around the corner.
Exactly. Exactly. So Mr. Bean's having a quick squiz here to make sure everybody's in their correct grid positions. 2D Trucks have brought their whole squad, so that's 5 Golf 1s I think they've got, eh?
Unfortunately, missing Mario Struter. Had to attend some wedding or something. He does that.
On a race day. I've never heard of that in my
I don't know why
life.
he did that, but anyway.
I've never heard of that in my life.
Must be
Tyron, have you? No, Tyron's never heard of
must
that.
have been wife pressure or something.
Yeah, probably, hey. You know what they say. It's the same as golf, you know, when those guys are playing golf and they tee off and they see the wedding party go past and they wave. And the guy goes, why are you waving? He says, well, it's the lady I'm going to marry later on this afternoon when I'm finished the round.
Brave.
Exactly. Brave man to go racing on your wedding day. But no, we'll see him later on. I'm sure he'll be back fighting hard. This is a cool car.
Automatic.
Yeah.
Automatic boxing. Flappy pedal.
Lovely.
Life is easy.
So, yeah, maybe get a shot of that. Just turn to the right-hand side.
Mr.
There
Johan,
it is.
how you
There it is, the
doing?
flappy paddles, exactly as expected. On cue, that's what we want to see.
So I'm going to say sequential boxes. Let's call it easy for understand. Flappy pedal boxes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think the top 10 on the grid is
All got it. Yeah, this has got 8
This
boxes.
is old school.
Yeah, that's old school boxy there. Yeah, but the Moscow's team, they've been big supporters of your class and, of course, of the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, and giving extra time in the saddle for a lot of their drivers, which prepares them for the M Performance Racing Series that they participate in full time.
100%. 100%.
And I think that's exactly what you offer here in terms of Silver Cup. It's an opportunity to, whatever you got, bring it.
Yeah.
We'll find a place for you.
Yeah.
We'll put you in somewhere and we'll make you work.
That's why I always say you'll have a dice. I don't care if it's a golf, a BM, whatever. As long as I have a dice, life is
Then you're good, eh?
Yeah.
Now, I was chatting to your good friend, Mr. Tanapel, and he was saying to me that he's going to visit your friends across the border in a few weeks' time on the 27th of June on my birthday. Are you guys going too?
We're going, but we're too big to go with. So we're going on our own in August.
Oh, you're going in August. Okay, cool. So there's two separate outings. That's quite lucky. Well, that's good to see. I mean, the cross-pollination over the border there to Maputo is nice to see. And I know that they always look after you guys over there as well.
Yo, treatment.
Eh?
Next level.
They love it, eh?
Next level.
It's nice
Oh yeah,
to
and
see.
by the
that.
way, we're racing then there.
Yes.
First is the entertainment, and
And then you race,
yeah,
It's
some
the off-track
some
stuff.
race, some race.
And every
happening.
now and again we get onto the track and have a bit of fun. Eh?
Yeah.
And that's okay, cool. All right, standing by for the start now for first heat of Silver Cup. It's the full category. Easy start. Easy start down into turn 1 and 2.
That's what we said, but let's
The
see.
fastest 2 minutes of your life. Go ahead. Here we go. Lights on, lights off. Everybody hold positions down towards turn at number 1. That's the plan.
Please, they listen.
Oh, they did. That's good. So they were at driver's briefing.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that. Eh? Little Renault Macan there with the Z3 right on his tail,
this looks
323.
good. This looks bloody good.
GTRs, the surfboard car, the Sabre, and then it's Golf 1 Cup at the back. A couple of BMWs that have got a bit of work to do. As you said, starting in class and starting from their championship positions means it's going to be a little bit more difficult, particularly if guys weren't involved in the first rounds. That means they start at the back of the pack. Interesting start here, because as we come out of this corner, turn 2, green flag.
Came on.
Here we go. Drop the hammer, let's go racing. And that's exactly what's happening. Dierwold, we've got a great start there. Great start there from Dierwold as he heads down towards turn number 3. Everybody else now in full flight. That big aerial out of the Mini is not an aerial, it's actually a GoPro, so we'll get some nice footage there, I think, from Yolandi later on as they come down into turn 2. And yeah, this is going to be a bit of a fight on, I think. BMW's at the front end. Watch out for that little Polo as well. The Wix Polo is always good. And I think he's going to be in for a bit of a run there as the Cobra sneaks up on the inside. Change up for first and second. Vessel's hit the front, so Moscow finds a way past on Dierwold. And there we go. Moscow's leading things out over Dierwold. BMW 1, 2, 3, and then the Cobra in fourth, ahead of the Polo. First of the space frames.
Julio coming back after
Origa.
a way off out.
And then a little bit of a change up as the 168 car just squeezing through there. Nicely done and finding a way through. So a nice start to proceedings here. And of course expecting to see more of the same as they get into the mix here for 6 laps of the short circuit. Eh? So you've made it slightly shorter. Save the cars a bit.
Oh, come on.
There we go. That was Carl Lawrence's fault. I'm going to blame him for the commentator's curse there on the Polo. So he sneaks through and unfortunately drops right to the back. He's going to have to wait till everybody comes through because there's not going to be a safe position. Here is a very fast car, and I love chatting about this car. It's one of my favorite cars to talk about in motorsport. Louis Cloutier in the Beetle. That is a stock standard 1600cc. Do you know that, eh?
Is it historic?
Yeah, it's a historic one. But it's a completely stock standard 1600cc. He's done nothing to that engine.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly what you bought in 1970-ish.
I'll give him his money back for it now when he paid it out. I'll definitely do double I'll do.
No, I'm only teasing. The tongue-in-cheek there between Louis and myself is that I've always called it a stock standard Beetle, but if you see the modification that's been done to that car. Speaking of modifications to cars, that Nissan Primera that's going through there, it's got the bright colours, yellow flags into turn 1, possibly safety car as well, I think. Is there a safety car that's been called there? Because there's a board out with that yellow flag, so I'm assuming that possibly might be safety car. It is. There we go.
Okay.
So we must have had an incident that unfortunately wasn't able to be cleared.
Who was the naughty ones?
You need to decide who they are. Yeah. Who's going to be doing push-ups now in the halfway break? Eh? Yeah. Lunchtime, you're not going to be having lunch. You're going to be doing push-ups here. I've got the boss man alongside me. So Jonathan Visser has maintained his position amongst the BMWs. It's always nice to see. Sean Vermaak is there as well. Stoty. Used to be a super bike
I think
racer.
he's been a gentleman, realised he passed him on the yellow and he gave the position.
That's nicely done. So Stoutkat for Mark there in 4th place in the BMW.
Dwayne Brown is doing really good with his Fiesta.
Yes.
1.6 stock standard sub-assembly.
Sure.
No, for real.
No, for sure. No, I believe you.
A Roca motor.
Listen, I believe all Silver Cup drivers. Every Silver Cup driver, I believe exactly what they say.
No, my surprise of it is it's really a stock standard and it's still lasting. That's the surprise.
Yeah, no. I do know that from Dwayne Brown's point of view. Yeah, it's a really a great little race car he's built.
Yeah.
But there are a couple of really good
ones. New space frame will be at the next race. He built himself a new space frame.
He's got a space frame coming.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
So that's cool.
That Primera, I was about to say before we saw the safety car board come out, that was originally driven by George Besaidnout.
Yeah,
And at one point, is that a new car there?
Yes, that's the Nissan now.
Okay.
The Primera, I think they're developing or what.
Okay.
Actually, that's called the family car.
Because I know the original one that they had, which was George Besaidnout.
Yeah, no, that's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, that car there. It went unbeaten in Silver Cup and Clubmans. I think, if I'm not mistaken, for about 50 or 60 races in a row. He was not beaten on track anywhere he raced. It was an amazing car he had.
That car was in the market for quite a few years, and nobody even
knew about it.
I didn't even know about it. And then
Yeah.
Marnes got hold of it and boom, put it back on the market.
That's what I like to see. When Manus du Plessis took that car over, it became a pretty much another race-winning car. So certainly a man to watch out for. But just looking at the array of cars that you've got here, as we mentioned earlier on with Silver Cup, and the cool thing about this category is they are on every format of social media. So if you do want to get involved in motorsport, you're looking for a cheap option. If you don't have a race car available or you're looking to buy a race car, make sure that you get hold of the man who's alongside me and on the microphone at the moment, and give him a shout out on his social media. It'll probably be Morgan who comes back to you, because he's not that great in terms of his ability on social media. Morgan Jacobs will come back to you. She, of course, is in between her racing herself in M Performance Racing Series.
I must thank her because we didn't qualify, so we had to do the grids. The poor girl was last night
She's
doing
working
5
hard.
shirts here.
That's nice.
And then
After you made her work so hard on the camera yesterday as well.
telling her, and then they say, oh, but this car added, and then she started over again.
Yeah.
So
See,
thank you for that, Pumpkin.
Yeah, well done there, Morgs. And yeah, if you want to catch up with her, of course, and find out about her racing career, we actually did a really awesome interview with her in one of the first episodes of Commentator's Curse. But here we go. Just going through once again this array of cars. It is pretty much dominated by Golf 1s or Volkswagen type products. We've got a little Caddy Bucky in there as well. Interesting to see a couple of Nissans being thrown into the mix here and there as well, which haven't really been around. But nice to see those Sabres and Sentras that were originally production cars now back onto a grid of racing, and competitive amongst the Golfs and Polos. A couple of Super Polos out there. We've got, of course, the Volkswagen Beetle and the Space Frames. Now, when I first started watching Silver Cup, Morris, there were a lot of space. You were, of course, a Space Frame aficionado. But the Space Frames kind of had their own class initially, but with development of racing, development of skills, development of the drivers, what you've done behind the scenes with the class, building this club, it's now almost even Stevens between saloon cars and the Space Frames in terms of this category.
No, they're really growing really good. But like I say, we can split them up and put them separate. But why? If we have 50 cars and have a dice on the grid, happy days.
Red flag.
Oh, I think that's a good move because that gives the more laps for us.
Gives us some more laps. So I think we completed 2, which means you're probably going to have a 4 lap.
Left, yes.
4 lap, eh? Yeah, 2 laps completed. They'll do a full, but it's a full restart. So 2 laps.
No.
You're not going to combine. Will you combine?
No, because we already completed 1 lap.
So they completed 1. They'll go to full restart, and it's a full restart in terms of a new race. It won't be a combination of race 1 and race 2, or part 1, part 2.
And I think we're talking about the restart now.
Yeah, now.
No, I think we'll be in position we are now.
Yeah, positions will say the same, but what I'm saying is it won't be a combination of race 1, this part, and race 2.
Oh, no.
So it's 1 race now.
Yes, correct.
4 laps. 2D trucks. It's all their fault. Fortunately, they've got a truck that can get them out the way. Hey?
Sorry, my friend.
No worries.
But listen, the way I know these guys,
That'll be fixed.
Hey.
No, they'll be itching to get onto that short circuit.
Yeah.
They will definitely be itching to get on that short circuit. So let's bring them to the line again, and we'll do the restart. Give them a chance to get back onto their grid positions. JP, I think, battled a little bit. Eh? He's going to have to work through that field. He's found a couple of positions
What
up
do you
there.
mean last night or now?
You name it. Eh? Yeah. He did look a little under the weather in the Lotus Challenge race, which Tyron and I will chat about a little bit later on. But the cool thing with JP, of course, is he's got 2 cars to participate in today. You won't miss them because they are as bright as the front end of that one. And his Lotus is probably even brighter. You can probably spot that from the moon or from Ireland. That's why I think Tyron came in. He saw the action from Ireland. So he's here now to show us exactly what it's all about. So bring him back to the line. Let's get him restarted and reformed up. And hopefully, let's see if there's an updated version. Let's just do a refresh there. Let's see if they're going to give us a revised grid, or are we going to go back to original grid positions. I think we're going to go to original grid positions because we only completed 1 lap. So it's probably going to be
Sean is coming. No, the cover is coming in. No, it's Sean, sorry.
Sean Lamprecht coming in there in the BM. Let's see. Okay, they haven't given us a grid just yet, so they are probably discussing whether or not they're going to go. No, we're all good. There he is. There's Aaron. That's our man, Donovan Aaron. He's the man behind the scenes here for Atlantis Video. And yeah, I think it's back to original grid positions. Vessel's back on.
Not your first time, then.
Me? Oh, no, a few times. A few times. Yeah, no, I've done Silver Cup on a few occasions here and there. You know what I'm saying?
You got a better ride than me. I'm usually in the car. I really miss it.
But you're normally in the car. That's probably why. You wouldn't know that.
I'm the one wondering what
you'll be seeing the guys go, why are we stopping? This is not what I planned.
Deska also, Julia Ribery, he's moving to Cape Town, so it's only going to get time to come this side.
Okay. Is he going to leave this car here? Up in Joburg so that it's available if he needs to come up here? Okay, that's good.
Staying this side, I think.
Well, that's good. Well, you did mention the fact that we're going to be around the corner. We are certainly around the corner. And a lot of work that's been done behind the scenes. Okay, I'll just pull that in a little bit closer. How's that?
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
There we go. That's a bit better from him. Yeah, he doesn't project as high as I do, so he'd probably have to work a bit harder on the microphone. He's normally used to talking behind a helmet, that's why. But yeah, there you go. Original grid positions being taken up again, so we can do the restart. The restart, as you'll see as well, from the standing start into turn 1 and 2 under double yellows. onto the back straight away. It's full green.
I
I think, you know what happened? To be honest with you, I think Dierwald didn't realize it was double yellows. He got the whole shot, and when he came onto the straight, realized, backed out and let Vessel go through.
Ding, 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 ding. You got it right,
Yeah,
I think so.
there we go. So this time, hopefully he gets it right. Because if he does get it right, he can probably run with Vessel. And if Vessel runs away, then hopefully we'll get the second of the Moscows, the boxing.
Video of Dewald's car on a dyno. It's not proper, guys.
Really? Oh, that's proper, hey? That's proper. I think Julio would like to be in there with those BMs if he can and run with Zander. But the space frame battle should be good too.
On the correction, but I think his best here is at 206.
Yeah. No, he's got some pace. Are we battling to get that car? Why are we battling to get that car out of harm's way there? Well, listen, AAA recovery being called into... exactly. See? AAA recovery being called in here. Yes, you can with pleasure. Hang tight. We're going to be back shortly as we go to some paying of the bills quickly. And we'll be back at Red Star in a few moments' time.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Yeah, no comments about the singing there. Okay.
Oh,
All right, AAA recovery getting that car out of harm's way now, fortunately. So it looks like we're almost good to go. And a couple of guys standing on the sideline there, probably itching to say, listen, why are we not racing yet? Well, we got cars out on track. The Renault Megane is parked just on the entrance to pit lane there.
you had a Mini there in the corner.
Yeah, talk to me about it.
Went home last night, drive through, drove in this morning again, and race again.
Exactly. Got some McDonald's on the way.
Life is good.
It's great, eh?
Dory behind the sea.
I do like the aerial she's running with the onboard GoPro that's at the top of it. So that's going to provide us a couple of great shots, I think, for your social media
We
later.
were talking about aero and wings, and then I think she got it missed.
No,
She
no,
got
she's not worried about that at all. Not even worried about air and wings. She went with the little, this, what do we call it? I can't remember what that one's called. Tyron, you from the motor industry, you'll probably know. The low back Mini, they had a special name. I can't remember what it was called. Eh? No, it's not. No, it's not the Countryman. It's. Got to try to remember it now. It's gone on my head. But it's basically sort of what the fastback option on a Mustang was. So you had the normal Mini with the 2 doors. You had the Countryman, which had the 4 doors, and then the sort of open stable style doors at the back. But I can't remember exactly the version of that. Maybe next time you come back, you can find out from me. I don't know what it's called. But there's a specific version of that or name for that Mini that she's driving, because it's the low back version or the fastback version of the Mini. So nice to see that she's out there. She had a good outing at Swartkops though.
Amazing.
In
Amazing.
I think it was her first or second race at Swartkops. So
Yeah.
not a bad effort there. The boss man just getting phone calls all down. What's happening? Please tell us what's happening with the race. Are you able to do it?
2 of the drivers phoning me with the onboards.
It's the drivers. The drivers. Are they using walk and talk? That's what we need to know. Is it? Have they got Bluetooth in their cars before they can drive? They can talk. All right. So we're almost good to go here. We're just going to clear that car off track. In terms of the championship as well, overall championship at this stage, Petrus van Oort is the leading car at the moment on 172 points. Wessel Mostert is second on 170. The start's delayed as you can see. It's pretty self-explanatory. WRT Racing, that's Hein and Vincent that are sharing that car. They are in third.
Awesome team.
And Jared Lee Thomas in fourth. Interesting factor with Dwayne being in fifth. you've literally got one car out of each of the classes in the top 5. So Class A in 5, Class D in 4, Class C in 3, Class P in 2, and Class B plus in 1. So the spread in terms of the classes is nice for the overall championship as well.
100%. So that shows you the classes is working out in the way it is. Oh, that's a good crowd.
That is a nice crowd. It's Redstar. We can get them to wave. Come on, Quinton, get them to wave. Come on, let's do a Redstar wave there. Let's do a Redstar wave. Let's see if we can get a Redstar wave from right. Oh, Marius Malherba will always give us a what's up. What's up, Marius Malherba? Well, we got one wave there. We got one wave there. I got do a little shuffle there in the background. That red Golf is very sort of Lightning McQueen-esque in terms of its styling. Yeah? I like that yellow numbers on the red there. Works very nicely. Easy to pick up from a long way.
We've got a few youngsters. I think he's 16 as well now.
Yes. Yeah.
A few youngsters we got. That's good to see.
And I think it's also a nice format for the youngsters if they want to come into saloon cars, because a lot of the times going sort of the Rookie Cup route or possibly Gazoo Racing route or even into Polo Cup, it's quite an expensive outing where some of the moms and dads might not have that kind of budget, where you can find a decent little race car, jump into the race car, give yourself an opportunity to learn the skills before you go and hone them into the sort of more competitive classes. Not that this is not competitive, but the sort of more higher echelon classes, should I put it, in
Give yourself
motorsport.
on a nice Golfy 1600. Come have fun first and, like you say, learn first.
There we go. We're going live on someone's iPhone as well, by the looks of things there. There we go. Nice that. That's a cool shot there, Quinn. So not only live, but we live on live at the same time.
Say that again 3 times fast.
No, live. Well, we live for live, That's what it's all about. Alrighty, so BMW's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a Cobra in 5. It's the Polo of Jonathan Fisser in 6th place. Then we got the 2 space frames. Tucked in there is Dwayne Brown. Then, of course, our little Mini we're just chatting about. Then it becomes almost Golf 1 Cup, because the back of the field is about 20 odd cars, and I'd say about 17 of them are Golf 1s.
Correct, yeah. So I think we lost now. I see Sean went in, and I think Richard now is on the truck. So I think we lost 2.
So I think just the 2 cars that possibly had issues there. The Renault was parked on the inside of pit lane, but I think that was just because they were shuffling the grid at the back. So the Megane should be back on track and hopefully back into the fight. I do love the fact whenever you get a chance to see Silver Cup, and it's normally with Silver Cup that we see it, every now and again you get a guy who goes and transforms his little bucky into a race car. That's special, I think that. It's kind of like reminds me of the old NASCAR style trucks that they used to race. Oh, it's good fun. It really is cool.
And I think it's a bit trickier than you think to get the handling right on a car because of the weight.
Because the weight at the back is nothing. That's the issue. And of course you've got to drop the tailgate. At the hill climb, a lot of the guys are going up the hill going, yes, this thing is battling, and they drop the tailgate, and all of a sudden there's 3 seconds.
Such a small thing,
it's
such
amazing.
A big difference.
Yeah, amazing how much it makes in terms of a difference then, and aerodynamics. Right, looks like we are under starters orders. Is that the start delay board? I think the start delay board is still out there for now.
It's like a
that's
probably
it's the shuffle at the back that they're sorting out. That's the reason. And it was because of all the changes. I think you were spot on in terms of if they'd completed 2 laps, they would have come to the line and lined up as they were.
Yeah.
But because they hadn't completed 2 laps, they've got to go back to the original grid position. So it's a little shuffle for our race control.
Oh, that still looks good.
It does look good, hey?
You're saying about extra weight. Neo, I think he's probably listening. We raced here as well, and he came in his dad. He says, no, there's noise in the back of the car. I check, no, nothing's wrong. There's noise in the back of the car. After we finish racing, where's the loading straps? In the back of the car.
Yeah, not a huge amount more weight, but certainly a distraction.
Massively.
Certainly a distraction to the proceedings, that's for sure. Yeah, no, there's been a few times that guys have been caught out. I know that even in Polo Cup, a couple of guys have been caught with rags inside their engine bays. A couple of, you always, what are they looking for? It's the 13 socket and the 10 spanner.
There you go.
Never find those things.
And the 5 Allen key.
Guess where you find them? Inside the cockpit of a race car or inside the engine bay of a race car just before it rolls out.
And if you find it, you don't even give it back. Because you know your toolbox is shorting some.
It goes into your toolbox. If it's Gador, it goes into the
10 spot.
Exactly. There's the 10 spot. Oh, we got that spanner back again. That's right. Why does yours say...
Don't ask questions. My 10 is back.
That's a Talkcraft one. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's my toolbox.
Oh, that sounds good.
Okay, let's light them up. Get them ready to go. Back under starters orders. I think they're going to give them a lap to get a bit of heat in
Come,
the rubber,
Devil.
eh? Or we're going straight into racing. We could have gone straight into racing. I'll double check now, but I think maybe a bit of a warm-up lap to get some heat into the rubber might be
That'd be a good
required. Might not be a bad call. But also give a chance to sort out the shuffle at the back. There goes our surfer boy. I want to say Sean Thompson at the wheel of that car, but not. Only there you go.
All the way from Durban. Very
Exactly.
nice. Very nice to have them here.
It is, it's great. And I think cross-pollination in these classes is starting to work well because you've got lots of guys coming from all around the country who want to be involved in big fields like this.
Now it's a total restart. I think they're going to go.
So this looks like we are under race action. So down towards turn 3 they come. That's Dwayne under pressure there from one of the space frames. Zander onto the back end of him, looking for a way through. Yeah, no, we're under flat-out racing here because Vessel's got away. You'll see him come through the shot here probably in the next couple of seconds. To stay ahead there of Dierwold. There he goes, Moscow's and Dierwold for second. So 2 BMWs. Cobra up ahead of Stoti, so Stoti losing out there ever so slightly.
Julian
And, Riga just ahead of Jonathan Fisser. I'll start there from him too.
Come the way.
We're getting there, she's there. Oh, that's all good. Then comes the little Primera on his tail. Big push there from Platt. 3-3 is under big pressure there from the surfer boy. The
Well
banana
done to them. They had an incident last race and the car's rebuilt and ready.
Yeah, I see the whole front end has changed up and the lights have gone, unfortunately.
Yeah,
That was
well
because of
done
that big
for the
crash
hard
to the head.
work.
Yeah, I don't think you can. You could probably find a couple around Gauteng.
Sure.
If I had to ask the man over your shoulder, he'd know where a couple of 323 chassis
We need
might
to
be
take
hanging
your
around
number.
at some point. Time will know. If you can't, then definitely get hold of the 2 boys that used to race in Mazdas with me as well. I can tell you they know a few little Mazda 323s every now and again. So here we go. It's race action and Riga putting the pressure on. Oh, Dierwold Smith not quite getting the drive out of turn number 9. They come into 10 now. The Cobra's up to second, Riga to third. Dierwold drops down to 4th place into the clutches of Stoti. And Riga around the outside. Oof, nice maneuvering there from the space frame. Showing that little bit of extra power to weight ratio component that comes through there from his point of view. But full restart here possibly means a full 6 laps of race action coming away as well. So we can see what they say. They haven't given us exactly how many laps they're going to be doing
sounds
here.
good.
But here we go. Across the line. And first lap completed in anger. Wessel Mostert leading the pack. Heading down towards turn 1 and 2. This time not under double yellows. Which means Fisser can pull a move like that on Dierwold to squeeze through.
Now we'll see the horsepower. See what it does in a straight.
Oh, the Polo's good, eh? That little Polo's got a good little turn of pace, but and he got out of there nasty. He's looking to try and close down here on Sean Vermaak as they come down there. So the Wicks Filters car putting the pressure onto Stoti as they go down into turn 4. And having a look there. Not quite getting it right, but nicely done nonetheless from those first 4 cars. BMW now under pressure and Fisser closing him down. Sean Vermaak, as I mentioned earlier on, coming out of Superbike racing initially. It was his sort of claim to fame. He was a very good Thunderbike and then international Superbikes and sometimes also up into the Super GP class at one point in his career too. But decided that after having a couple of kids, he still wanted to race, but 2 wheels might have just been a little bit too dangerous. So
How do you
still
do
love the
this?
fact.
I'm watching and talk. How do you talk and watch together?
Easy.
I'm so focused.
Are you
I
watching
forget
what's
to
happening?
talk. Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
I'm gonna hand the microphone over to Marius now. Let's see how he goes. Go, Marius.
No, I'm too interested in the race. But yeah, but Petrus is doing good. He's coming up. Marnus.
You're Marnus on the inside looking for a chance here.
The brakes is doing overwork.
That's good to see. Side by side with the little boxy.
Oh, wow, come on.
Spacey out of shape there.
I bet he said Blommiki.
Yeah, he didn't say things nasty in the car there. Will he get back on track without another spin?
Nice
Yes.
recovery.
Good recovery there. Good recovery. In fact, look at that. A little bit of damage on the front end of the Primera.
Zander get through.
Zander's going to try and get through, but inside line was covered. And then comes Kluti. Kluti on the Beetle. Going to find a way through as well. So Kluti. So we got Golf 1, Boxy, Nissan. Here's the replay. Have a look at this. Just gets on the inside. Does he get a tap? No, he does. Yeah, he definitely got a tap because that's why there's damage on the front end of the Nissan.
Oh.
So the tap came from
He
behind.
wanted to see their sponsors. They want to go to MP
course.
Works. That's what he was
There you
working
go.
for.
See forklift mining. There you go. Special. Each side of the car got shown there. Done deal. Sign the check.
And that's 2 teammates.
And then fax it through to me. Yeah. Always nice when your teammates have that. Eh? No team orders in that team. Clearly.
Nope.
Alrighty, onto the main straight we come. Another lap completed here. with a bit of damage on that Nissan. Have a look at this one more time. This is a bit higher up in the field, 2 of the Golfs.
Aww.
Sliding. And here, it's just wet. So when you slide here, you're going to have no chance of catching. You're going to have to wait until you get it all back.
Now he's there still wondering what happened.
Oh. Hang on a
How did I
second.
get here?
Where did the track go? I was on black stuff. Now I'm on the green. Dwayne Brown, under pressure.
Doing really good.
These 3 are coming. Minus is coming on nicely there. He really is going well.
Dwayne and Quinton is going to have a nice dive.
Yeah, I think
Their
so.
times are very much the same.
Mostert Senior in the background also trying to close that gap down. Hasn't quite got there just yet, but I think we're in for a bit of a fight here of note.
And I must say, Quinton always good-looking cars. Very nice.
Does a good job on the whole team as well. They put things together. Yo,
What's
possible
up
change
with
for the lead.
Oh no!
What?
Vessel.
Julia Riga finding some pace here. Italian Stallion has decided to give a little bit of a run there to the Moscow's team. Vessel Mostert being caught out there ever so slightly there by Riga in the space frame. So Class P changing up at the front end and overall as well for the lead of this race.
Julian A+ class.
Nicely done. Nicely done here. Riga getting a lap time in there as well. Also a fast lap time. What do we get down
Mustn't break
to?
my record, I'll be sad.
2:05.
Oh,
Is that your lap record gone?
didn't the comment say it already?
Oh. I'll say no more, hey. I'm going to keep quiet now.
You can cut that out,
Commentator's
mate.
curse, we'll
You
keep
can-
that one out, hey. Listen, but we've still got the short circuit to come later on, so
Yeah.
don't worry. Maybe you can hang on to that one. But
Oh,
Riga
please.
doing an amazing job here to get to the front and now leads as he crosses the line there ahead of Vessel Mostert. Mostert's going to probably try to come back at him.
Yeah.
I think Vessel's
I
probably
think
going to...
Vessel's got the power, but I must honestly say the space frame's got the handling.
Of course. But the thing here with Redstar is that it gives you the ability to use both.
Correct.
There's certain areas where, we're about to get onto the long straight where the BMW's a little bit extra legs will allow him to try and close things down. But as long as Julio's got good drive out of the top corner, it's going to be difficult to do.
100%.
So they come down onto turn 4 now. It's off camber, left-handed, downhill into the dog bone section. And then coming up on back markers already. So even though it's a short version of this,
He was complaining last night. He said he put a new seat in, and as soon as he steps on the clutch, pushes himself up in a chair.
okay,
So maybe that the new chair is doing the thing.
working well here. Looking over the bonnet.
Yeah.
Closing up on the bucky. Got through there on the little bucky in the background, so change up there for him as well. Basically, I think still some development to be done in that little caddy bucky. Is the Golf back on? Just in time. Wow, that Golf one got back on just in time before the leaders came through here. There we go, about to get eaten up, but back on track, fortunately. Let's see now if some more traffic is going to come into play here and maybe spoil the day for Riga. Jules is going well, though. He really has got some good pace.
How many laps left?
I don't know, because it's not updating us on the laps to go here, but maybe they can put it up onto our screen here. They'll put it into there any second now.
Oh,
Smoking gun there. And parked on the sideline, JP. JP's on the sideline as well. So we were chatting about how nice that car looks. Unfortunately, it doesn't go as well as it looks.
he parked
And some
close to the
smoke out of the
portable.
white Golf as well. This is Platt further back now, fighting hard. BMW battle of note here with the space frame just ahead. The Moscow's boys going at it. I think it's both the Platt boys there, if I'm not mistaken, eh? No, it's not. Who's Henry got? Oh, he's got Senior. Philip Mostert Senior there with Platt.
Oh, the BM's got some legs.
It has. It's a good little BMW there. The 7.4 car coming through there, Willie Koch. Closing onto the third of the space frames. That's the Sirocco space frame, eh?
Yeah, that's Zander.
that's
It's his
Zander,
last
that
race
one.
in that car, then he's coming with his new car.
Has he got a certain special engine on your old body, or what did you run?
Well.
Oh, wait and see. Stand by. That'll soon be on some form of social media.
You
Flat
don't.
around the outside, though, coming back. Nicely done in that little Z3. That's a great little race car. It really is. Super stuff there from
Stay
him.
sensible.
There he is. Around the outside, Zander losing out there ever so slightly. Just up the road from them there. Marnus and Quinton. And, of course, Petrus Van Oort and Zander now into the mix. So that's changed up ever so slightly as they come through. Complete another lap. I think there's 2 to go here. Oh, spinner.
Lock up. Oh,
Yeah, there we go. 95 out of it.
Vampire starter.
Vimpy, unfortunately, just running out there and onto the exit of turn 2. Late braking on the BM, keeping in front. That's a good run there. And it looks like Willie Cock has now opened up a little bit of a margin over Platt, so Platt not having any answer there to the BM in front of him. The other difference there, of course, is the BMWs that are running here today don't run in the classes that they would normally run in the M-Performance races. So some of them are turbocharged, some of them are naturally aspirated, and of course that's what they've changed up to for 2026.
Yeah, so we are engine size wise and not time base.
Yeah.
The Reynolds is coming.
No, the little Renault Megane is coming on nicely there. It's good to see. Putting the pressure to the 18 car there. 18 car's Ernest Heather. Platt was there. It's now Heincock and Jared Obermeyer who's come into the mix. So a fight on here, of course. This is for kind of 20th to 25th place is where we're sitting at the moment. So not quite done and dusted just yet. Matthias Willemse putting the pressure on, but not quite finding a way through there on Heather. Ernst Heather just hanging on for now. So Cock has got through on the bucky as well. Is listen, that is the third spin, hey? And you're sitting in studio, so
clean your tires
that's at least 40 push-ups, eh, for 3 spins.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
At least.
Yeah, for sure.
Surfer boy in the house. Oh, this is quite nice. Tarzan boy versus the surfer boy here. 3-2-3, tree to tree versus the surfer golf. I do like the fact that they went for the option that you said put a surfboard on. I loved that. That little video was proper
I
cool.
didn't expect him to do it.
I really didn't. It's really nice. Surfer hanging on the 3-2-3. There's our leader. Oh, well, was the leader. Or has he taken the lead? No, he hasn't.
But he made come ground up.
I thought he might have got through there, but he's definitely closed the gap to 2.5 seconds. Julio Riga just hanging on for now, and hanging on possibly for the last 1 or 2 laps to go here for this one. 3 more laps to go in this one. So there you go, getting in my ears. Thank you for that. 2.5 is where they are right now. 2.5 to go for these two. JP standing on the sideline. He must be thinking, yeah, come on, man. I want to be involved.
I think Julio's just looking his mirrors all the time now.
Jules is making sure that he just maintains that gap, I think. Moscow's boys are having fights everywhere they go. Hey. There you go. They're giving your boykie a run for his money there.
I love it. And it is not just here, at other tracks as well. They were together. That's what I like, as long as you have a dice.
If you're in a dice, that's what you want. It doesn't matter where you are in the road. If you're in a dice, on track, and you walk away, flags out. I thought so.
Julio, well done, my friend.
Jules.
Well done.
Julio Arriga getting the win. Oh, very nicely done there.
So I think he's going to buy drinks.
Could be,
that just sound right.
Vessel Mostert for Moscow's Racing coming through for 2nd place, and of course it's going to be Johan Minnar who comes through for 3rd place. This
Come on, Dwayne. Keep it, Dwayne.
Dwayne, he's having a good one here.
Keep it.
Can he keep it all together to keep Marnus behind him? Marnus around the outside. Oh, Marnus getting up.
He's hungry. He's hungry.
Sure, he's going to hold the inside line. That's good. Yeah, I thought that might happen. He'll hold that outside line for the inside for the next corner.
Dwayne,
and
catch him on
now,
the boost.
2 left-handers to the finish. Come on, Dwayne. Now, Marnus,
press the button.
Marnus will have a little bit extra. You know, he's got a little bit extra squirt there, I think, in that Nissan. So as they come across the line to the line, it's Marnus who's going to hang on.
Wait, let's see
this
to the line.
Oh.
Dwayne, let's go, boy.
Oh, he's got Dwayne.
Dwayne, let's go, boy.
Oh, he's got it. Dwayne Brown, what a man. Yo, I wrote you off a bit too soon there, Dwayne. Oh, well done, buddy. Nicely done. DB coming through there, beating out Marnus du Plessis to the line for 8th and 9th place on track. Brilliant stuff. But there is your winners, the top 2 there.
Oh, well done, everybody.
Julio Riga and Vessel Mostert, your top 2 in Silver Cup 2.0. Marius, thanks for joining us for commentary, buddy.
Guys, awesome.
Much appreciated.
Awesome job you're doing, yeah.
And looking forward to the races later on as we get onto the short circuit. If we get onto the short circuit.
I'm going to work on it now.
You go and make a
I'm
plan.
going to work on it now. We're going to have a good discussion. But guys, thank you very much.
I'm going to leave it to you.
Brilliant.
All right, guys, we'll be back shortly for some more action shortly coming from the Inland and Historic Championship here at Redstar Raceway. Up next is Race 2 for Lotus Challenge. We'll be back shortly. -5 with 0.184 of a second for 8 and 9. 10th place to Petrus van Oort. And a good run there from Willie Koch to finish up in 11th. Beating Henry Platt. It was Zander Jacobs, Philip Senior Mostert, and then of course it was Donovan LaRue beating Ronald van Rensburg. Friedrich Blicknock Senior, that's the man we're just chatting about. Of course, he wants to find some special 323s every now and again. He's definitely the man who'll know where to find them. Yolandi, well done to her. Finish up in 18th place, just ahead of Nathan Fenter, Wimpy Rahman, Ernst Heather, Matthias Willemse, Lawrence Talliard, Craig Platt, Hein Koch, Jared Obermeyer, Blaine Neves, ahead of Jared Lee Thomas, and then Brendan Sadler and Hayden Archer at the back of the pack for the 30 cars involved in the Car Care Clinic Silver Cup 2.0. We'll be back shortly with action from race 2 of the Lotus Challenge.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Oh, I like it when you cue Greg and I can go, Tyron Alberts, welcome back to South Africa from Ireland. A man, of course, who's been behind the scenes of Lotus Challenge for a long time. Used to be one of the big sponsors, of course, when you were the dealer principal at Suzuki Alberton.
Yeah.
But nice to have you back in the studio, buddy. It's been a while since you've been to a South African motorsport event, eh?
Yeah,
how are you seeing things
5
with
years now,
the
and,
changes here?
Oh, loving it. Nothing better than motorsport in South Africa. The UK is obviously big. Ireland's very small with motorsport, and flew in last week and made it for this race. And just looking at the field and the high level of racing right through the field from everyone.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic.
Nice big fields here as well for the Inland and Historic Championship. I mean, you've been involved on a few occasions in the past with the championships with Lotus Challenge, and of course your dad and the whole family behind the scenes at some point. Fast Fred did not tell me you were in the country though, so we're going to have a chat to him later on about that surprise that you jumped in studio and said, oh, by the way, hey, I want to come say hi. I was like, yeah, that's going to be cool. Are you going to come on and say a comment on the YouTube feed, or are you going to actually, next thing, the door opens and in walks Tyron.
Yeah, that's what I have to see. Big G.
Listen, we've been around a while from the Lotus Challenge point of view, and what we've seen so far, the growth has been pretty good. I do love the fact that this class not only participates in things on track, but they do a lot of work off the circuit. They do some gymkhana events, they do some sort of breakfast runs and runs with the club as well, where race cars and road cars get to go and have some fun as well.
They do, and they do the driver training once a year, so it's not just it's about people learning to drive their road cars and how they can handle different situations.
Yep.
So, you did it at the last one, I think, at the FK karting circuit in Kempton.
Whew.
And they'll be doing another one coming up soon.
Listen,
So.
if you want to, I know a guy right next door that can do some drag racing with these cars as well. And Mzansi Raceway is also quite a fay with some Lotuses, and there's a certain man who runs that circuit who's got a very fast Lotus in Ishmael Peck. But great to see that this, as I said, this field continues to grow. It's slightly down on numbers in Class B, but I think that also might be a sign of the times. You're coming in on 22 to 1, so you're loving life being in South Africa at the moment, paying in euro.
Let me tell you something, the cost of living there is astronomical. Certain things, I suppose, when it comes to...
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
I love
today things are.
No, but I love the fact that you brought that in, because that's exactly what I wanted to say. Because when I go there in 5 weeks' time to Isle of Man, it's 22 to 1, which means I'm living on a shoestring budget just to make ends meet and to get the meals in on a daily basis, because it's quite tight. But when you reverse it and you come from Ireland and you come here with a little bit of budget to play with, it certainly works out quite nicely. Means that you can probably sponsor the whole day, because I know how much budget you bring along, eh?
I wish. No, but what I appreciate about this class is everything is standard across the board. You can play up with a bit of suspension, diff ratios, and everything else is pretty much.
That's
so
what I
comes
love
down
about
to
being in this
driver.
car as well, because it kind of gave me a chance as a rookie driver when I climbed into these cars at one point in my racing career before I climbed behind the microphone full time. Is exactly that. They are so evenly matched in terms of the cars themselves that it does come down to that little bit of tweaking, that little bit of extra work behind the scenes, and also the ability to then say, okay, am I a front runner like these 5 are? Or do I just sit in the mid-pack and have it all and find a little battle and get involved? And that's the battle that you can have.
These battles right through the field. That's a great thing. Right at the front, any of these top 5, 6 guys can win this race. I think JP will be riding with a bit of anger.
Well, Rudy came from 5th to win, so
exactly.
nothing wrong with that.
And JP just after his little, whatever it was, whether it was mechanical or driver, didn't finish in the golf now.
Yeah, the golf didn't work.
He'll be driving in a bit of anger at the moment.
So he went back to back as opposed to what Sean did earlier on when Sean climbed out of Lotus and then jumped into the Datsun GX to do back-to-back races there.
Which will happen, I'm sure, in the next.
Yeah, exactly. And the next little flip over.
Seat time.
So gap in the grid there is basically the two derivatives there. Class B, the first 6 cars or 7 cars. And then behind that, Class L. And a nice battle in Class L. Eventually saw Ben Knights take the victory ahead of Ruin van der Walt, Bram Miller and Andre Du Plessis that were fighting hard for honours there. 5-second board changes to lights. Lights out. And it's time to... Oh, what a start.
What a start.
From Mackie Adlam and from Jeff Gable.
A little bit of a bog down there for Rudy.
Rudy didn't quite get the one he wanted today.
No.
So as they head into turn 1, it's Gable for the whole shot by the looks of it.
Got it.
Just squeezes through there. Mackie Adlam follows and Barnard for 3rd. David Jeremy into 4th with a bit of pressure coming from Gijs. And then it is a fantastic start from the Class L boys, because they are literally right on the tailpiece of the back end of Class B. So they weren't holding anything back off the line there. Here we go for the lead.
Going to go inside.
Who's
bigger on the brakes? Who's got the big pair?
I think Adlam will have that inside line covered properly. And Rudy Barnard will follow him through. So it's the West Side boys going at it here on the eastern side of South Africa in Mpumalanga, the old Eastern Transvaal. And the boys from Krugerfornia and Ran Francisco Fantine, now 1 and 2 on the road. And then Canada's man running a little wide.
And the Englishman on the inside.
Yeah, Jeremy just squeezes through. It's nice, international field. Yeah. If you could jump in a car, we could have everybody there. We'd have the Irishman in there as well. The former South African, now full-time Irishman in the house. But great to have you on board here with our commentary, buddy, and thank you for joining us for the second race. The cool thing with this class as well is the development of the drivers with that driver training that gets done. You've got multiple SA champion Mackie Adlam who jumps in to help out and help out with the guys that haven't quite got the same skills as these first 5 drivers have got. And with that, the development of that driver in that mid-pack, they learn from these guys. And the theory is that they should be able to put it into practice and do exactly what these guys are doing. Drive around the outside into turn number 5 and 6.
A bit of a drift there. And I think what something else that this class really brings is that there's great camaraderie and no one's shy to share
data information.
Parts. I mean, people take engines out and just swap parts afterwards.
My favourite part of it, especially with the 3-race format, and hopefully we don't get to see it today, but it's definitely something I've seen in the past with the new 3-race format that you guys have got. And the change-up, just to let everybody know from the change-up, no longer qualifying in this class. Basically, they all go out, they have a practice session, they have a warm-up session, and then they go into 3 straight races. They'd rather have the 3 races than worry about all the qualifying and all the other bits and bumps that happen at the front end of a normal race day. But when you have a 3-race format and something goes wrong, you usually find out that JP Norkia's right front fender, and I think I might have just calmed down his curse again, he goes into pit lane. So that right front fender might be on somebody else's car by the time they roll out for race 3.
100%.
You know, if there's a bit of damage. There was just a development done, of course, on one of these cars and a few of these cars for the Endurance Championship for hill climb cars.
Yep.
I think the reason why Yusuf is not here this weekend is he's got to hill climb next weekend. So Yusuf Kotze, one of our top contenders in this category. He normally runs the bright pink car at the front end. He'll be looking forward to going to the hill next weekend as we head down to Knysna and do battle on the Samola hill climb. He's one of the top contenders in the single-seater category there, and did well. Actually got an overall podium, I think, last year in that single-seater class. So nice run from him. That's probably why he's decided not to run this weekend.
So as you can see, the top 4 are split by just under a second.
Oh, nothing in
good,
it.
clean racing.
Yeah.
Very rarely will they touch.
There is a lot of room given, I must say. I have to agree with you.
Respect amongst each other.
Exactly. I think a lot of the guys realize, that as much as they love rubbing as racing, it's the bill at the end of the day that you don't necessarily have to go and spend to still enjoy yourselves and have a close race. Every now and again, yes, you do get a touch like that.
Oh, you will get it.
As Jeremy gives a little
You've got to give it a
nudge
little nudge
to the back end
to
of his
say,
stablemate. And Jeremy now trying to find a way through, but no, Rudy's having none of that. He's going to keep him well at bay. And that's the kind of race action that we always get on a Lotus
look
Challenge.
up there from Jeff.
Jeff's battling. I think he might have done some changes to the setup on that car.
I think some of them went out of the wet setup in the morning and things drying up. Maybe a bit of
maybe didn't change the setup.
Didn't change the setup or didn't complete the setup.
Ben Knight's up to, what is that, 4th place, I think, at the moment in Al, hey? 1, 2, 3,
yes.
4.
No.
I think he's moved ahead of Waze. I think he's
down
just
in
ahead of
13th at the moment.
13th overall, but in the class L's, he'll probably be sitting at about 4 or 5 at this point in time. So nice run there from Ben Knight's, looking for a double victory if he can get it. And if he's done the setup change, hopefully that's the case. Because with these drying conditions now, it's a much... I think it's... That's one of the orange cones that was stuck in the middle of the track there. Fortunately, it looked like a wheel, but it wasn't. It was just a cone. So that cone is now slightly second-hand at turn
Jeff
number
must have
12.
Jeff's going to have to check his undies afterwards.
That's for sure. Across the line, it's Ruan van der Walt ahead of Bram Miller. Sean Hepburn up to 3rd. Duplessis is 4. And Van Heerden is 5. Where's Maxwell and Ben Knights further back from the normal positions from earlier on? They love the wet weather conditions by the looks of it. There's Jeremy for 2nd. And makes it stick. So he's up in the 2nd place now, dropping that Adlam Auto and Pretoria Noord car of Rudy Barnard down into 3rd place. Into the clutches possibly of Jeff Gable.
Seems to be dropping a little bit. Seems to have lost a bit of time.
Maybe a little bit of damage to the front end when he hit that cone. No, it looks like it's okay. Maybe just battling at the bottom here. Just certain parts of the track he's good. Other parts maybe not as good as what we're seeing from Jeremy in 2nd. David Jeremy, though, was the man, of course, who put it on pole position this morning. Well, put it on pole position because he came into the championship in the lead.
And defending championship from 2025.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so he's got some work to do here. But I do love the fact that there's no team orders amongst these stablemates at the front end. And Jeff Gable certainly wants to get into the mix. But Mackie Adlam had something special here between race 1 and 2.
Definitely.
He's going well.
Checking out
Equidistant between the first 4. And further back in the pack, I think we'll have a look and see. Here's a little replay.
But
this is the cone. Yo, that was
2 of them hits it.
So it's Barnard that rode over the cone and Jeremy that smacked it. So it's the 2 cars that are fighting now for 2nd and 3rd. That 2 of the 2 cars that were involved. And I wonder if there's a bit of suspension damage when he just... I mean, it's not a huge thing to hit, but you're hitting it at, what is it, coming out of that corner, it's probably about 120 k's an hour.
Yep.
That you're going to be doing. So anything that you hit at that kind of pace could do some damage.
Set the alignment out a little bit. Something small makes such a big difference on these cars. They are so nimble.
Now, I know you're chatting about the fact that you've now gone to the greener pastures of the best country in the world. Racing there, a lot smaller, and a huge amount more budget that has to be spent because of the pound rate and euro rate that you're playing with there.
Yeah,
I suppose,
cars are a lot more expensive. To run them, a lot more expensive. Just as competitive. I mean, racing's racing. If you put a helmet on, everyone sees the mist. And a lot more expensive. Smaller fields. Pretty much only one track really in the Republic of Ireland, Mondelo Park.
Yeah.
A lot of history behind the track. Ex-Formula 1 drivers.
Correct.
It's been a great track there.
Eddie Irvine, I think.
Eddie Irvine
put his roots in there.
The late Eddie Irvine. So, but you can just pop over the pond to the UK and it's a whole different ball game altogether there.
Yes, and there's a big Lotus class in the UK.
Yeah, they run like 60, 70 cars
exactly.
in a race.
But they run according to the original rules that you guys used to run. They've got a Class A field as well.
Yes.
Hey? Yeah. So they've got sort of the unlimited class at the front, and then I think also still with the Toyota 24-valve twin cam engines that these cars run for Class B.
Yes.
So it's all Jeremy problems.
Jeremy's slowing down. He's got an issue.
Oh,
Might
that's not
get it
good.
started again. He's looking down.
Maybe went into...
Mr. Gear probably. Looks
Yeah.
like he's something.
No, he's shaking his head. He's not happy. He's not happy there at all.
He's not
Something's
happy.
gone wrong.
Looks like sticking. Jeff's locking up on every
Every time when
corner.
the left-handers, eh?
Yeah.
Every left-hander
Coming
seems
on
to
a
lock
brake
up.
bias, possibly.
So as you said, he possibly didn't quite go back to the original dry setup. Or maybe he's gone halfway. And it's
Only
not
did the
quite
one
working.
side.
Yeah, the right side, not the left. Anyways, he's still closing though, and really could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. Nice
Really
to see Ruin
Barnard's still
van der Walt.
in a fight here for second.
Definitely.
But Adlam, he's checked
Adlam's-
out.
Yeah, he's checked out. I don't know what it is.
You were here, I think, when Adlam and Jeff Kruger fought
for the championship. I was
at
actually at
Redstar,
Redstar and we'd had to.
and
we'd
it went down
finished.
to 1 point.
Yeah.
1 point at the end of the race.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unbelievable finish to that championship, actually.
Yeah.
And I think actually Jeff won the last race, even though he lost the championship.
Yeah. Wasn't it with Thomas Faulkner actually?
With Thomas Faulkner as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was also there.
Yeah. So,
Faulkner was involved, but that was the year after.
Yes.
When Adlam then Adlam joined the Lotus Challenge.
yeah.
But
Oh, it's
no,
brought a lot
Faulkner-
to the Lotus Challenge. I think, as I said earlier, everyone shares information. Always there to help.
There we go.
wants-
Second place for Jeff. Sorry
Yeah.
to jump in there while
No
you're
problem.
chatting.
This is what we're here for. Talk about the racing. Yeah, it's sad to see David Jeremy down. He's probably out. You know, that's.
Hello.
timing's-
Rudy's coming back.
Oh, he's coming back. They just do not
It's
hold
through
up.
the left-hander.
Yeah.
That's where Jeff's battling. He's battling through the left-handers.
And he's
Rudy's
he's got a green mud guard on the back. Remember, he was running a blue one for
That's
a
right.
season.
Yeah,
He's
that's
like
right.
his old colours, and maybe he should change back to
Change
blue.
back to the original one, yeah. Put the blue one back on again. It works well. It works well. But it's good to see him running in the original Lotus colours, though. I do
For
love
sure.
those Lotus colours.
Heritage.
It's nice to see that. But, of course, it's good to see the array of colours as well involved in this championship, too. Class L, Ruin van der Walt, Sean Hepburn, and a nice little fight there between Bron Miller and Wes Maxwell as well. But it's Duplessis and Bron Miller that are pretty evenly matched there. Bron Miller with about 0.6 of a second behind Duplessis there for third. So Class L also starting to heat up here in the closing stages. This is race 2 of 3. Remember, we've got the third race later on today. And Barnard once again under threat in the left-handers because that's where Jeff is battling. He really is not finding to love life in that Lotus and
He's going to
literation
need
aside.
a new set of tyres by the end of this
Yeah,
race.
yeah. Wait a man, times he's locked up.
And you
for
know
sure.
they're only limited to 2 sets per season.
Correct.
So
Correct.
you don't really want to be flat spotting them early on in the season.
Will they change them as well? Like, I always wanted to ask this question. A lot of the times they'll sort of rotate them as well throughout the season.
So
you're
as
gonna
long as they're
rotate them.
branded,
Yeah.
you can rotate them
Okay.
throughout the season, but you cannot go to a third set.
And you can rotate them around the car as well. So it can be front and back and
Yes,
front,
yes.
left and right, whichever way you want to put them on. Whichever way you think is going to work best for the day.
What works for you, for the day, for the track, for,
Because I suppose when you've got a lot more left-handers, right-handers, like they've got a
clockwise,
triclops, for instance.
anti-clockwise.
Correct.
You can mix it up.
You want to mix it up a little bit.
Jeff seems
Good to see, though, and you mentioned the tyres, another example of the ATS and Dunlop, involvement in motorsport now.
Yeah.
It's a massive, massive investment coming from their side of things, and of course they are your official tyre suppliers now.
Yeah.
Well, yours. I'm talking about you as a former member of this, but still a member of the TLR. Giving them an opportunity to be on equal tyre and equal rubber. So the tyre factor doesn't come into play because they're all on the same rubber, and as you said, with 8 tyres to play with for the whole season, shows just how well they work.
Yeah, 100%. They some of these guys, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it could have been Jeff. He ran a season and actually won it on a set of tyres. I stand to be corrected.
Yeah.
This goes back 10, 12 years, but one set of tyres.
This
for a
is pretty
season.
tight as well. Maxwell coming on the inside of Dunford.
Yeah.
Change up here possibly for 4th place or 5th place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
4 and
got it.
5. Where's Maxwell finding
He's
a
got
way
it.
through?
He's got the inside.
He's got Andre
Has he got
Duplessis
the drive?
just up the road from him. He'll be looking to try and close that car down. It's the old.
Oh, it's coming
that's
back
the
at
old
him.
car
Dunford's
of
coming back at him.
JP Nokia's.
This is really good racing in the Class L's there. It's just tactics.
I do also like. I mean, I know a lot of people won't agree with me, but I do like the green and cream format that Baz has gone for there, as opposed to all out one color, or even the bright colors that some of the other cars have gone. Just something different.
Yeah.
And very much a sort of a to I want to say to scale, but to era.
Yes.
Era style livery on that car.
Simple.
As opposed to what they're doing now, where they try and make it as bright as possible, or play around.
Back out.
Yeah.
But he's got his hand up.
Looks like he's got a little bit of issue there. As he'll probably just put his hand up to tell the guys behind him, listen, I have got a problem, but let's see what happens. He closes in. So Duplessis, Bron Miller, Dunford and Maxwell. That's what we're looking at the moment. Not too far behind them is Peter Van Heerden, but there's your man leading things out with 2 to go.
It's pulled almost a 5-second, 4.5-second gap on Jeff Gable. And Mackie's not letting up there either.
That says Rudy Barnard out front, though. That's Rudy out front.
Yeah.
Mackie's had a problem.
Yeah. But I mean,
Barnard now leading. Mackie's had a mistake somewhere on track
Jeff.
and dropped down to 4th, and he's right on Jeff's tail. So Mackie Adlam must have made a mistake somewhere on track, which we didn't see while we were watching the Class L's.
Yeah.
Adlam now putting the pressure onto Jeff Gable for 2nd and 3rd. I was going to say, hang on a second. That looks like Barnard as opposed to Mackie at the front, and I was 100% right.
Yep.
4.5-second gap over 2nd and 3rd. And now, can Mackie Adlam do anything about it over these next 2 laps? I don't think there's enough time or laps available, but he still might be able to get 2nd and make it a 1-2 for the team. See if that's the case. I'm not quite sure how the team setup is, and I'm not sure if you know who's who in the zoo there, but Nexus Precision were working on leading the team championship by quite a decent margin. It's about, 9 points.
9 points.
Ahead of the Water Boys.
2 points ahead.
And then Shake and Bake. I like Shake and Bake.
That's a name.
Great team there.
Yeah. So this is how this works. Just 2 guys just make up a team, and their points combined will
score into the points for the team. Yeah. I like the change up there.
Yeah, it's something a little bit
Fred
different.
said to me, "Oh, we got something different that we're going to be running," and I said, "Well, bring it." Yeah. Any more information is always lovely to play with, and of course the lineup of the teams is now up for grabs as well.
Yeah.
Jeremy dropping, he's gone in by the looks of things. Jeremy's out, JP Nokia's out. So we've got 2 drivers out, and that's not what they wanted to be doing, that is for sure. Not at today's racing. Hopefully they're going in to get their cars fixed.
I'm sure he's going to be putting the cars on the trailer 2 races in a row now.
Yeah. Got to get that car sorted for race 3, hopefully, and get into the mix. Well, because he normally is.
He will have everyone in the pits now. If I go back to the pits, they'll be working on that car. If it's repairable,
I can tell you right now, you might have to take that Norway shirt off and get your hands dirty.
For sure. No problem doing it.
1 to go for these guys as they head on to the long circuit here at Redstar Raceway. It's historic and inland championship race action you're picking up if you've just joined us, courtesy of Car Care Clinic and SPS Racing, brought to you by Atlantis Video and the team behind the scenes. Great effort there from them to bring you all this race action. And it's Rudy Barnard looking for 2 out of 2. Gifted this one a little bit more than the first one. He had to work for the first one, coming from about 5th or 6th on the grid. He came through to take the victory, but this time out, his teammate and a fellow family man, Mr. Adlam, unfortunately made a mistake and had dropped back down to 3rd place. He's looking to try and at least squeeze 2nd place away from Jeff Gable, just in the background, and we'll keep an eye on that if that's the case. And I think he might have actually got through. If I just saw the background shot there, I think Adlam might be into 2nd. Thanks, Scott, for hanging tight here. Let's have a look and see as they come through out of the dog bone. He is. 2nd place to Adlam.
What's happened to Jeff?
Jeff, I think, has fallen back slightly there.
He must have
and
made
he must have
a
had
big
some
mistake.
kind of issue. Yeah, some kind of issue there for him.
4 seconds behind, and he was half a second in front, so something, maybe a bit of a spin, a bit of a locker.
You know, maybe a little bit of pressure from Adlam as well caused a mistake.
I think most of these guys thrive under pressure, to be honest.
They do. They certainly do. And they know how to give it back as much as take it, that's for sure. But this time out, it's going to be a plain sailing win here for Rudy Barnard. Once he got to the front end of the race, he left Adlam to fight it out with Jeff Gable. And it looks like Adlam is going to win that fight. But he's not going to win the war because it's not done yet, because we've still got 1 more race to come. It'll be the 2nd last race of the day, if I'm not mistaken. So it'll split. No, it's actually the 3rd or 4th last race of the day. I beg your pardon, because we've still got 2 Silver Cup races on the short circuit and an Inex Legend. And 1 more to come. Yeah. Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
So some fun and games still to come here as well. So here we go. To the line comes Rudy Barnard. 2 out of 2 for Barnard.
Oh, what a great
That'll
day
be a
at the
nice way to do
office.
it. And that will definitely move him up, I think, to the top of the
definitely.
list. Because Adam's only going to finish in 2nd, so that possibly moves Rudy.
Jeff's going to move in 3rd.
Jeff will move into 3rd with David Jeremy's DNF.
Out now.
Yeah, so that'll be how things will wrap up there. Class L still got to come to the line, of course. Still got a fight on there for Class L. And the Class L battle, of course, at this stage is Ruan van der Walt. The L29 car looking for a victory ahead of Sean Hepburn.
He's not even taking the flag. Jeff Gable.
Gable's gone in. He didn't even take the flag. So he'll be DNF then if he didn't take the flag.
Yeah.
So that's going to definitely
He
move
wouldn't be
Gable out of
DNF.
the
He
top
would have completed 66.6.
Oh, no, yeah. But he'll just drop to the back of the
He'll
class.
just drop to the back of the class.
Class B,
Or
yeah.
actually not.
He was in.
Because he got Nokia.
No, he was back of the class, so it didn't matter.
Yeah.
If he'd gone in, it didn't matter. Here we go, to the line. This is the fight now for 4th, 5th and 6th place as they come through there. Dunford, Van Heerden and Maxwell. Behind them, Andre Duplessis and Jean Dutoy. And that wraps up Lotus Challenge race number 2. Tyron Albert, thank you so much for jumping into the studio, buddy, and having a chat.
First time
Good to
ever.
catch up with you.
Sweating.
See, are you sweating a little bit there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Nah, it's all good, bro. It's all good. You don't need to stress. It's all good. You know your stuff. But yeah, thanks so much for that. And of course, we'll be back shortly with some more action here from the race day at Redstar Raceway, bringing you round 2 of the Inland and Historic Championship. And it'll be race 2 of the Evapco Pursuit Series coming up shortly. We'll be back soon.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. red, yellow, blue, not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Welcome back. Straight into the second half of the day. And we only picked up on the closing stages of this first race. So good to pick them up right from the word go. It is the Evapco Historic Pursuits Challenge right now. And as of course how this works, it's a handicapped version of motorsport, which means that the fastest car in qualifying for these cars will start from the back of the pack, and then they work out on percentage and hopefully get it all right. Because the theory is that if the percentage is right, the calculations are right, every car that's involved in this race should cross the line at the same time. That's the theory. I've never seen it happen, but stranger things have happened in motorsport. It's a really awesome way of doing motorsport, slightly different to what they normally do on a normal race day. But what you do is they get a warm-up lap, they come back into pit lane, and when they start from pit lane at designated start times, and the designated start times include, of course, an opportunity to set what would be their breakout times for each of the classes as well. The nice thing about it as well is the fact that they will use those breakout times to penalize the category should there be any drivers that break out of their allotted race times. If I look at the first outing, we had no breakouts out of the first cars. So Wynand du Plessis Jr. taking the victory over Wynand du Plessis Sr. Sirocco versus Porsche 944. And then the Ford Prefect came through of Brian Deroux for third place. So none of those guys in that first heat broke out of the allotted race times that they had set for the day. And of course, that probably would have been due to the fact that we are under a little bit of wetter conditions than what we are right now. Might be slightly different in this one, because the drier conditions now will bring the cars at the back a little closer to the front end of this pack. Now getting ready to go. As they come round, you'll see them just roll into pit lane. Tyrone Murray will be the first car off. He'll be in the Datsun 140. That's the Y wagon. So it's the Datsun station wagon that he's in. Anton Boyson's will be behind him. He, of course, is in the Gunston Colours Ford Anglia, Gunston Racing. Then it's Wesley Duffy in the Datsun 1200 GX. Behind that, Rian Deroux, third place in the first heat, but starting from fourth overall in race number 2 there. He's in the Ford Prefect. There it is there, the red and white one. Behind him will be the Datsun, should be, of Wayne Portgitter. So first car goes off at the 0. 30 seconds later, the second car. 46 seconds later, the third car. 54 seconds later, the next car. So first car off looks like it might be Anton Boyens. Tyrone Murray, I don't think, has come out in the Datsun Y. He's withdrawn. Okay. So this means this is the first car, and then behind him it will be the Datsun 1200. There you can see the start time. So Boyens is the 0 car now, which means it'll be 16 seconds before that Datsun 1200 GX behind him leaves. Behind that, it'll be another 9 seconds to the Ford Prefect behind that. There we go. Starting with the Anglia. Oh, well, they're supposed to start, but he just got asked to hang tight. So it's HRSA Pursuit Racing Challenge, race number 2 now, about to get underway. Standing by. Anglia's on his way. He'll be heading down towards turn 1 and 2 on the long circuit, waiting for race to kick off now for the second car. That'll be Wesley Duffy in the 1200 GX. It'll be about 16 seconds before he gets the wave and sent on his way. There we go. It'll be about 9 seconds after that the little Ford Prefect will make its way down towards turn 1 and 2. There he goes. Duplessis Senior rolls up in the 944S. And then, by the looks of it, it'll be Wynand du Plessis Jr. in the Sirocco behind that. No, in fact, it's not. It's the 83 car of Wayne Potgieter first. There he is. Duplessis Jr. Okay, you got about 7 seconds until Gary Stacey makes his way onto the track in the Ford Sierra XR8 Interceptor. And that is the full race grid on the track now. Everybody on track. Big split though between the first car of Anton Boyens all the way down to Gary Stacey. Gary Stacey, the scratch car, coming onto the back straight away. And the idea here is, if they've got it all right, this car should catch the orange car that you just saw him in the background by the time they've completed their laps here today. Not always, the theory doesn't always work, but that is the theory. 8 laps should allow Gary Stacey to catch and pass the 0 car that took off the line first of Anton Boyens, and that is, of course, the Gunston coloured Ford Anglia. Gary Stacey going down out of the dog bone now towards the hairpin. Ford Anglia, I think, is still leading things out at this stage as Gary Stacey comes out of the dog bone and now out of the hairpin. There we go. There's your 0 car. So it's about a half a lap that Gary Stacey's got to make up for the next 7 laps. Second place is the Datsun of Wesley Duffy. Behind them, Ford Prefect, Reon Daru. He got 3rd in the first heat. And it's Duplessis Senior, that 944 Porsche. Wayne Potgieter, he's in the Datsun as well, 1200 GX. Behind him will be Wynand du Plessis Jr. in the Sirocco. And making his way onto the main straightaway now, the scratch car. That will be Gary Stacey in the Ford Sierra. Stacey pushing hard now, trying to make up that ground as much as he can. He's now got 1 less lap to do it in. And running in the original Ford Motorsport colours there, as you can see. It's a car that a few famous names have driven in their day. Gary Stacey, of course, is the current championship leader in terms of this category. So their first outing was at Redstar on the 7th of February. Then they went to Swartkops on the 28th of March. And now back at Redstar today for round 3 of their championship. Wynand du Plessis Senior, of course, is the man who leads out in terms of the fine car class in this category, ahead of Hedley Whitehead and Rob Van Aal, who are both not here today, so he's going to extend his lead in that championship. Gary Stacey and Reon Daru, Siaf Fari are the top 3 in the modified class. So Gary Stacey not only leading the modified class, but also the overall championship. So he'll definitely be looking to try and score and get some points in the bag here for race number 2. Stacey coming down the short straight might get a shot of. I thought we might get a foreground shot there, but he's tightened up a little bit here on the car heading down into turn number 6. No, it's all good. It's all good. As they come in there, we got a great little. There we go. There goes the leader across the line. He's definitely closed the gap down. So he's closed that gap down now because he's already through turn number 9 and heading to 10 and 11. as the leader went across the line. The last time out, he was already only coming into turn 8. So there is the bridging of the gap there as we go under the bridge here at Redstar Raceway. That Suzuki bridge. It takes us from one side of the circuit to the internal side. And then you can see here also a bit of closing up here between Duplessis Jr. and Wayne Potgieter. At second place at the moment there. And the third place, fourth place and fifth place closing in here rapidly. So it looks like they might have got the classification and the percentages and calculations a little closer this time. Here's a change up, first overtake of the race, and that will be, yeah, there we go. That's the Sirocco going through of Duplessis Jr. on Wayne Potgieter. Potgieter living up to the Jensen name there for Jensen Towing, getting that Datsun GX on 3 wheels. He must have learnt his skills from Tripod Travis. This is nice. We see the Datsun going through there. Then the Ford Prefect being caught by Wayne on Duplessis Senior. Senior catching Daru. Behind that, it is the overtake we've just seen, and that's between the Sirocco and the GX. Rian Daru fending off in a Ford Prefect on a 944 Porsche. Might just lose out here on this little short straight. Have a look and see the extra pace coming from the Porsche now to close the gap down. Idea here in historic pursuit racing is get the overtaking done when you can. If you miss an overtaking opportunity, that usually means you're going to miss a chance to close the gap down in the car ahead of you. So well done there to Duplessis Senior for doing just that. So the Ford Prefect now outgunned by the 944. Behind that comes the Sirocco. He's going to be the next man to catch Rian Daru in that Ford Prefect. There goes the GX, and across the line, possibly going to see here we go. That's the leader across the line. Another lap completed. 5 to go. So Duplessis Senior's got through. Duplessis Junior about to catch Rian Daru. Sirocco looking on the inside line, had the door firmly shut. Rian Daru going to make it a little bit more difficult there for Junior to get through. But down the straightaway, Sirocco will have the pace over that little Ford Prefect, and there it is, done and dusted. Now looks to try and close down on Senior ahead of him. Family battle about to ensue there. Volkswagen Sirocco versus Porsche. Sirocco closing in under braking into the dog bone. There goes your leader. That's second place. And where's Duffy in the 1200? And then come the Duplessis. Senior versus Junior at the moment. Senior with the advantage in the Porsche for now. That little Sirocco's got a great turn of pace, and I think along the short straight we might see a change up here between the two of them. Sirocco right underneath the wing of that 944. Now coming onto the straight. Watch in the background as well, because it looks like Potgieter's closed up on the Ford Prefect. Here we go. So Sirocco on the Porsche, and maybe, Senior's not going to make it easier for him. There we go. Late braking from Junior. Maybe too late. Has he gone in there too hot? No, he's got it to perfection. And, Senior runs wide, opens up the door, and the Prefect's through. So has the Datsun. So a little mistake there from the Porsche cost him. Has he got a problem? He's slowing. I think there's a problem on the Porsche. I think there's a problem there on that Porsche. It slowed up too dramatically for my liking there. So there's the Ford Prefect through. Here comes the Datsun onto the Ford Prefect. Under braking. Inside line from the Jensen Towing Datsun. And Potgieter makes it stick. So there's 1 and 2 onto the main straightaway. We just saw them coming. 3, 4, and 5 about to get there. So we are getting to halfway stage reached. Halfway stage. 4 down, 4 to go. Wins Duffy, Duplessis Junior, Duplessis Senior. Duffy closing in on him. It was 3.2 seconds over the line, but it's definitely a little bit closer than that right now. The one you got to watch out for in the background, though, is Duplessis Junior and Senior. So their breakout times. So Rocco, his breakout time is a 1:24. And what are we doing in terms of lap times? I'm going to go to lap times quickly for these guys, if we can. Let's make sure that they haven't broken out, because that's the other thing you're going to take into account, which a lot of people don't realize, is that if they've allotted a breakout time and they go quicker than that breakout time, they are disqualified. They score no points and score no positions. So Duplessis Junior, 27s. No, he's 3 seconds off his breakout time. So he's way within his breakout times. No problems at all there for him. Duffy closing. Good possibility of that Anglia being closed in and passed on now by Wesley Duffy. And Duffy is his breakout times is a 29. What's Duffy doing at the moment in terms of lap times? Oh, Duffy's right on his breakout times, eh? So that Datsun 1200 GX in second place. The black car in shot at the moment on 2:29.8s. And he is allowed to do 2:29.4s. So he is right up close and personal with his breakout time. So he's in with 0.4 of a second on breakout. If he goes into the breakout, he's immediately disqualified. So he's got to be very careful on how he closes in on this Anglia. The problem that you've got, though, is none of these cars are allowed to run any form of timing inside the cockpit. So it has to go on the look, feel, and what you know as a racing driver as what you can do in terms of doing a 124 as opposed to what a 125 feels like. Not easy to do. That's the other factor that comes into play here with handicap racing. Here's a possibility for the change for the lead as they cross the line. Boyan stays ahead only just to the tune of 0.039, but the lead changes as they go into turn 1. Now, the question is, as he goes across the line, was that a faster than a 29.4 from Wes Duffy to take the lead? Anglia is second. It was the 0 car, of course, that was the first car off, but he's about to be caught now by the second last car to get off the line, and that is the Sirocco of Wynand du Plessis Jr. Duffy did a 2:30 on the last lap, 2:33s. So he's gotten a little bit slower this time. There we go. Up into second place goes du Plessis Jr. Anglia now down to third place. It's now Wesley Duffy who leads out over Duplessis Senior. So you got 1200 GX versus Volkswagen Sirocco versus Ford Anglia. Down into the hairpin. So where's Duffy doing 230s? Duplessis Senior and Junior doing 226s at this point in time. Also nowhere near their breakout times just yet in those cars. So, problems for the Sirocco. That's not good. Wynand du Plessis Jr. slowing completely and overtaken now by Wayne Potgieter as well. So what has gone wrong there with du Plessis Jr. in the Sirocco? Something missed and he's got going again, fortunately, but have a look at that as he's now back up to pace. I wonder if there was a gear issue there, but he just slowed up completely. Didn't have any drive whatsoever. He's got the drive back again, but has dropped down to fourth place in the meantime. So we were kind of expecting him to go through on Wes Duffy in the 1200 GX out front, but that didn't happen. He's now got two 1200 GXs to overtake. One in the form of the Jensen towing car there of Wayne Potgieter. And there is the example of why I call Tripod Travis, because it looks like he's shown Wayne Potgieter how to drive that car as well with three wheels coming out of the corner. Let's see if he does it through here as well. There you go. Front left, completely off the ground. And across the line they go with 2 to go. 2 laps to go for Duffy. 2 laps to go for Boyens. Potgieter trying to close down on Boyens. Duplessis Jr. trying to come back now at the 3 cars ahead of him. He's got more work to do in these next 2 laps than he's had all race long. Duplessis Jr. 231s, 226s, 231s and 228s. No changes in terms of breakouts. These guys are not going to break out of their allotted lap times, not with the conditions we've got today. So Rocco for 3rd on the inside of Potgieter. Done. He came from Dalmas there to make that overtaking maneuver. Now he's going to try and get through on the Anglia. Oh, he's going to just squeeze him out. Nicely done. Just last braking effort there, and around the outside comes Potgieter trying to squeeze out the Anglia. Anglia going to shut the door. Going to form him a little bit wide. Yes, inside wheel coming off the line. There you go, Wayne Potgieter squeezes through up to, oh, that's 3rd place for Potgieter. Watch in the background. We haven't seen him for a while, but he's now in the mix with a lap and a half to go. Gary Stacey coming through there in the Ford Sierra XR8. That Ford Sierra is the scratch car. That's the car that left last. It's made its way to the front end and it's living up. Coming out of here, this is where Van Duplessis got a problem. Junior comes out of the hairpin every single time and battles. I think that's a gearing problem. He's probably dropping down into 2nd gear. Here comes the XR8 up into 2nd place by the looks of things. Has he got through on Potgieter? He's side by side. Datsun versus the XR8 Interceptor Ford Sierra. And is he going to be able to hang on to it? Potgieter's making him work hard. Gary Stacey not used to working that hard. Oh, and a lock up there from Potgieter as well. Nothing wrong with that. 1200 GX taking on a V8 here with no problem whatsoever. Love it. So we got a lap to go basically. It's 1 corner and a lap to go. And can Gary Stacey catch that black 1200 GX out front? Gary Stacey's currently doing 221s. What is his breakout time? His breakout time allotted to him is a 222. So he is gone quicker than what he's allowed to do. So as much as Gary Stacey is pushing hard here, boys and girls that are watching from the sidelines, he has broken out of his allotted times that I've been given. I might be wrong here, but this is, of course, race 2's breakout times with a lap to go. Gary Stacey. What was his last lap? Let's have a look and see what he got on that last lap. We'll get confirmation now as we do a little refresh there. Stacey moved up nicely, up into 2nd place on track, but is it a breakout that we're going to get out of Gary Stacey in the Ford Sierra? 221.116, and he is allowed to do 222.7s. So that XR8 has broken out. He's going to get the win. He'll get the checkered flag, but unfortunately it looks like he might have a breakout here. And that will, of course, disqualify him from the classifications at the end. So he's got through to the lead. He's done it all right, but he's done it just a little bit too quickly. That's a pity. So if these 2 cars stay together, you're going to have the winner of the race, who will then be disqualified for breaking out, which will then hand the winner of the race possibly to Wayne Potgieter or to Wesley Duffy, whoever's behind him. And right now, it's 2 GXs fighting for the lead as Stacey comes through down to the hairpin. Gary Stacey comes out of the hairpin in the lead of the race. 2 1200 GXs closing down on him. 1 in the hands of Wesley Duffy, 1 in the hands of Wayne Potgieter. Potgieter needs to catch and pass Duffy if he wants to take the overall win here for Historic Pursuit Challenge. It's marked cars and fine cars fighting hard. Modifieds and fine cars fighting hard here. Loving this little battle. It's been fantastic to see. So Gary Stacey comes out of turn 10 into 11. Let's see in the background there, the Sirocco's got going again, but unfortunately 2 laps down. Not what Duplessis Jr. wanted. Senior has gone into pit lane at some point because he's off the track for the last 4 laps. So this will be a nice shot because we're going to get the winner of the race, which will be Gary Stacey, unfortunately with a breakout, possibly going to be, and I stand to be corrected, as I said, this is unofficial, but looking at the lap times that I was given, he was allowed to do 2 minutes 22s, I beg your pardon. And coming through here. Oh, spinner in the background. Potgieter looping it out on the final corner. It's going to allow the Anglia to get through for second. Yes, it does. Oh, what a sad day there for him. So Boysens, I should say, gets a little gift there for second, courtesy of Wayne Potgieter, who looped out on the final corner. That's how hard he was pushing. Gary Stacey thinks he's won it. Unfortunately, I think on his lap times, he's going to be unfortunately caught out. Here's the replay. Watch in the background. This is the two Datsun GXs coming into the final corner. It's okay, we'll come back to them. Stacey, as I said, 2:21.1. That's too fast for his breakout. He was allowed to do 2:22.4s. So Stacey gets the win. Have a look at this. Here are the two GXs going into the final corner. And onto the grass, which is not where you want to be. Take out a cone. And across the road. Into the slip road of the kart circuit. Lucky for that. But as he tries to get it fired up again and get going, here comes the Anglia and steals second place. So Wayne Potgieter getting third place there in the end. So that wraps up what has been a pretty spectacular Evapco HRSA Racing Series Race 2. Results coming up pretty shortly here. Wes Duffy would have taken the victory. So it says Gary Stacey from Wes Duffy, from Anton Boysens, and then Anton Boyens, a bigger pardon, and Wayne Potgieter. But I think Gary Stacey, as I said, would have broken out. So he will be disqualified there, giving the win to Duffy, Boyens, and Potgieter, your top three. They did not break out. Rian Daru coming through there for fourth. And then it'll be Vainant Duplessis Jr., I think, who crossed the line. And he was only a couple of laps back, but he'll still be classified. And he'll still score some points in the Volkswagen Sirocco. So we're up into Inex Legends for their second race of the day, and they'll be onto the short circuit shortly. We'll be back with commentary as soon as they're out on track. So for the rolling start for race 2, here they go, down towards turn 1 on the short circuit here at Redstar Raceway. Second race of the day here for Inex Legends. And I think we're going to see a couple of guys looking to change up their luck after race 1 didn't go quite according to plan for a couple of these drivers. So let's keep an eye out on basically Sebastian Venkov, who starts from the front row alongside Niels Jooster. He'll certainly be looking to try and change his luck up a little bit and at least stay at the front end. Rico Reker will be behind him alongside Dylan Faree. And then race 1 winner starts down in 5th place, Tyler Posthumus. So a bit of work to do there for him. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like... Oh, no, Santi is there. I didn't see Santiago, but I just picked up on him on the open shot there. So Santiago Freyd will be starting this race as well, alongside Tyler Posthumus at the back of the pack. 6 of them going to battle once again on the short circuit. And this is a 12-lap affair this time, as opposed to what we saw earlier on with Inex Legends. So more of the same coming your way now. Niels Jooster will lead them out as the safety car rolls into pit lane. He's got the duties now to take this field down into turn 1 of the short track. Race 2 on the short circuit for Inex Legends, about to kick off again. Watch for Tyler Posthumus trying to get the start right from the word go. Maybe sneaking up the inside and finding a way through early on. Waiting for the lights to guard. As soon as they guard, we go racing. Listen for those little 1300cc Yamahas to kick into full flight. Good start there from Rico Reker, just threading the needle there between himself and Niels Jooster. As he goes side by side, they're heading to the big left-hander. It is Dylan Faree on the inside of Reker. But a great start there from Sebastian Venkov. He leads out, gets the whole shot. Here comes Posthumus, already starting to put the pressure on. Round the outside of Dylan Faree. On the back end of the big boss car of Rico Reker. Niels Jooster drops from pole right to the back of the pack. The master, unfortunately, not able to stick with the young guns at the front end here. As Venkov holds on. Only just to keep out Reker. Reker holds on to keep out a big charge from Dylan Faree as they're about to come and complete the first lap in anger. What a start here. Frantic start to this one as they head down into the final turn. It's Venkov from Reker. Reker with some big pressure coming from Tyler Posthumus. And running a little bit wide, there's Dylan Faree cutting right across, grabbing himself a cone. Well, there you go. He's got some takeaway there, a little drive through there. And he picks up a cone for his efforts. Tyler Posthumus into 2nd place. Now tucks in behind Sebastian Venkov. Venkov holds on for the lead, but only just ahead of Tyler Posthumus. And then Reker's on their tail. Posthumus inside, just squeezes a wheel onto the inside there. Venkov got no answer. Venkov loses out. Here comes Reker along for the ride as well, looking for the inside line. Rico Reker late on the brakes. Can he get through? Yes, he does. Perfectly done. Forcing Venkov wide, but Venkov will try and hold that outside line, but Reker just runs him wide and puts him into 3rd place. So it's Posthumus from Reker. That was a 5-way change-up over that last lap. That's the way we start things out. Venkov was at the front, fastest car on the track on the first lap. Now it's Tyler Posthumus who's taken that lead, and Reker into 2nd. Rico Reker ahead now. Oh, Venkov now in 3rd place, dropping by the wayside. Dylan Faree with the nose cone on the front of his car. Has he been able to get rid of it? I don't think he has. No, it's still stuck underneath that bumper. So he'll be hearing the rubbing underneath the car. You're probably wondering what it is, but you'll probably realize they've gone wide and come across and hit that cone. There you go. Nose cone. Yeah, it's a nose cone of note. It's not the original karting nose cone, but he's picked up his own nose cone there. And it's a cone that was out of the final corner that he went across, and it has not been let go at this point in time. Behind that, Santiago Freyd still keeping out Niels Jooster. So a little fight at the back of the pack as well as at the front. But the one at the front end is turning out to be really spectacular. Rico Reker trying to close the gap on Tyler Posthumus. Posthumus looking for a double victory here. Have a look at this. This is the replay here. Coming out of the final corner. You can see Dylan Faree just ran across, grabs the cone, and that's where it stayed for the last 3 laps. So he might be needing to replace a cone for the road there at the end of the day. It's still stuck underneath the car there in the background. You can see the orange bit right by that front right wheel. Top 3 go flying through. Oh, nice slide there from Venkov. Trying to hang on and push hard, but unfortunately his car slipping and sliding a bit more than Reker and Posthumus's, and with that it's slowing him down. He was slightly better out of turn 11 and 12 now. And closing the gap down on the 4 car of the Big Boss teams, Rico Reka, Big Boss Auto. It's one of the big supporters of this category right from the inception, and of course lots of work being done by Wayne Devon and the team at Big Boss to ensure all these guys and cars are evenly matched. Coming through turn 1, it's a big left-hander now as opposed to the normal chicane they would do on the big circuit. Still the cone stuck on the front end of Dylan Ferree's car, but second and third place car, definitely. Look at that. He's trying to get rid of it, but there's just no way. It's stuck underneath that front bumper and it's not moving at all. So as much as Dylan Ferree would like to try and get rid of it, he'd probably have to go off track to get rid of it and try and go over a speed bump or maybe one of the curbs to just knock it loose. It is definitely affecting his ability to go forward though, because he's lost out about 3 seconds there to Sebastian Venkov in third. Posthumous with a 2-second lead over Reka. Venkov right behind him. About half a second between those two as they cross the line. Another lap completed. Remember, it's a 12 lapper for them, so it's 5 done and 7 still to go. Still a bit of work to be done there for a potential win. Oh, but he's sliding as well. It's nicely done in the background. And look at Venkov sliding as well. Setup. Look at that. Dylan Ferree. He's trying to shake that nose cone from underneath the front bumper, but it's not working. So top 3 now evenly spread. Like the first 4, actually. Same thing there as well. If he was racing under karting rules, he'd be getting a nose cone penalty, but that's not what we're racing today. We're racing Inex Legends. And doing a super job of it are these 5 youngsters at the front end. Santiago Fred also looking to try and get to the front end as well if he can, but unfortunately not able to run at the same kind of pace as the first 4. Particularly this man. Would have loved to have seen if Devin Robertson had joined the party here today and given Tyler a bit more of a run for his money, because Devin and Tyler are evenly matched in terms of this championship, and with the 2 wins now, it'll be a little bit of an advantage to Tyler Posthumous in the overall championship if he stays where he is for 2 wins out of 2 starts. Rico Reka will move up ahead of Venkov. He'll move up ahead of Santiago Freid into 3rd place. And then, of course, it will be Venkov for 4th in the overall championships after today's first 2 heats of racing. Still 1 more to come for Inex Legends later on today. See in the foreground here, our unofficial cameraman down at turn 1. Or the turn 6, I should say, on this track, but it's normally turn 1 if you go the other way around. And they do go both ways on this track, by the way. So usually at the halfway stage of the year, they would change up, go clockwise to anti-clockwise, but they've decided now every quarter they're going to do that. So first quarter of the year was clockwise. Now we're into the second quarter of the year. And now looking for a chance. As Dylan Ferree still trying to shake that nose cone. Can't get it off whatsoever. It's stuck there. He's going to have to drive the whole race with it. I mean, a slightly damaged nose. There's going to be a slightly damaged cone there by the end of this one. It's a bit of friction from the tarmac. Cameraman down at turn 6 has now been joined by the assistant cameraman by the looks of things. 2 of them coming into shot there. The birdies are working well down at turn 6 to give us those shots on the locked off camera. Across the line they come. Another lap completed and it's 4 to go. So 2/3 done, 1/3 to go. Nice. This is really cool to see these cars in full flight, but unfortunately the gaps are a little bit too big for my liking. We normally got a little bit of a closer field when it comes to Inex Legends. There are a lot. Oh, want some understeer? There you go. Have some of that. Have a whole bunch of that there from Dylan Ferree. Roll on the 33 car, I think, is one of the reasons why Sebastian Venkov is not quite getting the same kind of pace as what Reka and Posthumous are getting out of their cars. You can just see visibly when they turn into the tricky 5 and 6 turns here at the short circuit. There's not as much roll on the car, particularly on Tyler's car and on Rico's car, compared to the roll you're going to see out of Venkov. Look at that. Look at the angle there. Nice marker on that angle is the bit of grass. It's just in the foreground of that shot, and you can see a lot more roll coming on Venkov's car on the number 33 machine. Two and a half to go here. That's how quickly it goes with Inex Legends. Remember, it's a short track, so they're going to be lapping relatively quicker than most. And they are flying at the moment, so we're going to be coming across the line now to go to 2 to go. Penultimate lap about to be started. Huh? Okay, that didn't work. That's not what I had in terms of the plan on my program. But checkered flag is out, and Posthumous has got it. It says 2 to go, but I saw a checkered flag. I don't know if you saw the checkered flag. Definitely a checkered flag. Yeah, we got a checkered flag there for sure. I did not see a revised program, but maybe they've changed the program to get the day running a bit quicker. Inex Legends. Oh. There is the winner, Tyler Posthumous. Double win on the day so far for him. Moving himself now comfortably into the lead of the overall championship for Inex Legends. Maybe I missed the Stephen Koenig race bulletin. Hold on a second. Is that what we got? Okay. I'm going to send this to you, Mr. Director and Producer in the background. Donovan A. Aarons. I'm about to send you a race bulletin update of the race distances that came through. Apologies on that. I didn't see it because it came through on WhatsApp and I wasn't watching my WhatsApp. So there it is. There we have the updated version. Apologies on that one. So it did say 2 laps still to go, as you can see there on the timing monitor, but it was clearly a shortened version of the second race for Inex Legends. We were unaware of that. So up next, we're going into... This is the new version of the second part of the day's racing. So let's maybe just do a screenshot of that, Greg. Good idea. Maybe we can feed that to the guys that need it in the front of the office as opposed to the back only. So this is for Heat 2s. There we go. So from Inex Legends, we go to Clubmans NSCC Mid-Vol Historics. It goes to 7 laps. We've got Lotus Challenge for their third race, also 7 laps. We've got HRSA 7 laps, Monopasto 7 laps, single seaters on the short circuit 8 laps, Super Vs 7 laps, Silver Cup 8 laps, Inex Legends 10 laps, and Silver Cup 8 laps. That's the plan. And it looks like I think it's only going to be the single seaters which will be on the short circuit from now on, according to what I can see here.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
Clubmans, National Sports Car Class, and Mid-Val Historics back out on track. We're going to see another big battle there at the front end of this one as they come out for their second heat of racing. Slightly shortened version of their second race as well, as we've just mentioned earlier on. A revised program. We'll see a 7-lapper for these guys for this one. Oh, that's very nice of you guys. Thank you kindly. Oh, I like it when we get lunch in the middle of a race. It's great, nice. That's very lekker. Thanks, Don. Aaron. Appreciate it, bro. Big field of cars coming to take up their positions on the line for the second start today. See, they are all starting to come and take up their positions now, back onto the grid. Standing by now for the race procedure to start here. Second heat. Of course, it is a rolling start for these guys, so they will be lining up behind the official safety / pace car here. For a green flag at the back. Thumbs up from the COC. Green flag, we'll see the cars roll out now for the rolling start. It's Familiaris, of course, Corvette that is being piloted this weekend by someone completely different out there, of course, in that car. So looking forward to seeing whether they can go for a 2-for-2, or is it going to be the space frame once again taking the victory. So saw a nice little battle with Werner Kotze initially joining the front end of this pack. Losing out right in the closing stages with running out of fuel, so he's got a bit of work to do now if he was able to get that R100 back onto the circuit. Just looking in the background, I don't see it at this stage. Victor Diaz in the Corvette, in second place on the grid, after coming in behind there, Werner Kotze. Slightly different car that he's in. Of course, he's got two cars that he's piloting today. This is the one that he enjoyed a great battle with that Corvette in race number 1. And then Willem Botha will be in there too, along with Henry Platt from Moscow's Racing. Look out for the BMW of the big boss man from Moscow's coming from the back, Wessel Mostert. Going to possibly come through the pack. He had some issues in the first one. Henry Platt will be alongside 777 car there, Willem Botha. And Rodney Kreis. Our first lady out there, of course, is Loreen Wenzel in the Subaru. Standing by now as they go around to get a full lap warm-up in. So another big field of cars participating in today, about 30 odd in this pack. Big array as well of the different manufacturers, types of race cars, some historics, some classics, some space frames, next modified saloon car / V8 supercar in there too. A couple of ex-production cars and a whole bunch of M Performance Racing Series BMWs. All looking to go to battle once again. Come out of the hairpin onto the short straight. This is where they'll start to get their minds into the race mode. Red mist will start to come down there slightly. Get them starting ready to rock and roll here for another potential action-packed event, as we saw in the first one. First one was in a little bit more tricky conditions though. It was a lot wetter, bit of drizzle as well for these drivers to contend with, but now completely dry track conditions as well. Almost ideal because the ambient temperature could be a little bit hotter, but a lot of guys will be quite happy with the cooler temperatures because it does work nicely for the engine base when you're in the cooler conditions. Come. Come around into turn 10, 11 and up towards 12. You can already see the safety cars on its way to pit lane. Lights are out, so it will hand the duties there to Vanna Kotze and to the 18 car Victor Diaz to dictate the pace at the front end. They will have to do a rolling start. They maintain a speed towards the line. They may not accelerate towards the line until the lights go out. As soon as the lights go out, of course, then they can put the hammer down. A couple of cars in the background, though, that seem to be holding up a second pack of cars there. So there's a little bit of a gap that's happened there between this pack and the back pack. But here we go, lights out and we're racing. Kotze drops the hammer. Gets away slightly there from the Corvette of car number 18, Victor Diaz. 777 into third. A nice start there from Willem Buerta. And then in that mid-pack, you can see them starting to sort things out there. Chart Visser starting to come into the mix. Pushing hard there with Sean Doddy out there as well, doing a super job. Just staying up the road from Willem Smith. Then it's Kubus Brits in the background coming through in the Pragma Polo. Watch for that Polo coming through the field rapidly. The Polo Classic already putting pressure onto Sean Dodd down into turn number 3. Come out of turn 3 through the little short chicane. It's a little right-hand flick towards the dog bone. Coming through to the top end of the dog bone. Top 3 getting away. Ariga putting pressure onto the Corvette ahead of him. Looking for a space frame 1 and 2 here. Interesting to see if he's able to get that. He's got through there on the 777 of Willem Buerta. Buerta's got Rodney Crace on his tail. Crace has got Platt right on his tail in the Z3 from Moscow's Racing. Then it's the Reen Wenzel in the work, Subaru. That WRX Subaru doing a super job. And the lady driver behind the wheel keeping Sean Dodd and Kubus Brits at bay for now. And they come up to the top of the short straight. Capello versus Honda Ballard into turn 7. Behind that, the Z3. Left-hand flick. Yep, Polo's got through. Dodd losing out there to that Pragma Polo of Britzy. Now looks to close down on the Subaru. It's the man, of course, who unfortunately has also had a bit of issues early in the first race. Spun out and also looped out on a braking in the wet that locked up and sent the Polo onto the grass. Top 3, big flame out of the side of that first car, Vanna Kotze. Lovely to see that. Staying ahead now of that Dimitar Racing and Gavin Wilkins Racing Corvette, piloted by Victor Diaz there for second. But look at how Julio Riga is closing onto the back end of that Corvette, wanting to try and get him and pass him. Fight for 2 and 3, certainly opening up here and becoming something pretty spectacular. And this is only the first part of the 7-lapper. Monopasto still in the 4th spot ahead of Crace. Further back. So we're seeing some maneuvers through the pack and coming through there nicely is that 96 car of Justin Brown catching Chart Visser. He's also in a fight there with Craig Platt. I think he might have just squeezed through there on Craig Platt to get ahead. 2nd and 3rd place battle still up for grabs, and it looks like a little closer here from Julio Riga. There goes Williams down the back straight away. He's got Victor van Dijk on his tail there in the Beetle. As these top 2 come up towards turn 7, 8 and 9. It's space frames 1 and 3 at the moment. Riga will be really fired up after winning in the last time he was in this car. It was almost back-to-back races for him, but he got a little break in proceedings with the NXs in between. Dodd now trying to close down onto the back end of Loreen. Loreen Wenzel in the work Subaru, being closed in now by the BMW of Sean Dodd. Coming into the main straightaway now. Top 3 across the line. Kotze now with about 2-second advantage over Victor Diaz and Julio Riga, who's only about 0.1 off. So very close and very evenly matched there between those 3. And it's Rodney Crace now who's got ahead of that Capella. Put that Mazda between himself and the Z3 and Pragma Polo Classic of Kubus Brits. So interesting to see how these guys are fighting hard amongst cars. You kind of think wouldn't really be. Oh, there's a change up for 2nd and 3rd. There we go. 2nd place is now in the hands of Julio Riga. Space frames 1 and 2. Jules has got some pace. He really is going well. But Werner Kotze has just put the fastest lap of the race in on that last pass. So Werner Kotze has answered the call to the pace that's been set by his fellow space frame driver. In 2nd place now, he'll look in the rearview mirror and realize that it's now Julio Riga up in a 2nd, no longer the Corvette in 2nd place of Victor Diaz. Down to the hairpin. Let's see if Riga can close that gap down now onto Werner Kotze. Into 7 they go. 8 is the exit. Down to 9. Corvette comes back at Riga. Puts her nose on the inside, looking for a way to squeeze past. Probably not going to be as nimble as that little space frame is, but he'll have the certainly the outright grunt, I think, on it. But you've got to take into account with the space frame power to weight ratio. They're very light cars, those space frames. Most of them coming originally from, of course, oval track racing and now into circuit racing for a long time as part of Clubmans, and particularly Silver Cup is 2 great categories that allow space frames in. Another lap completed. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight on here between Diaz trying to close the gap down on Kotze with that big flame out of the side of the car. Henry Platt in the Moscow Z3, closing on the 777 of Willem Botha in the Capella. And they come onto the main straight away to complete another lap. BMW versus Mazda. Changes for them. Then Loreen's pulled a little bit of a margin over Dodd. Dodd under pressure here from Wessel Mostert. Look at that. From the back of the pack, Wessel Mostert has now moved himself up into potentially a top 5 finisher, maybe even higher up, because he's gone through there on Sean Dodd and put himself into single digits on that last lap. So the Moscow's BMW is absolutely flying at the moment. Now sets his sights onto Loreen Wenzel a little bit higher up. She, of course, piloting that magnificent Subaru Works Impressa of hers. But already closed down, even on the braking into turn 4. Amazing start here. Saw how well Mostert went in the first one. Now closes right onto the back end of that Subaru. Going to try to drive around the outside, hold that outside line, which will be inside for the next corner. Perfectly done. Done deal. Gets through there on Loreen Wenzel. So Mostert using the additional power of his BMW to find a way through there on that Works Impressa. Short straight, little squirt down into the hairpin. Down into second gear. And now on the loud pedal. Moscow's Motorsport BMW in full flight down the short straight. 2 leaders going through ahead of third place, the Corvette. Fourth place should be Kreis, and behind him should be Kubus Brits. Back markers coming into play now. 11 car is in the mix. And Chart Visser moving out of the way to allow the leaders through. Coming up on the Beetle as well. So Van Dijk being caught, Williams being caught. And that first car absolutely getting the job done to perfection there, because he's put about 2 or 3 cars between himself and second place Giulio Riga. In fact, I lie. Riga squeezing up the inside under braking, doesn't even worry about those back markers, and gets the job done so that he doesn't lose or get the disadvantage thrown in his face there by the Engines Unlimited car. Unbelievable start. Coming through into Victor Van Dijk. Losing out there. Esme Duvenacher now being passed as well. .24 down towards the top end of the circuit. One, 2 and 3 down towards turn 7, 8. And Riga, I thought had an answer, but can't really close down the gap between Werner Kotzer and Giulio Riga. This is a great run here from Riga. He has tried hard to close that sort of 3.5 second gap down. There doesn't seem to be an answer to the pace that Werner Kotz is getting at the front end. He's working hard, but not hard enough. Let's see if he's able to get that gap down now as he crosses the line. So 2 to go for the Engines Unlimited car of Werner Kotzer. Out front ahead of Giulio Riga, and he's actually opened up the gap. So Kotzer putting the pressure on. Riga, no answer. Losing a second there on that last lap. Further back in the pack, battles continuing between the BMWs, Alphas and Golf 1s. Riga, second place, but no answer, as I said, to Kotzer's pace. Diaz on a similar vein, 1.5 seconds back. Back marker's about to be caught and passed now. Carl Shepard losing out. And now closing onto the back end of the 12 car of Marlene van Niekerk. Nice move there from Marlene, just stays out of harm's way, holds her line, lets the leader find a way through. And now it's the 12 car of Karen Jacobs about to be caught and passed. Is there going to be an opportunity here for some traffic to come into play? Good chance of that, because it's Riga who's stuck in the traffic a little bit. Didn't quite get through as easily as Werner Kotzer was able to do. So as they head up onto that short straightaway now, it's a little bit more of an advantage than the 4.2 seconds that Kotzer had over Giulio Riga. And with that, it's allowing Victor Diaz to come into play as well. So Diaz into the mix too. And possibly going to spoil the day here for Giulio Riga, because he's closed that gap down. Having to try and avoid. Da Costa gets out the way. Leader getting through there nicely. Behind Da Costa, you've got Esme Duvenacher. You've also got Sonia Buerta in the mix there as well with A.D. McCall. Leader coming through to start the final lap. Ariga behind him with some traffic to negotiate. Last lap. And top two into the chicane at the same time, but a little gap. Probably big enough there for Kotze to negotiate. Overtaking all these back markers easily in the end. And late breaking down into the bottom end of the circuit. Finds a way through there on Sonia. Sonia Buerta losing out there to the leader. So, Kotze, Ariga, Diaz, your top three. It's a 3 second and 1 second advantage that one has got over two and two has got over third place at this stage with half a lap to go. Out of the hairpin they go. All three cars are on the straight at the same time for the first time since the beginning of the race. So it's interesting to see that, but it's not really going to make any difference here because I think there's enough space there between the three of them to stay as they are. Kotze, Ariga and Diaz. Space frame, the nimble ability of these space frames has worked out well for them. Just a bit of traffic issues there for Giulio Ariga cost him slightly and wasn't able to close the gap down enough to give Werner Kotze a run for his money and potentially for the second win of the day. But that second win of the day is going to go into the hands of Werner Kotze. Checkered flag on standby. Here they come. And it's Kotze. Kotze gets the win. Second place to Ariga. Third place to Diaz. And that wraps up your top three overall. Nicely done from the rest of the field as well. Some thumbs up there from all the drivers as they go down the back straight away. They know they've had a great battle. It's been a good day's racing. One in the wet, one in the dry, even though it's been cold. But some spectacular race action nonetheless. Once again from the Clubmans, HSCC, the historic sports car class, NSCC, I beg your pardon, National Sports Car Class, and the Midwall Historics all combined. Up next will be race 3 of Lotus Challenge. 7 laps there. There's Kotze from Ariga, Diaz and Wessel Mostert, your top 4. A nice run from Brits, winning his class for 5th place. Better run from him as well to stay on track for the entire race. Rodney Crace comes through for the win in his category in 6th place ahead of Willem Buerta. And then Henry Platt taking class E ahead of Loreen Wenzel. Sean Dodd making up the top 10 as we wrap up our action from Clubmans, NSCC and Midwall Historics. Up next, we go to Lotus Challenge. They'll be on track shortly.
Hold on.
Lotus Challenge race number 3 now, and it's a shortened version by 1 lap, down to 7 laps this time out. Joining me in commentary is Tyron Alberts, of course, who got a chance to go down back in the pit lane and give us a little bit of heads up as to what actually happened there. David Jeremy, I believe, breaking a wheel bearing, even though he was on lap record pace.
Yeah, it was 0.4 of a second off the lap record, which has been held by quite a while from I think it was Jeff Kruger. And it was 0.4 of the lap record, and his front right wheel bearing was damaged, so they've changed that now for race 2, where the conditions suit the possibility of him
getting another lap record. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Track conditions are almost ideal. No wind, cool ambient temperature, which works well for the engines. Hopefully the Dunlops can get up to pace as quickly as possible as we stand by now for the fastest 2 minutes of your life. 2 changes to 1. 1 changes to 30. 30 changes to 5. Lights on. And here we go. Race 2 about to kick off for Lotus Challenge.
Oh,
and here we go, off the line. So this is the 3rd and final heat. We've had 2 already. And let's see what's going to happen here. Jeremy certainly looks like he wants to go for that lap record, eh?
Sure,
starts off
does.
nicely, gets the whole shot, and leads on to the back straight away. Come through there as well, looking a little bit of chopping and changing in Class L. And it looks like Sean Hepburn with a slightly better start as well. Also getting some information. I didn't pick up on it, neither did you. But really, Barnard and Mackie Adam actually changed cars
between
the 2 races. So giving them a chance to sort of have a go at each other in their 2 separate cars. Lock up there big time from one of the cars down into turn 4. And, oh, is that Adlam? Is that Adlam or? It is, it's Adlam. Adlam who's pulled to the sideline, and there's a whole bunch of cars out there. Looks like it's Duplessis. And, Jeff Gable being caught now by Gijs van der Walt. But heading down into that bottom turn, it was definitely Sean Hepburn was one of the cars that was off the track. Picked up on him. And I think the other one may have possibly been Bram Miller, who was off the circuit as well. So 2 cars running off. Now we got
David Jeremy.
David Jeremy under big pressure there from Rudy Barnard. Barnard was slightly better traction out of turn number 7. Now up towards 8 and 9 they go. And is he good enough on the brakes? No, Jeremy holds him off for now, but only just to keep him at bay.
Bit of a love tap there.
No love lost between those 2, eh?
No, not at all.
Gable in 3rd place, but Jeff Gable also had a couple of issues in that 2nd heat, which he had to try and sort out. Hopefully he's got it sorted. Give him a little bit more of a run here with these 2. If they're going to fight as hard as they are, they're going to slow each other down, which is going to allow Gable and possibly Gijs van der Walt to join the party.
For sure.
Now as they come out of that one, this is pretty close stuff as well. Oh, I like it. So that's the way I like to see 2 Lotuses coming out of that penultimate turn into the final corner now. Inside line from Barnard. Not quite able to make it stick though. Runs wide, does Jeremy. That was just from the pressure from that inside line.
Yeah.
Opportunity there.
It's made push Gable up a little bit.
Gable onto the tail there as they come down. Now we got Class L coming across the line. Ben Knights, race 1 winner. A little higher up this time, a little closer to the front as well. Gable was quickest actually on that last lap, so Jeff Gable setting the pace initially from the word go. And you can see him closing down onto the back end now, Barnard. Rudy Barnard under a bit of pressure there from Jeff Gable as they go into braking. Is he going to have a go on the brakes? Into turn 3? No, not quite close enough. But had a look. He just showed a wheel there just to give Rudy a little look in the rearview mirror.
Yeah. And it's nice to see that he's not locking up now. He's obviously done a bit of change on his brake bias.
Yeah. Much better through the left-handers this time than we saw the last time. So just working that all out and saying, no, there's definitely some kind of issue on the front left. And now sorted that out, going a lot quicker. As I said, Gable set the pace on the initial opening lap. So he's got pace. Has Jeremy got the pace, though, to stay ahead of Rudy Barnard and Jeff Gable? Back into the battle here from Ben Knights. Ben Knights trying to close down here on Bram Miller. Miller's got Jean de Toy just ahead of him. And I think that might be Maxwell in 2nd place in Class L behind Van Heerden. I saw the mint-coloured car there, so I would assume it. Yes, it is. There we go. Yeah. It's Maxwell. But he's actually he's dropped behind Peter Van Heerden. So Van Heerden had some problems somewhere on track. So hasn't quite worked out there for him. He's got a bit of work to do here into the 2nd heat. It's not what he wants, that is for sure. Here we go.
Oh,
This is nice. Jean
lovely.
de Toy on the outside. Inside is a big push, looking for a way through there. And where's Maxwell just soaking the pressure up from both Miller and de Toy. Top 3 heading to complete another lap. And it's opened up slightly there now. But under braking,
And then
it's closes
closing
up.
him.
Under
I think
braking,
Gable's just waiting for an opportunity.
I think Gable's waiting for something to go wrong between those top two. He knows they're going to fight hard, and if he just holds tight and maintains station, there's a good possibility he might be able to hang on and keep him out. And here we go, coming back to Class L as they come onto them straight away. This is second place. Where's Maxwell? He's got the toy on his tail. He's got Miller there, and then Ben Knights. Hepburn unfortunately dropped back.
So Maxwell's in the lead.
Yeah. Maxwell's actually taking the lead. Yes, he has. Yeah, apologies there. So he's actually taking the lead. Jean de Toy. What has happened then to Van Heerden? Van Heerden dropped to third.
Yeah.
So Van Heerden dropping to third there on that last pass.
But if you look at a 0.3 between 3 cars, one little mistake and it's going to change positions in a big way.
Closing in big time. Yeah, big time there. Where's Maxwell? In that mint-coloured car is leading Class L. De Toy is in the orange car in second. Van Heerden's dropped down to third. Ron Miller and Ben Knights are 4 and 5. This is nice. Look at this. Here we go. This is the fight now for second.
Maxwell seems
pulling
to
away
pulling
slightly.
away.
And 2, 3, and 4 fighting hard here. Fifth place right in the hands of Ben Knights. Back to the lead. And that gap. Look at that gap. It's just
Wow.
concertina there. Did you have what the lap record was, by the way?
Yeah, 209.4.
209.4. Okay, he's into the 210s at the moment, so not quite on that 209s just yet. No, I didn't get the lap records, unfortunately. Did it come up? It might have come up on that page
I've
there.
got it,
Hold on. Overall, no, I didn't get a lap record on that from Fast Fred, unfortunately. He didn't send me that. We'll keep an eye on those lap records, though.
Yeah, well, lap record for Redstar anti-clockwise currently held by Rudy Barnard at a 208.4.
284. Okay, so he's about 2 seconds off the pace at the moment. Maybe waiting for those Dunlops to come back, but he is fighting. So the reason he's probably slowing himself down is having to defend Rudy Barnard, and if he's defending Rudy Barnard, he can't concentrate his efforts on trying to break a lap record. More important is to keep the man behind you. So I
100%.
don't think we're going to see Barnard's time bettered from the 18th of October in 2025. Barnard down to 209s. Well, they're all down to 209s, so they are getting quicker. So there's Dunlops.
Definitely
take about
can-
2 or 3 laps to get into sort of race temperature. We still might see it. Don't lay it off just yet. Look at that. Where's Maxwell has been caught by Jean de Toy. So the gap now between first and second in Class L a lot closer than the 0.172.
Gable's going.
Gable round the outside trying to find a way
If
through.
he can get the drive out of there,
Oh,
he's going to
Jeremy
go.
made a slight mistake.
Yes,
Oh,
and
there's a
he's
mistake
lost
from
2
Jeremy.
places.
And drops to the back. So it's Barnard back to the front where he wants to be for a triple win.
And Gable just waiting in them.
Oh, Gable, as you said, is waiting. He's the danger man there.
Yeah.
Thorn amongst the roses. Is
there's
there a
definitely
problem?
something
There's
wrong
a wheel
with
bearing, I
Jeremy.
think, again. What has gone wrong here for David? Jeremy has gone wrong every single time he's climbed in behind the wheel today. It hasn't gone according to plan at all. The man from the UK, unfortunately, not having it all his own way. Kees van der Walt about to come and catch him now, possibly to move up into third place. And then Tinus Boerts is behind him. Up towards the top end of the short straight goes Rudy Barnard, looking for 3 out of 3. Not an easy thing to do on a race day, particularly a Lotus Challenge. You don't normally see that. A triple win is not an easy thing to get, potentially and particularly when there are such close racing as always in Lotus Challenge. They hardly ever give any room to play around. And then waiting to see what's happening a little bit further back there in Class L. Class L, here we go. This is the battle now between Van Heerden, Miller. Oh, we've got to change up. John de Toy's at the front.
Oh.
You'll actually get to see it just in the foreground of the shot there, the orange car. Here it
Yeah,
is.
he's got a front. Something
So
must have
Jean de
happened to
Toy's
Maxwell
gone ahead of
because he was
Maxwell.
checking out.
Maxwell losing out there. So our cameraman, the onboard camera there.
Yeah.
That's going to be a great onboard
Oh,
shot.
yes.
Taking the lead. Check this out on social media. Have a look at this. Here's a spinner. Is this possibly where the lead?
Max-
No, it wasn't. It's further back. It's a 27 car. Unfortunately, there, losing out a position. So the L27 car there of Frederick Labuskakny. Listen, dude, if you're going to run 27, you've got to run right at the front, eh? There's a certain number 27 in the commentary booth here that's not happy about that, eh? We'll have to have a chat about that, Mr. Labuskakny, after this.
Maxwell coming back at the toy.
Where's his on it, eh? Oh, and there's a little mistake. Little mistake coming out of Brahm there. That's going to give Ben Knights a bit of a sniff as well. He might be able to get back up to the top 4. There's your first 5 cars from Class L. That's 1 to 5 down there back straight away. As they come down onto turn 3, Maxwell closes the gap.
Yeah.
Looking for a way to just find a little sniff there if he can. Possibly see if he can make a plan if he's able to make a way through there. But unfortunately, doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that just yet. As they come into the play here.
on the brakes.
He is good on the brakes, is Wes Maxwell. He's a tough man to beat on the brakes. Actually, you can ask Sean Hepburn about that a few occasions that they've had a fight. Jean de Toy as well, and even Andre Duplessis will tell you Maxwell's good. Pity Nick Hodgson is not, because he, remember, is the overall champion in this class.
And holds every lap record for Class L around the country.
And what I'm saying is, the possibilities he's going to lose the overall lead of this championship to Mackie Adlam and Sean Hepburn.
Yeah.
And possibly even lose Class L's lead. I just want to go back down to that one. Class L, it was Hodgson. Hepburn and Wesley Maxwell are definitely going to move up ahead of him. So a big change up there for Nick Hodgson, not making it here to Redstar Raceway for round 3. Maxwell runs wide. That's given an opportunity possibly to Peter van Heerden to maybe squeeze through. Back to Jeremy. He's now dropped back into the clutches of Tinus Buertes. Leaders coming across to complete another lap. There we go. It's Rudy Barnard controlling things from the front now. At Adlam Auto Racing and Pretoria Nerd car. Well, it's actually Mackie's car that he's in there, the Adlam Auto car, as opposed to the Pretoria Nerd car that he's normally in. So Barnard and the Gable with 2 to go. Like this. Barnard in with a chance of a triple. You know what the party's going to be like in the Westland tomorrow. You know? And with a long weekend, can you just imagine? Rand Francisco Fontina going to be pumping tomorrow after a triple win for Rudy Barnard. There's going to be some fun and games, I think, and some antics as well at prize giving later too. We'll wait for that. Maxwell being closed down here, big time by Van Heerden, trying to come back to the front. Jean de Toy controlling things at the front of Class L, but it's not done yet with a lap and a half to go for them. Rudy Barnard down to the hairpin. Has he got a chance here possibly to spoil the day for everybody and just wrap up a clean sweep? Remember, without qualifying, it's not really a clean sweep because you don't have the qualifying Q1 and pole position to take anymore.
Yes.
But 3 wins out of 3 starts, I'll take any day of the week, that's for sure. Gable pushing hard though, he's not done yet. Jeff Gable still maybe in with a sniff, but I don't think it's going to be much.
He's got to make up 2.5 seconds in a lap and a half.
Bit too much, I think.
Anything's possible.
Unless something goes wrong,
yeah.
Which it has happened in the last 2 laps, 2 races we've seen so far. The last laps have been treacherous for Lotus.
This is nice and close between Class L.
Very good. Van Heerden on Maxwell,
exactly.
Looking for a way through.
That is going to probably take him on the inside or try to.
Oh, a little helmet maneuver there as well, cleaning the visor of the helmet. Maybe caught a bug on the RI visor there. Starting the final lap is Rudy Barnard.
It's checked out.
For Lotus Challenge Race 3. Oh, and he's got a big advantage now over Gable, eh?
Yeah.
I want to have Gable. No, Gable is there last lap.
I think he's just going to consolidate now and realize save the car for the next race. Save the tyres. I've damaged them enough.
Gable, Maxwell, Jeremy, Adlam, and Hepburn all going to be scoring points here on Nick Hodgson.
Yeah.
Moving themselves up, slightly higher up. Definitely a change up for the overall. Although Mackie Adlam, I think, might not get that overall. It might go to David Jeremy or to Wes Maxwell with the victories that they've got and the positions that they've finished in so far. But Nick Hodgson's certainly going to be ruining the day that he didn't make it to Redstar Raceway, and that might cost him later on in the season. considering the fact that most of these championships have gone down to 1 or 2
1 or
points
2 points in the last
in the
race.
last race.
It's a great drive from Rudy today. He's on point.
He is, He certainly likes this track a lot. Redstar Raceway playing into the hands here of Rudy Barnard. And possibly 3 out of 3 with half a lap to go. Jeremy trying to come back here at Gijs van der Walt, the strap king man. Gijs going to keep him out though. Not going to make it easy.
Up to third after that mishap.
Exactly.
It's a great recovery drive.
And it'll be, I think, his first podium for the year, if I'm not mistaken.
For Gijs.
For Gijs, yeah.
Yes, it would be.
He will get the first podium. So he's going to fight hard for Jeremy to maintain that possible podium. He's not going to give that at all. He hasn't had a podium.
He hasn't had a podium.
Not one podium yet, yeah. So chance for a podium there for Gijs van der Walt if he can stay ahead. So here comes your leader into third last, penultimate.
Oh, and here we go.
And
these guys will not give it up until the line.
Van Heerden putting the pressure onto Maxwell. Maxwell doing the same to De Toy. Three-way fight for Class L, heading up the short straight into turn 7. 7 and 8, checkered flag on standby for Rudy Barnard. 3 out of 3. Tyron, that'll do, eh?
All right, anyone will take that.
I like that one. Second place comes Jeff Gable. Magnificent start there from him. So there is your leader and winner. 3 times today for Rudy Barnard. Class L still going to be wrapped up. Maxwell
there we go.
pushing
Maxwell
hard.
Pushing later on the brakes. He's got another 2 corner. If you can be a bit later, there'll be a fight to the line.
He's got to get a little bit closer there to Jean, but I think Jean's got the drive out of that corner.
Definitely. You can
Jean's going to hang on.
He'll catch him on the brakes, but it's not going to be enough time. 1 corner and that's it.
Gijs van der Walt has hung on ahead of Jeremy as well. How's that? Lovely there from Gijs getting his first podium. Here comes Class L to the line for the win. Jean de Toy takes it. Where's Maxwell in second?
What's
and
that?
Van Heerden comes through for third.
0.12 of a second.
Hardly anything in between. Let's have a look at that gap actually. Already pulled that up there. So it's Jean de Toy. He's going to be... Oh, hold on a second. Let's get this to work. Doesn't work that way, Greg. Let's get it this way. That's your winner. Rudy Barnard, 3 out of 3. Jean de Toy with a win in Class L, beating Wes Maxwell. And is that a thumbs up or was that the finger?
It's definitely a thumbs up. It's Lotus Challenge Racing. No animosity. Although the helmet is still on.
No, the helmet's still on. They haven't finished yet. They're still got to sort things out there between them. But that's the cool thing about it. As you said, the camaraderie amongst these guys. There you go. Confirmation of unofficial results. Rudy Barnard, Jeff Gable, Gijs van der Walt. 0.8 between himself and David Jeremy. First podium there for Gijs van der Walt. He'll be happy with that. And then Class L, Jean de Toy, Maxwell, and Van Heerden. And they were split by 0.2 at the end as well. Wow. Nicely done.
Very close.
Tyron, thanks
Pity
once again,
that Adlam bailed out. We'd love to
I
see.
think Mackie Adlam with some issues there. Unfortunately, having to bail out of that one cost him dearly. Probably cost him the championship lead. He would have taken the championship lead easily there.
Still early days though for the championship.
Yeah, a long
a
way
lot
to
of
go.
things happen. I'm sure other people will be travelling throughout the year, like Nick is at the moment.
Well, they've got to go travelling for the next one. They go down to Aldo Scribanti for the next one.
Yeah.
So it's quite a long way. 16th of May, they make their way down there. And then back to Swartkops. Still got Kalani International Raceway, Swartkops, Redstar Raceway. And looks like they finish up at Kyalami, I think.
Yeah.
And that will be possibly at the 9 hour, I think, is when that race takes
14th
place.
14th of November, I think it's at the 9 hour. So
there we go. So Tyron Albert, thank you once again for joining me back. Always good to see you, brother.
Yeah.
And guys, thanks so much. We'll be back shortly with race action coming your way. And this time it'll be from HRSA for a full 7 laps on the big track.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
as you join us for Evapco HRSA racing number 2, race number 2. Problems there on the Jensen Towing Datsun GX of Wayne Potgieter. Unfortunately, stopping on the sideline, but he's got going again, so whatever it is must have been sorted out internally on the car, and hopefully he can carry on racing, because that'll be nice to see him back in the front end. He's had a couple of good battles so far. His teammates further up the road there are, of course, the Jensen boys. There they are, in shot on cue. France, Travis and Pedder. And of course he'll also be looking forward to having a bit of fun with his good friend Darren Prodigy, who comes all the way from Bulawayo. He wasn't out in the first heat, he's definitely out in the second heat. I saw the number 82 car out there after having a bit of surgery here in South Africa. The man from Bulawayo is possibly into the car for the second race. There he is, the blue GX on the left hand side of that Ford Prefect. And it's Boyson's behind that. You can watch out for a big field. It's really nice to see such a big field of cars about to go to battle once again. Tanapel was the man to beat in race number 1. Looks like he might be the man to beat in race 2 as well, although George Vakamides and Johan Gous are a little bit closer to him here on the start. Look out and see what happens with the Evapco man there. In car 74, Andre van Merwe. Looking for a chance possibly to be a little bit higher up than what he was in race number 1 as well. He's got Sean Hepburn right there with him. Hepburn will be up close and personal with Wynand du Plessis Jr. in the Sirocco, Johan Kutzer Sr. and Jr. just behind them. In, what is a Datsun Sunny and a GX Coupe. And you've got another Sirocco into the mix in the hands of Jannie van Rooyen. And of course behind Jannie van Rooyen will be the first of the Jensen's, Pedder, with Wynand du Plessis Sr. alongside him in the 944. So we've got Porsches, Volkswagens and Datsuns at the front of this pack. And then just behind that, a couple of Fords. A little Mazda that'll be coming through the field rapidly. That's a car we need to watch out for as well, Scotty, is that Mazda R100. He's about 7th last. Definitely be coming through the field rapidly if they've got that rotary sorted out and whatever issues they had. Remember, it ran out of fuel on the last lap. So he's going to have to start from the back of the pack. But if he gets through rapidly, he will be able to catch the front pack and probably get into the mix as they come around the final turn now. Ready to go for race 2 start. Already Vakamides showing intention. Looking for a way past. Putting a wheel and a Porsche in Gulf Racing colours into the rearview mirrors there of the leader, who sets the pace across the line and heads down into turn 1. So a good start here nonetheless from Tanapel. Again, 2 Porsches going into turn 3, possibly. Oh, it's close. 1 and 2 they sort out, and then Johan Gous tucks in behind them. The Datsun Sunny under attack there from Jannie van Rooyen as they come down the big back straightaway. It's a Porsche battle. Oh, what a great bit of outbraking there. I think it wasn't actually even outbraking. I think there might have been a slight little issue there on George Vakamides' car. He's slowing down into turn 3, and that could possibly bring in a couple of the Siroccos that are fighting side by side there between du Plessis Jr. and Gous. So Tanapel leads out. It's Sirocco's almost 1, 2, 3 on track. It's just a Porsche from the Evapco team that is up into second place, just ahead of the Gulf Racing coloured machine of Vakamides. Then you've got 2 Datsuns and 3, in fact it's 3 Datsuns, and sideways from du Plessis Jr. in the Sirocco. The white Sirocco got completely lit coming into the dog bone. Managed to catch it, fortunately. Didn't lose a position to Jannie van Rooyen. But watch out, here comes Kotza. Oh, he is on a flyer here in that R100. Look at this, around the outside of Jannie van Rooyen. He'll hold that outside line and use the additional pace from the rotary to get up the straightaway and possibly cut a whole bunch of cars out here. Here we go. Datsun. Side by side, it's Sirocco and Datsun. But look at that Mazda R100 coming up the inside. Defensive driving from Jannie van Rooyen will stop him from coming through and just avoid an overtaking maneuver there from himself as well as from Sean Hepburn. Hepburn capitalizing on Jannie van Rooyen's blocking, and then a big flame straight into the clutches there, I think, of Grant Kramer. So what a start to this one. Kramer feeling the effects and maybe a little bit of the back blowing flame out of that fire-breathing Dragon R100 of Kotz's as they come through. Remember, he unfortunately ran out of fuel on the last lap, so he's got a bit of work to do now to make up some ground and get back to the front. Hopefully they put enough fuel in for this one. Change for the lead as well. Evapco HRSA is led out by the Avapco Porsche. So the man who puts his money behind the series is now leading this championship and leading the front of the field as they come through to complete the first lap in anger. Lovely stuff there from Kotzer as well. Comes up alongside Yannick van Rooyen as they come down towards turn 1. 1 and 2 are onto the back straight. Porsche putting the hammer down. Andre van der Merwe trying to look for a victory here in the second heat of the day for HRSA. Behind that, Kramer, Peter Jensen, the Datsun Sunny in the mix there as well. And joining that party, oh, it's brilliant stuff. Here comes the Mazda. Sirocco's side by side. Round the outside goes Koos. Yannick van Rooyen losing out to Koos into turn 3. 24 karat gold taking on Yannick van Rooyen. And here comes the R100. Watch for the extra squirt down onto the brakes. Here we go. Is he going? Oh no, he's not. He's had the door shut on him. Yannick van Rooyen runs slightly wide as he went on the late out braking maneuver that he attempted. He stays with him. But here comes Hepburn. Hepburn going to throw a little spanner in the works here. Remember, if any of these cars break down, Sean Hepburn has to stop. He's sponsored by the AA. So he's got to try and help them out if they break down. So it is Josi now who takes the front of this little battle. Moving that 24 karat gold Sirocco into the clutches of the Golf Racing Porsche. Closing that gap down rapidly on him. Avakamides is in trouble. He's got 2 Siroccos, and here comes the R100. Watch for this additional straight line speed on the straight from the R100 to get through on the 2 Siroccos. No answer. That's kind of like Ducati going past everybody else in MotoGP at the moment. There's just no straight line speed answer to the pace of that R100. He's now into the clutches of that Porsche. Big flame coming out the front end, out of the back end, I should say, and Goos could get that gold melted if the flame catches the front end of that 24 karat machine of his. Look at this. Oh, great move. Super stuff there from Van, just diving on the inside of Avakamides. George Avakamides losing out there to the R100. And he'll be worried about the massive flame coming out of that car. Top 2 through and going to complete the lap. Here comes third place now. And it's now in the hands of Werner Kotzer. It's taken him 2 laps to get from the back of the pack up to third place. And he's got 5 more laps still to go to possibly still get to the front of this race. Sirocco, and Datsun 1200 GX fighting hard. Hepburn in the middle of this little pack of Siroccos. He's got Van Rooyen ahead of him, and he's got Goos just ahead of him. So it's a 3-way fight here, and these 3 fighting for what is 5th, 6th, and 7th place on the road. Kotzer's got through on Vakamides, not pulling away from him. Here comes Yannick van Rooyen, trying to find a way through to dive on the inside of Goos. In fact, how close do you want it? This is fantastic stuff. Things that turned out here actually might be, is it the 111 or is it the 114? It's the 114. Apologies there. It's Wynand du Plessis Jr. that's in this mix, not Yannick van Rooyen. Apologies on that one. But it's probably one of Yannick van Rooyen's Siroccos. He's got about 17,000 of them in his racing stable. So apologies on that one. It is Junior fighting here with Goos. So Wynand du Plessis Jr. fighting with Gosie as they go down into the hairpin. Goos holds onto the inside line, keeps him just out for now. Look for the cutback though. Wow, brilliant stuff on the inside line there from du Plessis Jr. as he comes up onto the short straight. They were side by side. He gets to the front. Goos is going to try and come back at him. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, this time it is going to be... It is Van Rooyen. I beg your pardon. So they are definitely picking up the wrong car there. I was 100% right. It was Van Rooyen who's in there, not Junior. Don't know why I'm getting Wynand du Plessis Jr., but Yannick van Rooyen is up there, and he's not being picked up by the timing monitor and moved up into position, that's for sure. It is definitely Yannick van Rooyen fighting there with Goos. 111 is Van Rooyen. Unless they've put Wynand du Plessis Jr. into that car, but he's coming up on the timing monitor as well, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It looks certainly like it's Yannick van Rooyen taking on Goos, who's now under attack. Hepburn, Goos, George Avakamides just up the road from them as they complete another lap. And across the line into turn 1 they go. So Josie pushing hard, doing a really good job here. Sean Hepburn, front end of this field is where he needs to be to try and stay at the front end of the championship overall. Although, with Yanni van Rooyen in the mix, he's also going to be looking forward to staying at the front end of this championship, because coming into this round, after the first 2 rounds at Swartkops at the Passion for Speed and then at Swartkops on the 28th of March, Van Rooyen led the championship by 2 points over Keegan Ward and Sean Hepburn. They were tied for second. Keegan Ward not here this weekend, so it's advantage there to Sean Hepburn. Advantage to Wayne Potgieter as well, but we saw Wayne Potgieter with some issues earlier on. Where did he end up at this stage? He's down in 16th place and currently 5th in Class B. Hepburn closing onto the back end of Josie. Josie soaking the pressure up. Since he got through though, Sean Hepburn comes out of the hairpin right on that rear bumper. Now trying to use a little of the slipstream, but the Sirocco just seems to have a little edge. Oh, Travis, tripod, out of shape. Does he catch it? Yes, he does. Can he get back on track? He will get back on track relatively easily there, but unfortunately drops down a couple of positions there. Does Travis Jensen. It's going to drop him down probably behind Johan Kutzer Jr. So down into 13th place there. Didn't quite work out there for Trav as he came out of the hairpin. Well, let's have a look and see. Here we go. Late braking from Hepburn, trying to find a way through on Goos. Goos shuts the door again. Leaders across the line. It's Van der Merwe and Ten Apel. Battle of the Andres. And this is the fight for 5 and 6 place at this stage. So Goos and Hepburn looking to try and get up into 6th place there. Is that Van Rooyen? Van Rooyen off. Van Rooyen off the circuit, pulling into pit lane. So it's now going to move up Goos and Hepburn. So Goos and Hepburn should move up 1 position into 5 and 6 place as opposed to 6th and 7th place as they are right now. 3 laps to go. Here's the change up. Goos into 5, Hepburn into 6th place. This is 5th and 6th place battle down this back straightaway. Back to the leaders. And the Evapco Porsche still maintaining the margin over Andre Ten Apel. Ten Apel there in 2nd place. He'll be looking to move up from 9th, probably up into the top 5 overall in the championship after these 2 good outings for him. A win in race 1, and now looking for a good, at least 2nd place here in race 2. Possibly overall win for the day as well for Andre Ten Apel. In the background, Kotzer is coming, but I don't know if he's got enough time. Werner Kotzer lapping at this stage in the 211s, 212s coming out of the top 2, so that's not quick enough there for Kotzer to possibly catch and pass them there for the win in the Mazda R100. Back to the battle for 5 and 6 place. Josie hangs on for now. Ten Apel trying hard, but doesn't have an answer. 212, 235 from Andre van der Merwe, 212, 273. So about 0.3 of a second between those 2 cars in terms of overall lap times, but that's not enough there for Ten Apel to find a way through. Werner Kotzer, he's in 3rd place, lapping in the 211s. Oh, nice little maneuvering through there, and late braking coming out of Nigel Townsend. Finding a way through there in that Zach Speed coloured Ford Escort Mark 1. Here we go. Penultimate lap for the Porsche. Here we go. Across the line for Goos and Hepburn. This is a nice battle. That is Van Rooyen, Duplessis Jr. And Duplessis Jr. fighting there with Peter Jensen. So Peter Jensen in a bit of a fight there as well with Wynand du Plessis Jr. 2 now. Just circulating, not wanting to make any mistakes. Andre van der Merwe keeping the concentration levels up, way up there. Hoping to try and take a victory here in his own sponsored class there from the Avapco side of things. Great to have them on board as part of our broadcast today as well. And I think he's got enough here. Lap and a half to go for these two. It's just great to see this little battle unfold. Kind of thought we'd see Tenapel get away. But look at this, Peter Jensen now putting pressure onto the back end of Duplessis Jr. Oh, that's lovely. Josie on the grass, getting past Hepburn, using every bit of the track and more. And then late on the brakes, up into turn 7. Whew, close stuff there. Brilliant stuff there from him. Comes the leaders across the line. And they will be starting their final lap. Last lap for the two Andres, Van der Merwe and Tenapel. Have a look at this. Here's the replay of the 24-karat gold Sirocco getting on the grass on the left-hand side. Comes across the back end, decides, oh, hang on, let me try this side. And finds a way through. And I can tell you what happened there. Sean Hepburn missed a gear. Hepburn missed a gear there, and I can tell you, well done to Jan Goos for not going right into the back end of him. He took evasive action there to avoid the missed gear coming out of that 1200 GX, and well done to Josie for getting through on him. It worked in his favour, but it could have ended up in tears for both of them, because it looked like Sean Hepburn just missed a gear there, slowed up dramatically, and Goos had to go right to avoid him. Onto the grass and past. Back to the leaders with half a lap to go. The Sirocco now has comfortably got away from Sean Hepburn in the GX. And that 1200 GX, unfortunately, after the little misgear there, hasn't had an answer to come back to Johan Goos. Porsche is what we're looking for as we're getting into the closing stages here of Andre van der Merwe from Avapco. There he is. Into the triple right-hander. If there's a bit of back markers here, I'm not quite sure if the back markers are going to be in play here. No, they're not. There's no back markers in sight. It's going to be plain sailing to the line here for the man from Avapco, taking a win in his own sponsored series here in the Porsche. Jensen still hasn't finished yet with Duplessis Jr. They'll be taking that right to the line as we wait for that Porsche to come to the line. Andre van der Merwe possibly going to be taking second overall here. Tenapel will take first overall, but he'll get second on the day here for race 2. As they come to the line, it is Andre van der Merwe for the win. Avapco Porsche wins out the Avapco HRSA Racing Series. Second place goes to Andre Tenapel. Third place to George Avakamides. I beg your pardon, to Werner Kotzer. Werner Kotzer coming through there for third place in the R100. Great effort there from Werner Kotzer from the back of the pack to third. And there comes Avakamides for fourth. Here we go. Avakamides, fourth place. Josie will take the fifth spot. Here he comes in the 24-karat gold Sirocco. Nice run there from him. Having a good battle with Sean Hepburn, who eventually finished up in sixth place. And our top two heading down into the bottom end of the circuit on the slowdown lap. Andre van der Merwe, Andre Tenapel, 1 and 2, ahead of Werner Kotzer. George Avakamides and Johan Goos are your top 5. Formula Monopasto will be up next with a 7-lapper. There is your unofficial results on the sideline there. It is Andre van der Merwe taking the win ahead of Andre Tenapel and Werner Kotzer. Top 3 in Class B, Tenapel, Kotzer and Avakamides ahead of Johan Goos. Winning Class L is Grant Kramer ahead of Peter Jensen and Wynand du Plessis. They were 6, 7 and 8 overall, ahead of Hepburn and Travis Jensen. And then further back there, third in the CMH class is Sean Murray and Rian Daru, beating out Anton Boyens and Craig Harris. Nice run there from our Vapco HRSA series. As I said, up next, Formula Monopasto for a 7-lapper. Single-seaters back on track.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo. Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic. Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
Welcome back to Redstar Raceway, where the Red Stars eventually come up. It's taken a while, but we've got a little bit of sunshine for the first time today as second heat of Formula Monopastos makes its way onto the track. It'll be J.M. Gerber who will be on pole position alongside Josh Chaikin, Alan May and Aidan Morrow, the second row of the grid. Damien Archer with a bit of a smoking gun on that warm-up lap that we saw. So he'll have to watch out for that with Gert van den Berg alongside him in his Formula V. Steve Venter and Chardon Tromp will be alongside each other for the next row. And this, of course, is a 7-lapper now with the different version that we've got for the program for the second half of the day. And it looks like they're going to roll that Formula GTI to the side and out of harm's way for the start, because I did see some smoke coming out of Aidan Morrow's car on the warm-up lap. And that Formula GTI is going to be taken off the grid. So something's gone wrong there on Morrow's car. Unfortunately, having him to retire before the lights even went out. So we've got Formula M on the front row. We've got a Formula Volkswagen alongside another Formula M on the second row. It's Formula V all on his own sim there on the third row with Gert van den Berg on the sideline. Delayed start board out there just for that recovery of Aidan Morrow's car off the circuit. Damien Archer's car, beg your pardon. Damien Archer's car off the circuit. Now we go into start procedures. Here we go. 2-minute board. Alan Mayer trying to hang on to the lead of this overall championship, although he has been closed down now pretty rapidly by J.M. Gerber after the victory that he took in the KTM-powered Formula M. Lights out, and he gets a good start, but so does Alan Mayer. Mayer goes up to second place from third on the grid, outgunning Josh Chaikin into turn 1, and it's Formula M versus Formula Volkswagen going into turn 2. Nice start there from those two. Then Chaikin and Morrow. And a great start coming out of Chardon Tromp as well, moving through rapidly ahead of Clinton Kane. What happened to Gert van den Berg? He's dropped right to the back. There he is. Problems there for Gert van den Berg, spinning out. And unfortunately, that might be the end of his race. Yes, he's pulled off the circuit completely. I think that's into the kart track, if I'm not mistaken, or the exit road. So problems there for Gert van den Berg. Right from the word go. Here comes Jannie Geyser diving through on the inside of Bruce Van Niekerk. Van Niekerk locks up. And he's followed closely there by... I think Justin Gower, no, Aidan Morrow coming through there as well at the back. So a little chopping and changing happening in the mid-pack. And the first two getting away, third place and fourth place all on their own sim. And this is 5, 6 and 7 we're watching at the moment coming up the hill. Clinton Kane leading that one out. So Clinton Kane holds onto the front end of this pack. He's got David Austin just behind him as well in the 13 car. And Yanni HRSA diving on the inside. So HRSA moves through, gets ahead of Clinton Kane. Austin follows suit, comes and right onto the tail end. And joining them by the looks of it is that... I'm just trying to pick up who that last car is. I think it might be Donna Kloppers. Yeah, Donna Kloppers has moved way up there. Hilton Morrow at the back of the pack. So looking for a chance now to be in the hunt at the front end here. There comes Austin on Clinton Kane, looking for overtaking maneuver. There we go. Oh, close stuff between them. Austin had a look. There is another spin. Someone spun out there on the left-hand side, or was that just... no, that's not where... That's definitely another one of the cars. So was that Yanni HRSA? That's Yanni HRSA. HRSA's off on the left-hand side there. Yanni HRSA's off as well. So we've lost HRSA, and we lost Gert van der Berg on that first lap. Not good for the two Formula V drivers. It's now Clinton Kane fighting for the front end of what would be Formula V's side of this Monopasto. Now remember, Formula Monopasto is basically a collaboration of some former single-seater championships, including the longest-standing Formula single-seater championship in the country. That's Formula M. Formula V's in there, a couple of Formula Fords. We've got a Formula Volkswagen. We've got a Formula GTR, who unfortunately didn't make it to the line. And then we've got some Formula M's, which are the motorcycle-engined single-seaters. Some of them running 1000cc and higher, some of them running 600cc's, Class A and B, differentiated by the 600cc and 1000cc engine derivatives. Morrow through on the 5-6 car there. It's Bruce van Niekerk, I beg your pardon, it wasn't Donna, it's Bruce van Niekerk who's in that pack. Just trying to pick up on that car, didn't quite get the number on the shots that we had. Here comes Austin, late on the brakes. Way through there is David Austin into the bottom turn and moves his way up one position higher in the overall. Top two in the mix, and it's still no advantage that he had earlier on there, J.M. Kaber, over the Formula Volkswagen of Alan Meyer. Howell's had a good run so far in this car. Looking for a victory though. He would like to beat the KTM powered machine ahead of him. Only in Formula Monopasto will you see a KTM fighting with a Volkswagen. Used to see it a couple of times actually further, if I think back a couple of seasons back. KTM crossbows that used to be driven out on the extreme supercar classes. Across the line, and another lap completed there for J.M. Kaber and Alan Meyer. So Johannes leading things out there over Alan Meyer. Pulling away slightly now from Josh Chaikin in third. Just in the background, I see him in the orange car. Have a look at this as well. From a replay point of view, this is the overtake from Austin on Kane. And then the spin right in front of them from Yanni HRSA. So yeah, Yanni HRSA unfortunately ending up, Yanni HRSA I should say, not HRSA, Yanni HRSA getting it all wrong there as he looped it out. Josh Chaikin, Aidan Morrow coming into shot any second now. This will be the fourth place car with Chard Tromp not too far behind him. Back into the front two as Alan Meyer tries to maintain at least a chance of having a go later on. He won't go now because it'll be too soon to go now to have an overtaking maneuver on the KTM. It's probably slightly more powerful car ahead of him, but the handling of these two cars very similar. Let's see whether or not Lieutenant Colonel Alan Meyer can make that Formula Volkswagen of his fly as well as he did when he was in the jets for the Air Force. He comes down into turn 10. Nice little run here from these two. Changes here between these two, but certainly Alan Meyer not giving up. He's half a second off on the last pass across the line. He's about the same distance now between himself and J.M. Kerber at the front. As I said, KTM versus Volkswagen, yeah? 1290 Adventure bike engine underneath the hood of that lead car. And the Volkswagen engine from Formula Volkswagen days in the hands of Alan Mayer. Change up here as well as Gower starts to close in on the back end of Bruce van Niekerk. And then Henriette van Wyk not too far behind them. Just see the orange car just in the background there. Just got a blur of it going through there. Now they come up to the braking point at the top of the short straight. And Bruce van Niekerk still keeping Justin Gower out for now. Top two, no changes here. But some back markers have been overtaken. I would say probably Donna Klopp has been caught and passed now by the top two. Yeah, they come up the short straight now. And Johannes Gerber, that is, trying to keep the Liqui Moly sponsored Formula Volkswagen behind him. Let's see whether Alan Mayer's got an answer here in these last couple of laps. They're coming to 3.5 to go. Alan Mayer was quickest on the last lap, so back to David Austin and Clinton Kane going at it. Kane and Austin fighting for 6th and 7th place, I beg your pardon. 6 and 7 on track, these two. Austin trying to keep Clinton Kane at bay for now, but Kane making him work hard for it. Fight continuing all the way around the track here between Kane and Austin. Catching up onto the back end, I think that was Henriette being overtaken now by HRSA. HRSA coming back through the field. Yeah, HRSA through there on Henriette. Yanni HRSA after that spin with a huge mountain to climb. So he's had to work hard to come through the field. And, still in with a chance of a top 5 in his class. But what it's going to do is going to drop him out of the overall standings a little bit there for Yanni HRSA. Oh, Justin Gower again on the sideline. Hasn't gone according to plan on both heats here for this man as the leaders come through and pass him. Gower gets out the car. Looking at it, the leader's going past him. Heading onto the short straightaway. Gower unfortunately out and being called across by the marshals to get out of harm's way. Coming up on back markers all the time now. With that, it's allowing J.M. Kerber to get away. Johannes starting to open up a bit of a margin over Alan Mayer. Next car in sight for them is probably going to be the back end of Bruce van Niekerk. In fact, it'll be Henriette first that they'll catch. There we go, going past Yanni HRSA and Henriette van Wyk. Top two now looking to close down 56, Bruce van Niekerk. Flags waving at the exit of the hairpin as the leaders head down towards turn 3. One and a half laps to go now for J.M. Kerber in that KTM powered Formula M of his. There is the night accountant's car of Justin Gower, parked on the sideline, unfortunately. There he is. Another forward shot there of him. Coming up on Morrow now. Hilton Morrow about to be caught by the leaders. Are of course in Formula MB, so he'll be running a 600cc Suzuki GSX-R engine in that Martini liveried car that we've seen. Back to Austin and Kane again, still continuing their little fight. He's not too far behind there. I think we'll probably see the lead car come through the foreground of the shot any second now, but we'll stay with Austin and Kane as they head up towards the finish line. Kane trying to close the gap down now on David Austin. Not quite close enough just yet though. And the two of them closing onto the back end of Donna Kloppers. There's our commentary booth, just on the right hand side. Thanks for that one, bro. Should have put my hand out and waved. 1 lap to go for Johannes J.M. Garber. I think it's Johannes Martinez, I think it is. Past Donna Kloppers. And now coming up on Clinton Kane and David Austin on the last lap. So their little fight could be helped out here by the leaders coming through. I wonder if Clinton Kane's going to try and capitalize on that. Sometimes that's what happens. You get caught with the leader catching you and it just slows you up enough to give the man behind a chance to have a go. JM round the outside of Kane. He gives him some room. No, he's not even going to worry about trying to catch David Austin. Austin will try and give him some room. Or will he? No, he's slowed him slightly. Tries to go around the outside of the dog bone and uses that outside line to perfection, eventually getting through to flick through on the exit. That's enough to keep him ahead now of Alan Mayer. Alan Mayer in second, still behind this one as they come onto the short straight now. Kane and Austin still fighting hard. So with about 3 or 4 corners to go now, it's J.M. Carver looking for 2 wins out of 2 starts. Alan Mayer looking for the second spot today. Beating Josh Chaikin this time. Chaikin beat him to the line in the first outing. And we got about 3 corners to go. So J.M. Carver going to take this one. Move himself up into the overall standings. Possibly still behind Alan Mayer in terms of the overall championship for Class A in Formula Monopasto. But, a nice run from both of these cars. One powered by KTM taking the victory. Second place powered by Volkswagen taking the second spot today. And wrapping up Formula Monopastos for the day as well. There we go, Austin and Kane across the line. David also just beating Clinton Kane to the line there as well. Finishing up their little battle that raged almost the whole of the race. Lady from the checkered flag there, getting Josh Chaikin and Aidan Morrow across the line as well. To wrap up all of the Formula M and lead category cars. There you go. Nice to see some high fives and some thumbs up there between the 2 drivers. Heading down into the bottom end of the circuit. Up next, we go back to the short circuit. Short circuit racing coming. Final bit of short circuit racing actually coming out of the historic single-seaters. There's the return of that Formula GTI that didn't start on the line, so he eventually got back on track. Good to see that. And coming across the line there, Damien Archer eventually finishing the race, but a long way down. But a nice recovery there nonetheless to get back on track. Sideline there was Justin Gower, as you saw in the black Knight Accountant's machine. And that wraps up our Formula Monopasto coverage here from the Historic and Inland Championship at Redstar Raceway. There are the unofficial results. Gerber, Alan Mayer and Chaikin your top 3. Class A going to Gerber and Mayer, top 2. Class B in Formula M goes to Josh Chaikin ahead of Hilton Morrow, and then Donna Kloppers and Justin Gower. And then, of course, in the Formula Libras Class C, Aidan Morrow, Chardon Tromp, and David Austin, the top three. Up next, single-seaters on the short circuit.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 + 1 is 3. 1 + 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo.
Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
is going to be to a great job on the line. Ryan Budd took victory by a large margin, and she will be trying to keep ahead. Top of the car, 51, the Lotus is pulling forward, to by a 12. Lines up in fourth place against Lotus 33. The Capital Property made in 1961, taking on one of the top cars that you could get your hands on by Lotus.
Back to race action now, but on the short circuit for round one of Historic Single Seaters Short Circuit Championship for 2026. We've seen already action out there. Ryan Budd taking the first victory. He will start from the front row and on pole position alongside James Derbyshire. And you got Michael Hillary and Michael Koenig alongside each other for the second row. Gary de Klerk and Dal de Klerk at the back. Oh, a little jump start there by the looks of things. Yeah, Derbyshire got off the line, but he had to jump start. That could cost him 30 seconds if the COC saw that. He did stop, but the lights had not gone out yet, so that's a jump start in my opinion. Whether or not the COC agrees with me, we'll wait and see. The de Klerk boys now onto the back end, and he spun out. Oh, Hillary spins out big time. A massive spin there in the background with the Lotus, and de Klerk trying to take evasive action, goes onto the grass on the inside of turn 3. This is a 12 car there of Dal de Klerk trying to keep his brother Gary behind him. Dal and Gary fighting hard as they went through turn 3. I think both of them getting caught out, basically watching the spinning car of Michael Hillary and watching those rearview mirrors. So here's what it looked like going into turn 2. Coming out of turn 1, you can see the de Klerk boys trying to avoid the spinning Michael Hillary. And everybody else gets past him along with Richard Derbyshire. Hillary gets going again. But then just in the foreground of that shot, we actually saw de Klerk go over the grass. So fortunately, he stayed on track, but he's now dropped back one position behind his brother Dale. So it's Dale, behind his brother Gary, I should say. Gary, Dale, and then Michael Koenig. So 2 de Klerks, 2 Michaels, 2 Derbyshires. That's how they fight it out here. 20 car of Gary de Klerk leading things out. Michael Koenig on the inside of Dale finds a way through. Gets ahead now. So Dale de Klerk losing out. Gary about to be caught and passed as well by Michael Koenig as he's now moved up one position. Ryan Budd out front by miles at this stage, but Derbyshire in second. Koenig putting the pressure onto the 2 de Klerk boys. He's the meat and the sandwich at the moment. De Klerk inside. Good move there from the Varja Saunas car. Trying to find a way through there on that 38 special, but Koenig shuts the door, holds that outside line, knowing he's got the left-hander coming up. Top 2 across the line. And completing another lap in anger. It's a 7-lapper, so it's 2 done and 5 to go. Biggest pardon, it's an 8-lapper on this one, according to what I've got. Short circuit, slightly longer laps, or more laps I should say, not longer, just more of them because it's a shorter circuit. Koenig in the mix and de Klerk side by side. De Klerk and de Klerk side by side now, possibly for 4th and 5th place on the track. De Koenig has got through on them, and Michael Koenig now opening up and trying to get away from them. And I don't know if he's going to have the same kind of pace as James Derbyshire has got in his Lotus, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But I think the top 2 are basically fighting it out. This is the fight for 4th. 2 de Klerk boys, very evenly matched, having a great little battle, the other 2 of them. We're going to see Koenig just go through shot. There he is. Budd from Derbyshire, Koenig, de Klerk and de Klerk, Hillary and Derbyshire at the back. There you can see in the background Michael Hillary starting to close in on the 2 de Klerk boys. We'll have to keep an eye on that Lotus in the background, the green car, as it closes things in. Here's the top 2 completing another lap. Into turn 1, the short circuit, remember, so it's a Big left-hander, not a left-right flick like we'd normally have on the long straight. Nice run here. This is where we go into turn 4. Bud now closing onto the back end of Richard Derbyshire, so he's possibly going to even be lapping the last car on track in these next couple of corners. Clark still Dale from Gary. That's the battle. 12 versus 20, so running in numerical order, but they're going to have to be very wary because in the background comes Michael Hillary. There you can see coming across the line with now 2 to go. Ryan Budd. James Derbyshire, there he comes. And then Michael Koenig. Quite a long way back is Koenig, but look at how Brian Budd is closing now onto the back end of Richard Derbyshire to lap him. There we go. Lap done for Derbyshire. Yes, it is. Amazing run there from these guys. And it's a lot closer this time from James Derbyshire as he's on the back end of Ryan Budd. Ryan Budd got away pretty much all on his own sim in race 1. It's a lot tighter this time between himself and James for second. Koenig 30 seconds back, so not really involved, but still in with a chance of a podium. Remember, this is the first round of Historic Single Seaters Short Circuit Championship for 2026. Ryan Budd has been the class of the field, although he hasn't participated in the first 2 rounds of the Long Circuit Championship, which took place at the Passion for Speed Festival at Swartkops at the beginning of the year, in the 31st of January, and then back at Swartkops for Inland and Historics on the 28th of March. So here at Redstar, a month later, Ryan Budd joins the fray and opens up his account with 2 wins. It's not a bad way to start the championship, but he's got a little bit of work to do still before he gets that second win. As you can see, he's having to keep out Derbyshire here into the closing stages. Can he do it here into the final stage? We'll wait and see. Looks that it's going to be Bud for the double. Bud up towards the final corner, coming up onto the back end of the clack. For the last time, checkered flag will be on standby. Ryan Budd, double win on the day, and he gets it ahead of James Derbyshire. Nicely done in the end there from Ryan Budd. Checkered flag helmet takes the checkered flag for the second time today. Not a bad way to start your proceedings for 2026's championship with a double win. James Derbyshire, though, is definitely going to move up in this championship overall, which is good to see. He was a bit further down in the pack than what he'd like to be, so keep an eye out on his progress. And Michael Hillary has found a way through on both of the Clack boys as well in the closing stages. Look at that. Nicely done from his point of view after the spin in turn 1. Recovers and makes his way to the front end of the fight between the 2 de Klerk boys. There goes Koenig for the podium. Final podium position there, and 3rd place on track. Also the win in Class D, of course, for Michael Koenig. And this is now going to be Hillary across the line for Historic Single Seaters. 2nd place in his class, and the 4th place overall behind them were the 2 de Klerk boys in 5 and 6. So a nice run there from the single-seater point of view on the short circuit. Always good to see them using the Indy track here at Redstar Raceway. We finish up single-seaters there. That wraps up our single-seaters, except for one more class. We've got Super Vs, who will be on standby and will be out on track shortly. 7 laps of action coming away now for Super V's second race of the day, the Liqui Moly Super V's, making their way around on the big circuit. Of course, we finished now on the Indy track. Everything else will happen on the big track now. And Alan Mayer will bring them to the line as he will start from pole position here after his win in race number 1. He, of course, is in the Formula Volkswagen. So a slightly different version to the other Super V's that are here. Hopefully, we're going to see the red car of Peter Hills back on track if he was able to get that car fixed. I'm looking down the track. I don't see the red car, unfortunately, of Peter Hills, which is a pity, though, because it would have been great to have the multiple South African Formula V champion and multiple South African motocross champion in Peter Hills back on circuit. So it's majority of the Liqui Moly sponsored cars that are back on track, along with a couple of other of the top contenders in this category. Now, it's only a slightly bigger field, but we've got nine cars left to fight it out now for the second heat. Going to see that visor go down pretty shortly there on Alan Mayer's helmet as we come under starters orders. This is nice to see here. Lights will be going on. We'll see them in the middle of that shot, right underneath that big red star in the middle of the track. And standing by now as 2 minutes changes to 1. 1 changes to 30. Within 2 seconds, it'll flip round to the 5-second board. There we go. 5 seconds and lights are on. Lights out. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. A great start coming out of the 11 car there. Bellingham getting off the line nicely and outgunning by the looks of things Alan Mayer. But Alan Mayer getting into third gear now. Just tucks in behind Philip Bellingham as they go into turn 1 and follows him through. He realizes he can't win it in the first corner, so just hang tight, bide your time, and you'll be able to get through there. Andre Leroux into third. Good start from the rest of the pack as they all got through unscathed by the looks of it. But Alan Mayer already attacking for the lead and overtakes easily in the end at the bottom end of the straight and down into the left-hander. The sun is out, as I said earlier on. First time we've seen a bit of sunshine here at Redstar Raceway for the last 3 days. So good to have it back again. But completely dry conditions now for all of the races, and hopefully the rain stays away until we finish racing up in about 4 races' time. Bellingham at this stage into second place and pulling away comfortably over the 26 car. And getting away nicely there from Andre Leroux. Leroux's got a bit of intention being given there by Mark Tucker and Kursi van der Merwe in the 36 car. Heading down out of the dog bone towards the hairpin. Down to second gear in these cars. And then up through the gearbox they'll go as they get onto the short straight. So 26, 36 and 21 fighting hard here. Kursi van der Merwe in the mix there as well. As he heads up towards turn number 7. Exit is 8. Down to 9 and 10. Nicely done here from these three. As you can see in the sun now, getting a little bit of chance to shine in the sun, which they haven't had to do over the last couple of days, unfortunately, in Mpumalanga, South Africa. We've had quite wet weather conditions over the last few days or so. And potentially, and particularly yesterday, when qualifying was supposed to take place, a lot of the cars were not able to get out on track and get in a full practice and qualifying session yesterday. So some work that had to be done overnight to get them all sorted out to start from championship positions for their first heats, but into the second heats now and almost to the end of the day's racing. This is the 3, 4 and 5 place battle coming to the line. Side by side between 3 and 4 as they cross the line there. And Kursi van der Merwe might have just, no he didn't, he was looking to try and squeeze through there, didn't quite get there though. Andre Leroux able to hang on for now. Kursi cuts back though, coming out of turn 2. Side by side and a little gesticulation there saying come on, let's go. I like that. As he went past, just a little 2 fingers coming this way, come on, and oh, late braking. Is that going to be late enough to make the turn? It is. Only just, no it's not. That was way too late, I thought so. Much too late. Nose cone and rear wing with some damage. And the number 26 car there, completely wrong. Down into turn 3. So yes, Andre Leroux, that's not quite how you go down into turn 3, buddy. That's got to hurt. And unfortunately, it looks like it might hurt the car completely because it's off track and out of harm's way there, by the looks of things. So an attempt to get through there from Kusi van der Merwe made the almost instantaneous response come from Andre Leroux. And then Andre Leroux just outbraked himself completely down into turn 3. And he's now on the sideline. Running wide onto the dirt, though, goes the second of those cars in the protagonist point of view in Kusi van der Merwe. He lost out. Let's have a look at that replay one more time down into turn 3. Check this out. He starts braking from about Delmas and then decides, no, I'm not going to make it. And he heads, actually, he could have gone even from Woodbank, to be honest. That's how far back he was trying to outdo that outbraking maneuver. Back end stepped out, caught the grass, loops around 360 degrees. Bodywork goes flying. I think that actually might be the air filter as well in the car that flipped off. And yep, that's it. Parked on the sideline. Back to live with yellow flags waving down for the stricken car on the sideline. So that is Andre Leroux that's on that sideline, unfortunately. I'll only update that timing monitor as they cross the line, of course. But Alan Mayer has gone across the line. Here we go. This will be the change-up. We'll see Bellingham in second. And it's going to move into third place for the 36 car of Kusi van der Merwe and Mark Tucker into 4. Tucker and van der Merwe heading down the back straight away now, the long one that goes parallel with the highway. It's always awesome to watch and get some comments that come in every now and again. I don't know if we got any today on our YouTube feed, but sometimes you get some comments going, are the trucks in the background in the race as well? No, they're not. They're certainly not. John Espach is up to 5th. Bianca Boertes, first of our ladies, she's there in 6th place, ahead of Jean-Andre Johnson and Tanya Breitenbach. Andre Leroux now stuck on the side now for a lead. Alan Mayer, as they come out of the dog bone, these two are going to be fighting right to the line. An off-track excursion there. Was that for Tanya? I think it might have been. Just trying to pick up on which the helmet was. I think it may possibly been Bianca, though. So one of the two ladies there getting it out of shape. There's the leader heading out of the final corner to complete another lap in anger. Back to the battle for 3rd and 4th. 3rd and 4th place going into turn number 7. Coming out of 8. For a chance here, Kusi van der Merwe wants to close that gap down, but he's not going to catch Philip Bellingham. He's too far up the road, so he's going to have to just settle for 3rd place here. But settling for 3rd place means he's got to fight with Tucker, and Mark Tucker is making him work hard for it. You can see the slightly different chassis derivatives there on the back end of that car. Much more of an aerodynamic cowl over the engine bay. The wing, slightly different to the one in front of him. Coming up onto a back marker. Charmaine Hartley about to be caught now by these two. Hartley caught and passed. Part of the ladies' championship in this category. Remember, there is a full-on South African challenge for the ladies. Henriette van Wyk leads that championship after the first round at Desi's Raceway. Andre Johnson, and of course the only lady actually participated down in Desi's Raceway was Bianca Ferreira, so she would actually have the unofficial lead of the championship, but needless to say that'll change up at the end of the day with all of the ladies racing today. Alan Mayer looking to try and move himself up in the overall standings for Formula V's Nationals. Back down to the bottom end of the track and into the final turn goes Alan Mayer. Alan Mayer coming out of the final out of the last chicane, or first chicane I should say. It's normally the last chicane if they go the other way around. It was last weekend, that's why I'm still getting used to it. Apologies on that one. But it's the first corner today. Mayer hangs on. Big gap over Bellingen. He's got an equidistant and probably even bigger gap now over third place Kursi van der Merwe. And Mayer with some good pace here. Fastest man on track is Mayer. 2045s as opposed to the 13s and 22s coming from the cars behind him. So certainly much quicker than any other track. Only other car on track at the moment is Alan Mayer. Mayer coming up on some back markers though. The back end of the field he gets to, and coming up there, I think that's on Tanya Breitenbach, possibly Bianca. Somebody spun out, another spinner there on the left hand side. I think it might be also one of the lady drivers there, unfortunately got it out of shape. Coming through the field rapidly on that last lap, and about to go through on one more there. Chandra Johnson about to be passed, and the 12 car of Bianca Burtis also overtaken. So he's got 2 to go now, possibly onto the last. Yeah, no, 2 to go now for Alan Mayer. Mayer looking good for a win here. Heading through the dog bone. Mayer just comfortable in that cockpit at the moment. You can see just taking it real easy. Even leaning up his helmet up against the neck brace there. Taking it real easy. Comfortable in the end, and a good margin over Bellingen. Have a look at the replay here of the spin. This is the fight between Kursi van der Merwe and Mark Tucker. A little tap on the back. And some big tire smoke there. The two of them just getting in to each other's way. And a little too up close and personal there for the 36 car of Kursi van der Merwe. So Tucker now gifted third place with that little tap. Should be able to hang on to that third place now as well with the margin that he's got. 24 is Johan Esbach, about to be caught now by the leader. Flag on the sideline, gesticulating to the slower driver that there's a quicker car coming. Shouldn't be too much of an effort yet. No, didn't think so. From Alan Mayer's point of view, to get that Liqui Moly machine of his through, that Formula Volkswagen. One to go. With 1 lap to go now for the second victory of the day. So he's had 2 wins, 2 second places, and a third place, I think, at the moment in the category he's raced in. Not a bad effort there from the Lieutenant Colonel. Said with stickers on the side of that rear wing. Oh, just picking up. I think that might have been Breitenbach. Oh yeah, coming out of the dog bone. Into the hairpin for the last time is Alan Mayer. Comfortably ahead of Philip Bellingham. Mark Tucker in second place, and third place Kersey and Mark Tucker, who've been fighting hard. Still 2.2 seconds in it, but I think Tucker's got enough breathing room there to hang on for this last lap and take a podium. I don't think Mark Tucker's taken a podium ever in this category. He had a DNF. No, he didn't. It was ODB who got the podium in Desi. So last lap and last couple of corners here for Alan Mayer. The win went to Lucian Ramchanda at Desi's Raceway. And then it was shared between Andre Leroux and Early B for the second places. Third places, Bianca Ferreira and Andre Leroux shared the third places. So yeah, this will definitely be Mark Tucker's first podium in Super V's. But to the flag is the man who's going to get the victory here today for Super V in the Liqui Formula Volkswagen. Alan Mayer wraps up the win. It's a long way back to the second car. We're looking for number 11, Philip Bellingham. This car is this is the 24 car. Further back in the pack, this is Jan Esbach coming through for what is going to probably be 5th place on the road for him. Rookie tape on that car as well, showing that he's still a rookie driver in the category. No, this is also a little bit further back there. That's the 12 car. And the 12 car, of course, is Bianca Buertas. That's, I think, our first lady across the line. Yeah, that's the first lady across the line. Nice pick up there, showing our first lady getting a victory there in the ladies category. Separate ladies championship, of course, in this Formula V, Super V category. Courtesy of Liqui Moly. They were pretty much the main force behind doing a separate ladies championship in Super V. So the 31 car there rolling to the side. That's Jean-Andre Johnson. And it doesn't look like he's going to be finishing up this one. If he needs an extra nose cone, we've got one just ahead of him there. Here they come to the line. Nice little battle here that raged all the way through between Tucker and Van der Merwe, and Tucker hangs on. Yes, he does. So well done to him, winning out. No, he doesn't. Kersey just beating him to the line there in the closing stages, and Tucker comes through for 4th place. So wrapping up Liqui Moly Super V's. That also wraps up all of our official single-seaters. We have got one more single-seater, of course, coming in the form of Inex Legends. It's a slightly different format of single-seaters, though. But up next, we're going into Silver Cup, classes P, A, and A+, separated this time. And they will be doing 8 laps, I think, of the big circuit, because they can only run 19 cars on the short circuit, and I think they've got too many cars in those 3 classes to run on the short track. So it will be, I think, it says long track, it doesn't say short circuit. But we'll be back shortly with Silver Cup 2.0, courtesy of Car Care Clinic.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green, red, yellow, blue. Shiny and new. 1 plus 1 is 3. 1 plus 1's for me. Blue, yellow, red. Blue, yellow, Fred. Could it be true? Doobie doobie doo.
Who remembers red, yellow, blue? We certainly do at Car Care Clinic.
Red, yellow, blue. Not green. To see how it works, check out the T's and C's on our website.
Imagine a company that builds its business around complete customer satisfaction, where every employee is vested in first-class customer service. Imagine a worldwide manufacturing company with state-of-the-art technologies. A company that invests heavily in research and development, advancing entire industries. Imagine a trend-setting company committed to product quality, with a paramount focus on developing sustainable products and technologies. Imagine Evapco.
Final bit of race action coming your way now. Not quite the end of the day, but certainly the final bit of race action from Inex Legends. They've had 3 heats of spectacular race action that they provided, all on the short circuit here at Redstar Raceway, and they're going to finish up with a 10-lapper here on the short circuit as well. Niels Juster, unfortunately, has not made it to the grid by the looks of things. He will be missing this one out, so Sebastian Venkov will be on the front row all on his own sim. Behind him will be Dylan Ferree and Rico Reker, and the back of the grid, Tyler Posthumus and Santiago Freid. So it's all of the youngsters that are left to play here for the 3rd and final heat of Inex Legends. Just standing by for the go-ahead. You'll see that man with the red flag move to the sideline as we get to go. It is a rolling start, so they'll follow that little forward for the first lap. And alliteration aside, then they'll go racing. After following the Ford Fiesta for the first lap. It's quite good, I thought. All right, Venkov will hold the front row. And can he hold it all together for 10 laps? The man to beat today has been Tyler Posthumus, but he starts from the back of the pack alongside Santiago Freid. So some work to do now for Tyler, but it didn't take him long to get to the front end. Let's see whether or not they've got Reker's car and Venkov's car to just handle a bit better. That's what the two of them were battling with a little bit in the first 2 heats. Their handling was not as great as Tyler Posthumus's car, which just seemed to be on rails around this little Indy track that is at Redstar Raceway's short circuit. Devin Robertson has missed out on this round, so he also loses the championship lead to Tyler Posthumus. Venkov will move up possibly into 2nd place, and then Rico Reker to 3rd. Dylan Ferree will up to 4. Freid probably will be close to, if not just ahead of Devin Robertson as they move into the next round of their championship. And that, of course, we'll be looking forward to seeing what happens at, I think it goes back to Swartkops for the next round of this championship. So interesting stuff heading into Swartkops. There is Juster on the side, actually. So he's just on the sideline there, didn't make it round on the warm-up lap. So Niels Juster parked on the sideline. Unfortunately, he's in the coupe version of, or the wagon version as opposed to the coupe version of these cars. There's 3 different body options that you can play with in Inex Legends. As the lights go out, it's drop the hammer time, and Rico Reker trying to outgun Tyler Posthumus. Posthumus already coming through from the back of the pack, up into potentially 2nd place. If he can go around the outside and find a way through, and he does, and they touch. Oh, Posthumus and the 33 car. Tyler Posthumus goes to the back of the pack, completely to the back as he touches the 33 car coming through turn 1. Sebastian Venkov and him coming together and ending up on the sideline. So that's opened up the door now to Dylan Ferree and Rico Reker to try and get away. Get their heads down, that's for sure. If they can get their heads down and get away, there's a possibility that they could potentially take the victories here. You can see the 33 car was able to stay on track even though he had a spin. It was the Posthumus car, 35, at the back that went off track completely, and he's now got to climb from the back and a long way back to catch the leading cars of Ferree and Reker. Santiago Freid up in the 3rd place. First time we've seen him into the podium positions today. Dylan Ferree under attack into turn 1 from Rico Reker, the big boss car sneaking on the inside. This time he gets it right. Steals the lead from Dylan Ferree. Ferree tucks in behind Rico Reker as they go through turn 2. Flicking it over into the left-hander for turn number 3 now. And a bit of pressure and a little bit of bump draft happening there. Remember, with these cars, they are allowed to bump those bumpers together. Use a little bit of bump draft on the straights if they need to. Ferree, Reker and Freid. It's 3.8 seconds down to Sebastian Venkov, who's now closed that gap down a little bit onto the back end of Santi. And then Tyler Posthumus doing the same thing there to Sebastian. So Seb will have to watch those rearview mirrors. He knows Tyler Posthumus is not going to be happy about that little touch, and he'll probably be fired up trying to get that 3rd and final victory here today. 3 and 4 coming out of 1 as 1 and 2 go across the line and complete another lap of this incredible start. It's a 10-lapper, and we're now into 2 done and 8 to go. 8 laps to go side by side as they come out of turn 3. Look at this. Looking for an opportunity to go high and wide, but Tyler cannot find a way to close that gap down on Venkov. It's down to 1.6 seconds between Venkov and Freyd, but still 2 seconds down to Posthumous between Venkov and himself. Tyler Posthumous has got to get his head down and concentrate, and he's doing just that. Looks like Santi's been overtaken. Yeah, there we go. Sebastian has found a way through there on Santiago Freyd and put him between himself and Tyler Posthumous, his closest rival. Top 2 going across the line, a complete lap number. So close. Lovely stuff here from these guys. That's the 3rd lap completed. 7 to go. And this is how close it is between these top 2. Nothing in it between Fourie and Raker. They cannot afford to fight each other, though. If they start fighting each other, they're going to slow each other down. And if they do that, they're going to give an opportunity to Venkov and to Posthumous to come back at them by the time this one finishes up in a few laps' time. 6.5 laps to go as they go into turn 3 and 4. Watch this side-by-side action from Dylan Fourie, trying to get on the inside for the next turn to the left-hand side. He's got the inside line. Opens up the door. Raker runs wide. Fourie comes on the inside, looking for a way through. Didn't quite get there, though. Very tight stuff between the two of them as they come onto the main straightaway again. Watch for the bump draft now. Locked in for the slipstream. Can he find a way through? Tyler Posthumous is looking for a way through as well, just in the background on Sebastian Venkov. Late braking from the lead car. Just pulls away from Dylan Fourie. Fourie's got a problem. Fourie runs wide. Fourie has got a problem and he's off the circuit. So second place now goes into the clutches of the 33 car. Sebastian Venkov up into 3rd place. 35 on his tail is Posthumous for 3rd. What a recovery here from Tyler Posthumous with that broken front bumper. Still circulating and closing now onto the back end of the man that came together with Oh, there's the return of the favour. Welcome to the party. Remember me? That's how it goes into turn 4. Out of 5 they come now. Up towards turn 6 they head into the Indy circuit to complete another lap. Rico Raker trying to hang on. It's about 5 seconds the gap between himself and these two. And if they continue to fight... Oh, there goes Venkov's bumper. Eventually slips off the car and slides off the track. Fortunately, not into harm's way. So Raker leads now ahead of Venkov and Posthumous. It's 6 seconds the advantage. 0.3 between 2nd and 3rd place. Those two cars in shot. 33 and 35 fighting for 2nd. And looking for a chance through there is Tyler Posthumous. He's certainly the more dangerous driver on track. He's been the fastest driver all day long, and he's still fastest at the moment on that last lap. Despite losing his bumper coming out of the final corner, put in the fastest lap of the race so far. And Posthumous now looking for a way around the outside and maybe through the inside, possibly driving over him. That might be the only option he's got to get through on Sebastian Venkov. Outside line. Oh, what a move. Around the outside of the final corner. If you make that one stick, that's incredible. Takes some big cojones to make a move like that, and he pulls it off. Posthumous into 2nd place. And crosses the line now. How far back is he behind Raker? He's closed up on Raker. Rico Raker. Raker slowing because we got a safety car. I didn't see safety car boards anywhere. Sorry about that. There was no safety car boards. And I think the safety car board is for that car at turn 1. That's such a pity. They could have kept it under yellows there because everybody had seen the stricken car on the outside of Dylan Fourie. So let's have a look at that one more time. So the change up here comes into turn 1. Look at this. It's Fourie leading. Posthumous is around the outside. He gets a little tag and then comes together with Sebastian Venkov. That breaks his front bumper off. And then he gets back on track and makes his way all the way around and closes everybody down to eventually get into 2nd place before the safety car came out. So it has concertinaed the field, and these laps will count under safety car. But now we've got the 3 hot contenders literally split by the proverbial blanket. And whether or not they're going to get a chance to finish, we'll wait and see. They had the halfway stage reached, and yellow and safety car board came out. Well, let's see whether or not Rico Raker can try and catch them all out here. He's going to have to catch them out if he wants to stay ahead of Sebastian Venkov and Tyler Posthumus. Posthumus in second, Venkov in third. Santi Freid is there in fourth place, all on his own sim. We lost Dylan Faree. He was the reason for the safety car, and we didn't even get Niels Jooste to the line because he broke down on the warm-up lap. Have they recovered that car? Yes, they have. That's the car they're going to recover. It's the exit of turn 1 and 2. Oh, did you see that? I don't know if you picked that one up there, Scotty. The celebratory, ironic and sarcastic clap coming from Dylan Faree. Nice one, boys. Nice one. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Putting me on the sideline here. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it certainly looked that way. Little sarcastic clap there from the man stricken on the sideline. So 2.5 laps to go under safety. Safety car lights are still on. Are they going to hold this up for a 2-lap sprint, possibly? Well, they've got Dylan back in the car. Not easy to get this car out, even though it's got metal bumpers on it. They've got to try and find a way to secure those bumpers and get it. The problem is it's on the exit of that corner. If it had been slightly further back, they probably would have left it there. But because it's on the exit, I think that's the reason why it was deemed to be in an unsafe position, and now they're going to move it into a safer position. And if they get it right and pull that car out of harm's way now, there might be enough time to get those lights out and go racing on the safety car. Has the safety car our lights still on? No, lights are staying on. They're going. No, the lights are out. Okay. That was a last-minute.com call there on the lights out. So Raker now has to stay line astern, or the whole field has to stay line astern behind Rico Raker for the restart. They've got green flag. Raker drops the hammer. Pulls slightly away there from Tyler Posthumus, who goes defensive to keep out Venkov. And they've got 2 laps to go. It's a 2-lap sprint. Rico Raker caught them napping slightly there. Can he now keep it all together at the front end? That's what he'll have to do to keep out Tyler Posthumus and spoil his day from getting 3 out of 3. Venkov closing up onto the tail end of Raker. Raker under already a pressure there from the 35 car of Tyler Posthumus. He's looking dangerous and looking for a way through. Good chance he's going to have a go coming out of the final corner, and the drive, looking for the drive. Look at that, he goes high and wide. Watch for the cutback. He'll cut back onto the inside line now to try and get the drive on the inside of the final corner, and then try and cement the overtake going into turn 1. Raker sees him coming, shuts the door. Here comes Venkov, though. What a bit of late outbreaking there from Sebastian Venkov. Slides up the inside of Tyler Posthumus. They are side by side across the line. Literally nothing in it between those two cars as they cross the line. Raker goes defensive inside, and Posthumus is on the outside again. He ended up on the grass the last time he was out there with Venkov. Venkov comes alongside, back into second place. Absolutely nothing in it between these drivers as they head through into the closing stages here. They're on the final lap. This is the one that's going to count. Rico Raker doing an amazing job to keep these two boys at bay. But it's because Venkov and Posthumus are fighting so hard, that's what's costing them time here. This is not going to be an easy win here for Rico Raker, but he's going to take it because Venkov is going to fend off Tyler Posthumus and not let him through for second. Posthumus round the outside. Can he hold that outside line into the final corner and have a drag race to the line? Here they come. It could be 3 by 3 across the line here for Inex Legends. What a way to finish up for Inex Legends. Raker gets it, and to the line. It's just to the line for Sebastian Venkov, and Tyler Posthumus into third. Yo! What a fantastic finish to that one. Brilliant stuff there from Rico Raker to fend off the intentions being shown by slightly more aggressive and certainly quicker drivers in terms of the overall performance so far. You can see Tyler Posthumus is not happy. He's not even waiting to say thank you and well done to the other guys. He's just driven away. And he is not happy about the fact that he was outgunned there on the last lap and had to come under safety car orders. He was hoping to get second place, possibly first, and beat Rico Raker. That didn't happen. Rico Raker takes the final race victory here today and wraps up Inex Legends here at the Inland and Historic Championship at Redstar Raceway. We got one more race to come your way. We are combining the big field of Silver Cup once again for a final race of, I think it's 8 or 10 laps. I'm not quite sure if it's 8 or 10. I think it's 8 laps. Coming your way now shortly from Silver Cup, our final race of the day to wrap up all of the race action. Is he going across there to help out and maybe bring Niels to the back again? Has he gone across there to ask him if he needs a lift? That could be nice. Oh, is that the case, or is he just going to go and find out if Niels is okay? No, he just went to find out if Niels was okay. So there we go. Rico Raker not only taking the victory, but also making sure that his teammates are all okay and his his rivals and comrades are okay as well. Well done there to Rico. We'll be back shortly with Silver Cup. So welcome to the last and final race of the day as well. I like to put it that way because it is the last one. And joining me is the certainly much more intelligent part of the Jacobs family, Morgan. Great to have you on board, sweetheart, and thank you so much for jumping in. I know you've had a busy day so far, though, haven't you?
Yeah, busy with Silver Cup up and down, sorting transponders out for my brother, and yeah.
And doing all the social media.
Yeah, social media.
And doing all the grids last
Yep.
night. Yeah, so I mean, your dad did nothing. Does he even do any work anymore? The one thing I've got to say, though, I think he planned this, because remember, we're supposed to be driving the short circuit now.
Yes.
But because of the size of your field today,
Yeah.
they're only allowed to have, I think, 19 cars
Yeah,
on the
only
short
19.
one. So the class is too big to split. And even with the split to A plus and P, and then in B, C, and D, the class will still be too big, hey?
Too big. The grid this morning was 48 cars.
Yo.
So it's just too many to
That's amazing.
split.
That is amazing. But I think the reason I say he planned that is because you know who the anti-clockwise short circuit lap record holder is.
Yep.
A certain Mr. Jacobs. I think that was, as I said, partly planned and partly not. Anyway, let's not joke about it. Let's get ready to go for some race action. Great field of cars, as I spoke about with Dad earlier on, and good to see the array of drivers too, because a lot of these guys and girls have never been to Redstar before, so it's a first time out for them, and they get to see exactly what it's all about.
Yeah, it's a new track, but it's a fun track to learn. You gotta keep your head on and make sure you know where you're going, but it's a fun track.
You know how difficult it can be when you come here with the M Performance Racing Series, and good to see that there's a whole bunch, including Billy Cock here, that we see up close and personal. And we get a little thumbs up. No, we don't even get a smile from him. He's got race face on there. There's no doubt about it.
Focused in
There's
the
a
zone.
certain little Sirocco that's pretty quick that wants to catch him. I know there's maybe a little bit of bias to that car behind him,
Just
is
a
there?
little bit.
Looks like some damage on the Nissan early on has been sorted out. Maybe some duct tape and zip ties to fix up the front end. Or they've just pulled the bumper off completely there on the right-hand side. So Julio Riga took the first win. He was going really well, actually, in the closing stages to catch up and pass everybody through the field. But he's got a very fast BMW in that Moscow's car, Vessel Mostert. Alongside him, of course, is the AC Cobra. That little coupe is good. And I mentioned to Dad, and he was supposed to bring the information to me, but fortunately you did. Thank you for that. That Mini that Yolandi in is the Cooper S Coupe. So it is the fastback version of the Cooper S, and it has got that sort of low back, slung back, very similar to the fastback Mustangs that were around in the 60s and 70s. So nice to see that option too. But my favorite car out there, which I said to Dad, besides, of course, the Moscow's Racing BMW of Vessel, it's a very fast car.
It's very fast.
Kluti. How awesome is that little Beetle?
The Beetle is amazing,
Hey?
and it's so fast. Sure.
I always joke about it with him and with your dad as well earlier on. I always say, there we go live on live there. So is that Dad's live, eh? I think that's Dad's hand.
I think it might. Yeah, it
That's
is.
your dad's hand
It's
for
my
sure.
Dad.
I can see that. He's going live and we're going live with him at the same time. Don't worry, Marius. We've got you covered, bud.
Yep, we've got the live.
Atlantis are in the house. We've got you sorted. All right, we are on standby for start. Lights are on, and we're about to go racing for the final time today. Lights out, and Ariga gets off the line nicely, but it's the BMW and the Cobra sneaking through there from third place. Not a bad start. See if he can hang on there. Will we see Johan Minnar come through there? Stoti for Mark also getting off the line nicely, moving up into third place, just ahead of Julio Ariga. So a nice start from the Beetle. He's stuck behind the space frame, and our pole man drops down to fifth. Bit of work to do there for him. Then behind that, you've got the Dragon Ball Z3 of Henry Platt fighting in amongst what I call Golf 1 Cup.
Yep.
Because there are a
We have a lot of them.
there's no Golf 1s in this field, not one. They're all city golfs.
Yes.
I do love the fact that your dad gave the option of the surfboard for the man from Natal. That was brilliant.
It's amazing. Very good add on the car.
Now, you've driven this track, so you know exactly what these guys and girls can expect to see now. Conditions like this, slightly better than this morning. We had tricky conditions this morning, and it's almost ideal conditions right now because you've got cool air temperature. There's a bit of heat in the track. There's some nice heat in the rubber, and lap records could potentially be up for grabs here.
Julia broke the lap record this morning in Class A Plus of
There we
a 2:05.8.
That is cooking around.
flying.
That is cooking around here. That's close to superbike times. Remember, superbikes around here, I think, are doing 153s. So in a slightly heavier car, although the space frame is a lot lighter than most of these cars, Ariga already putting the pressure up for second and gets it done. Nicely done. So Jules up in the Desco's space frame, up in a second place, but not quite done yet is Minnar. Minnar coming back at him in the AC Cobra, looking for a way through to try and reverse and return the favour. Can't quite get there. Let's see if he's able to catch Vessel Mostert out front though. In the Golf 1 Cup 27 car. That's a good number, hey? 27, that's such a good number on a race car. I tell you, I don't know who else races number 27. Might be the man sitting next to you, but that's a good race number.
Very good race number.
Speaking of racing, I mean, you've got plans coming up in the very near future in terms of your racing career in the very, very near future. I think we head up to Swartkops for the next round of your championship.
No, Redstar. We're
Oh,
back
yeah, we're
here.
back at Redstar.
Yes,
No, we
yes,
are.
yes.
No, we're back at Redstar. That's right.
Yeah.
So this is not a bad place to be then, to get a little
No,
bit of
no,
insight,
no.
eh?
Getting the insights and the tips and tricks from everyone.
I like to hear that. A big crowd as well, supporting from the sideline. It's mainly Silver Cup supporters that are up on that gallery right now, isn't it?
Yeah, all the family and friends are very good support of all the drivers.
The drivers are putting on a good show, and they have done all day long. We want to go a little bit further back here. It's good to see this as well. We'll fight on in the mid-pack. And the 401 machine starting to make his way through there. Pietrus van Dalport, Van Oort, who's on the tail end there and looking for a way through on the beam. Once again, picking up on that magnificent little Ford Fiesta. And I tell you, the Ford Fiesta that is in the hands of, what is his name? He's gone right out of my head now.
Dwayne Brown.
Dwayne is his name. See, that's why you're here. Thank you
Yep.
so much. Dwayne Brown, as you said, superb prepper of a race car. And considering the fact that he's keeping out some Foss Golf 1s and that BMW, the Rockneck BMW, that's a pretty decent bit of manoeuvring there. So Duvenacher moves through, and he is unfortunately caught and passed by Willie Koch. He's now come through, and he's now under pressure. So Quinton just getting outgunned by the space frame coming out of the dog bone. How tricky is that little section around the track?
It's tricky, and it closes up on you in a side.
And uphill as well. So uphill, off camber, closing up. And when you've got 3 or 4 BMWs around you, it's not easy to do. So you can just feel for those drivers as they came out of that section. Now can Willie Koch use the additional power of the M to get past the 1600cc?
Close. Not yet. Go, go, go.
He's having a look. Is he there? No, not quite.
Nose is in. Just not.
See, Red Bull Racing gives you wings, so that's why he's keeping it just ahead there. And it's the smaller wing that he's got compared to the big one in the Beamer. So that Beamer at the moment has not found a way through on Brown. Dwayne Brown hanging on for a potential 7th place at the moment with Willie Koch on his tail. A little change up in the background there between Duvenacher and Van Oort. Possible change up coming soon as well for the lead. It's only 1.7 seconds on the last lap. And let's see if it's got a little bit closer as they go across the line this time to try and wrap things up here for the final race of the day. Putting Silver Cup together, not a bad plan. Although I did enjoy the first plan, trying to get them onto the short circuit. That would have been a whole bunch of fun, particularly with these cars, especially if you just watched what happened in Inex Legends on that last race.
Yes,
Chaos.
definitely.
Man alive, it was absolute chaos out there.
It's good racing to watch, so it makes for very good racing.
But all day long, I've got to say, hats off to, I mean, I know your dad was kind of behind the scenes putting the little bit extra money in and getting the other competitors and categories to put some money in so that we could get Don and his team here to ensure that we got the live stream production. But the cool thing about it is that every single class has kind of stepped up, realizing that they've got some live streams. So they've put on some good shows all day
there's
long.
people watching and they want everybody to know their name now. Extra good racing.
There you go. That's what we like to see. Dwayne Brown, unfortunately, losing out there down that main straightaway, the long one that runs alongside the highway, and got outgunned slightly there by the BMW. He has got probably a little bit more turn of pace in a straight line than that little 1600cc's got. But now has to fend off a big attack coming from the space frame behind him. And I think Van Oort potentially looking for a way through early, and he's got it done almost instantaneously. So didn't worry about too much of the 1600cc ahead of him. He now sets his attentions on trying to recatch the BMW, I think.
Yeah, he's made a big gap already.
Look at how he closes it down under braking. Here's the Beamer in the corner, and he's already back onto the tailpiece there of that Beamer. So it's power to weight ratio that you're playing with. Remember, the BMW will be a lot heavier than that space frame. You know, you've driven space frames and BMWs, so you've got an idea of the differential when you get into a space frame. There's a lot more play, a lot easier to drive, and the handling is pretty good.
Yeah.
You know?
BMWs are heavy, so you got to play with the weight to your advantage now.
Yeah, and of course you can use them for the blocking role, which is exactly what he was doing initially. And Dwayne was hoping that he could keep him out. So what it's going to do is going to drop Dwayne Brown back into the clutches of Quinton Duvenacher. They had an epic battle in the first race as well. So it's just going to resume that little fight between the two hatches. Further back, 222 in the mix, that's Craig Platt. And how nice do you want it if you've got Craig Platt fighting there with Willemse, Matthias Willemse, Nathan Fenter in there as well. And just up the road from them is that Heinkoch. Yes, it is. It's Heinkoch just up the road there. So 3 Golf 1s and the third of the Moscow BMWs in an epic little fight.
Very good
it's
fight.
sideways.
No.
Catch it. Front wheel drive, keep it flat. That's what you got to do. Don't come off the loud pedal. Keep it on the loud pedal to the floorboards if you can. Great catch there from the 23 car there of Nathan Fenter.
This is going to be a good battle between Vessel and Julio.
Oh, Vessel, I think, could be in a bit of trouble here because Julio's closed down to within half a second.
Ew.
And we're going to go, this is 2.5 laps to go. Having a look up the road, I haven't quite got a shot yet of it. Here we go, this might give us an idea. Are they going to be catching some back markers? Yes, they are.
Yes.
There's back markers certainly going to come into play here in these last 2.5 laps. So will that play into the hands of Julio like it did in race 1? He was able to sort of just slide through the field a little better than the BMW was able to do.
I think Vessel's made a bit of space for him, and then Julio just followed behind.
Trying to close that gap down now. That space is not what Julio wants. Watch for the late braking coming out of the space frame. Nicely done. Closes back up underneath the rear wing there of that Moscow's Racing BMW. Moscow's Motorsport team have done an amazing job coming into motorsport, I think only last season for the first time, bringing 5 cars in their team. There's actually a 6th car, which potentially could be in the hands of yours truly or Carl, I think, in the next couple of race meetings. We're hoping that the big boss man, Mr. Bernard de Gavert, makes a plan so we can come and have some fun. Now that we've got the onboard footage available, we want to try and have a little bit of fun with that, so it'll be pretty cool.
Definitely.
Here we go, though. I think you've called it here.
Yeah, very good battle.
Good.
Ooh, go.
Good battle is about to turn into an epic battle. Look at that. Julio Riga opens up with 2 to go and takes the lead of the race.
Vessel going to catch him on the straight, though. Oh, no, Julio's pulling a gap.
A little bit of a gap as he came out of turn number 12 now. Crowd loving it here from the gallery side of things, watching this race unfold. They get in amongst the back markers, but it didn't affect either of them. Getting through there, I think that was on Heather. So coming through there and trying to find a way past, but let's see what happens now as they get onto this long straight. And it's power to weight ratio once again there from Ariga, just getting away there from Vessel Mostard's BMW. They are both running in Class P, so it is for honours on track as well as for overall honours. And now coming up on the 10 car that spun out in the first one of Malcolm Ellis. He ended up on the grass in a big way in that first race. Cock locks up in the Rocknick machine and allows once again the Van Oort car to close things down. And the two of them have their sights firmly set on Sean Vermaak.
Yes.
He's, I think he's the only Class X car out there, if I'm not mistaken. So Sean Vermaak running for Class X in Silver Cup 2.0. You know what his nickname is, eh?
No?
Stootgat.
Ah, okay.
Thought you might like that one. Yeah, no, he's been, of course, a long time campaigner on 2 wheels before he moved into 4 wheels.
Okay, so
went-
bikes as well. That's
Yeah,
very
he went from 2 wheels into, I think, into Super Hatch first, Super Hatch into 111, and now making his home here at the Silver Cup 2.0. I think he's liking all the camaraderie because he's very much that kind of a rider and competitor. Likes it when there's some fun stuff happening on the sideline, like that. Surfboards
Yes.
on top of a race car.
Good camaraderie in the pits as well, with music and alles.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, I just love the fact that the boys from Natal have come with a surfboard strapped to their race car.
All the kids love it. It's amazing. I love it as well. It's very, very cool.
Do you know that there was a certain movie in the 80s that came out where they put a surfboard on top of a truck and then they put a guy on top of it, eh? Yeah.
Oh my
I
word.
don't think we can do the jackass version of Silver Cup, but we can certainly try something different, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Gerald Smith hasn't had it quite go according to plan, and neither has Lamprecht. They're a little bit further back in the field than what they were earlier on in the first couple of races. So those two BMWs might be just having a little bit of issues there. Maybe just using this for some data, possibly, because you, of course, coming back here.
Yes.
So it's
Some
not a
extra
bad plan.
practice.
And I think a lot of those guys that have come from M Performance Racing Series certainly have got great data to play with now, knowing that they're going to be running this way around when we come here for your race.
It's extra seat time in practice because we've had such a big break now since the last race and the next race at Redstar. You're getting more seat time. You can't ask for anything better.
Exactly. That's the plan. As we're watching our official cameraman or camera lady. Check that out. I love that. As the coupe gets into third gear, up comes the wing. Closing in on the Renault Megane now. Trying to find a way through there. And Yolandi just not good enough on the brakes though. In that cream-coloured Mini Cooper S Coupe. So nice run here from her. She's had a good outing too, and I saw you doing some fun stuff with her as well on the social media yesterday and the day before. So always one for a bit of fun off the track as well as on it.
Very cool, Tony. Very, very fun.
I know.
Always up for anything.
And Talia is giving her a run for her money, and Lawrence.
Yeah.
Lawrence is making that little Renault work double time. Parked on the side. That was the 204, I think, of Brendan Sadler. I think it might be the... No, Sadler's there. No, Sadler's there. No, it's Sadler. It's another red Golf. Sorry, my apologies there. Is that Vessel? It is. Vessel on the sideline. So the Moscow's Motorsport machine there, Vessel Mostert. Unfortunately, he's not going to finish this race. Was that on the last lap? Oh, no, Riga started his last lap now. He's onto his final lap. So on the penultimate lap, he's pulled to the sideline. I don't want to say it, eh? You know what the show's called that you were on, hey? But you gave it to him, not me. Yeah, I'm going to blame you on that one. Yeah, Carl Lawrence, if you're watching, we taught her well on the commentator's curse, but she's just given Vessel Mostert the commentator's curse there. All right, so the second of the Moscow's cars now in the hands of 222's Craig Platt. Well, he's actually the third car on track because, of course, Henry Platt is further up the road there in that Dragon Ball Z3. But coming to the line, Julio Riga. And a win on the cards here for the Space Frame man again in Silver Cup. Nicely done. That's a good day's outing for him, eh?
Yeah, he's taken both checkered flags. Very well done.
And who is that young man doing the checkered flag waving there? So we've got a young man up on the checkered flag box there doing some checkered flag duty. I do like it. I see Quinton is there. Maybe we can get a shot of him. Find out who he is. But Julio Riga taking 2 wins out of 2 starts there in Silver Cup 2.0 and bringing our race day to a close as well, because all of the cars now coming through, taking that checkered flag and wrapping up what has been a pretty spectacular day's racing here at Redstar Raceway.
Some great racing.
You had some fun?
Yeah, I had lots of fun. Thank you.
I'm so glad. Thank you so much for joining us for commentary as well. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
For the second heat of the day here for Silver Cup 2.0, courtesy of Car Care Clinic and SPS Racing. And of course, we now get an opportunity as we get all the cars across just to give you the unofficial results. Once we've got that board up, then we can go into the formalities of a race day and all of the thank yous that have to go out there as well. But we certainly hope you've enjoyed all the race action that we've provided here today. It has been pretty spectacular, starting in the wet and cold, moving into a little bit of a warmer day. Not quite a hot day, but certainly a warmer day than yesterday, that's for sure. There are the unofficial results. Class P, top 3, Ariga, Minnar and Visser. Class X goes to Vermaak. Class A goes to Dievenacher, beating Dwayne Brown and Henry Platt. The H category going to Donovan LaRue. All on to Class B's Freek Blichnoot Senior for winning out Class B ahead of Ronald van Rensburg. And then all the way down in 25th place, Michael Van Zanten. And then CMH second goes to Nathan Fenter, and Hein Koch takes 3rd place in the CMH class. And that wraps up all the classes for Silver Cup. Wraps up our race day as well. A massive thank you to everybody behind the scenes, and of course to our race control, and most importantly to our Orange Army out there. They did an amazing job. One thing that I can say that I love about today, and I loved about last weekend here at Redstar Raceway, our incredible medical team of Donovan and Hunley were not called upon once today, which is fantastic. That is always a great day's racing, but we do appreciate having the best medical team in the country on the sideline waiting in case something goes wrong. And a massive thanks to them for being here, and to Pretoria Noort for bringing them here in that awesome Toyota Corolla of theirs, the official safety car and medical car, not only of SWAT Corps, but today officially here at Redstar Raceway as well. There are the Orange Army, getting thanked by the drivers, thanked by us as well. We can't go racing without the marshals. They always do.
Yeah, they do an amazing job every time.
And without them, we can't go racing. Without race control, we can't go racing. So thanks to Mr. Bean and all the COCs today for getting us through, and getting us through on time as well, which is always an awesome thing. A feat to get sorted out in motorsport is to finish up on time. And we do appreciate all the support from everybody on screen. Car Care Clinic, Redstar Raceway, SPS Racing, Dunlop, Clubmans Racing, the Silver Cup Racing Club 2.0, Evapco, Historic Single Seaters, Auto Express, Goldwagen, the Graphic Supply World, Inex Legends, Liqui Moly, the South African Formula M Racing Club, Rosico Fire Protection Specialists, and Historic South Africa, our racing categories today. Thank you so much to all our associate sponsors and to our team behind the scenes. Scotty Seaward was on the directing, and thank you to Donovan A. Aaron and his team for an amazing job they've done here from Atlanta's video, and we certainly hope you've enjoyed all the race action here from Redstar. It's about to drop out of the sky, that big red star in the sky. And from my side, on behalf of my fellow commentator alongside me today in this last race, Morgan Jacobs, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.